it's ironic because like what Trump is doing and the Texas Republicans are doing to begin with is like completely fraudulent. And the only counter that I've seen is from like, I hate to give him credit for this, but it was it's Gavin Newsom who said, okay, well, I have enough fucking votes to redistrict California to farm as many fucking seats as I possibly want. And he's right. Yeah, it's really, really illegal. I mean, is it though? What is really illegal now?
Holy shit.
Legality is determined by enforcement.
Hours.
Okay? Legality is determined by political willing.
Ooh,
illegal and legal is a meaningless term at this point. Under the second Trump administration, what's legal is whatever the fuck Trump wants, and what's illegal is whatever the fuck Trump doesn't want. When you think about it. Legality is fluid now, so woke. Yeah.
Oh, man, I had to like uninstall, reinstall shit.
I'm in favor of fighting fire with fire because there's not really anything you can do about it. Like, what are you supposed to do? This, of course, is a worse representation overall for...
All right, so that was yesterday's stream. Let's see what's going on today.
If you run a business, you don't want to add things to your to-do list. However, there is one thing that I found that completely changed my perspective on our merch store, and that is a tool called Shopify. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world, from household names like Magic Spoon or the Majority Report merch shop to brands that are just getting started. Shopify has hundreds of ready-to-use templates to help you build an online store to match your brand. It could be beautiful, it could be edgy, it could be minimalist.
15 minutes of the show.
Sort of an afterthought, like the Majority Report branding.
Okay, gotta close some
and best yet,
stuff.
Shopify helps you manage inventory.
I don't need that.
You can sell stuff in real life at like a live show or in a store, or you can sell it
my screen
on social media platforms. It covers your international shipping. It helps with your processing returns and beyond. If you're ready to sell, you're ready for Shopify. It is completely turnkey, super easy to use, and it's all scalable.
And of course, my phone's going crazy.
So in the event that the merch store explodes in popularity, we'll have no problem. Turn your big business idea into a cha-ching with Shopify on your side. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/majority. Go to shopify.com/majority, shopify.com/majority. We'll put the link in the podcast and YouTube descriptions. And, it's one of my favorite products that advertises on this. You can improve skin longevity everywhere using a Tushy bidet. It protects the barrier of your body's most delicate skin. Reduce itching and discomfort for 9 out of 10 people. And I don't know what's wrong with you, number 10.
Maybe you need to go see a doctor.
Yes, I would check with your physician because there is nothing better than a bidet. And Tushy is the everyday luxury bidet that instantly transforms your bathroom habits and bottom health for life. You don't need to go out like Tim Pool and spend $1,000 to impress your buddies and then have someone like me come around and break it.
One of the buddies I work with at internship I had over the fall, he's
your toilet as it exists
messaging me right now.
And Tushy has a
okay.
couple of different lines. You can do ones that involve no electricity, super easy. Basically, if you have the skill to change your toilet seat, you can do this. Now, Tushy's elevated bidet collection nurtures your bottom with instant warm water that never runs cold, a soothing heated seat, and UV sterilization for next level hygiene. So now you're getting up into like the very sophisticated bidets.
Well, I just can't even.
All Tushy bidets easily attached to your existing toilet without the need for additional plumbing. Installation is simple and takes about 10 minutes to complete. Cleaning yourself after using the bathroom is now hands-free. You sit, you cleanse, and dry using the built-in dryer. I have got to upgrade, I think. Instead of wiping endlessly with toilet paper, Tushy pristinely removes 99% of bacteria while protecting your natural skin barrier.
Spell check.
One natural ingredient, fresh water. Every Hello Tushy bidet comes with a 30-day hassle-free return, a 12-month warranty. Want to thank Tushy for sponsoring this episode and for my trips to the bathroom. Keep your swampiest body parts fresh and cool. For a limited time, our listeners get 10% off their first bidet order when you use the code TMR at checkout.
Okay. He's like
That's
a
10% off your first
big social
bidet
media
order
guy,
at
so
hellotushy.com.
I mean, not big as
Promo
in like
code TMR.
produces for movies, but that's basically what his job was at the representative's office. So
nasty IM.
if you could help, that'd be
I
fantastic.
could see Emma like sitting there cracking up.
I'm not looking at you.
All right,
Fine
so
tune
look,
my setup.
this redistricting thing is fascinating. I mean, it's not a surprise the Republicans are doing this. I would say the bigger surprise is that we're seeing the Democratic Party. And again, this is just a pure partisan fight. There's no ideological issues associated with this. This is just, are you going to participate in politics in the way that it comes at you or not? And the Democrats at this point have what appears to have done is step up. 51 out of 60, at least 51 out of 60 Democrats in the Texas State House have left the state, denying Republicans quorum, so they cannot go forward with this special session to do a mid-census redistricting that would, at least in the hopes of Republicans, give them an extra 5 seats
Does my YouTube look?
out of their state. Now,
Streaming on the YouTube. I have no
that
idea what it looks
bet
like.
that Republicans would be making, it's a little dicey because they're counting on the same numbers that they saw in 2024
One person
will
watching.
show
What?
up in 2026.
Maybe that's just
And
me.
That is never a guarantee.
But also, it's not a guarantee, especially with Donald Trump at the top of the ticket, because we've now seen 3 presidential election cycles where he is able to get many more voters out, low-propensity voters, in the way that the Republican Party is unable to in off-year elections. So even this is a gamble for the Republicans, because if they would be gerrymandering, some of these
Can't do that on
districts
Twitch
are
yet,
pinker
unfortunately.
as opposed to deep red because of how aggressively Texas is already gerrymandered. And this is Trump from the top making this decree, as opposed to like the Texas Republicans even kind of coming to it themselves.
And the question is, why are Republicans pushing this so hard? Well, because it's an off-year
So
election.
basic.
The party out of power tends to win. But they're not just looking at Texas. J.D. Vance has flown to Indiana, hoping to get 1 seat there. They're looking at Ohio. I think maybe Tennessee. And here is a prime example of the problem that Republicans have with this off-year election. It's not just the secular, generic
What did I want to cover today? I don't even remember.
party out of power. We haven't seen much of this because Republicans are not going to town halls.
Yeah, freaking
And if they were, we would be
Netanyahu
seeing
finally
a lot
pulling his
more of
mask
this.
completely off.
They are terrified.
That's awesome.
They are terrified.
Not even hiding it anymore.
Quietly, though,
And no
because
one's doing
there's
anything.
not many examples.
Just gonna let
But
him do
Mike
it.
Flood,
Ooh,
elected in 2022 in
we're
Lincoln,
gonna recognize
Nebraska,
Palestine if you don't stop
He's
being a
not
bad
afraid.
boy.
and he showed up at his town hall last night. This is Lincoln, Nebraska.
Wow, that hurts him.
There are 750
Maybe, I don't know. Stop sending
to
him weapons.
1,000 people
Just
in this
throw that out
theater
there.
where he's having a town hall. And
okay.
I don't know. My experience if Lincoln, Nebraska is this well organized with Democrats, then I think Democrats
Still
are doing
playing
quite a good
Kenchi.
job.
Do I want to play Kenchi?
Because it's not
Oh man, I got other
it's not
games
the
too.
first
Well,
states that they would be doing this in.
just talking to the
So,
ether right now, but
It gives you a sense of the anger that exists out
I
there
will
towards
gladly take
Republican lawmakers.
suggestions if other
It's
people
just that we
join.
don't see it because they don't expose themselves to their voters.
We have a next question right here.
My question is fiscal.
No, I'm wondering
with
if the people in this
$450 million FEMA dollars being reallocated to
this
open
town hall, I
alligator
wonder if they were like
Alcatraz
all
and
Democrats.
$600 million
Like I just
FEMA
can't
dollars
imagine
being used to
MAGA
now
voters
open war
complaining like this.
concentration
It just
camps
doesn't
and
fit
ICE
with
burning
their
through $8.4 million
everything that
a
they've
day
done over the
to
last
illegally detain
8 years.
people. How much does it cost for fascism? How much
See,
do the
they would never
taxpayers have to
see a
pay?
MAGA voter would never call it fascism. No, they would say he's protecting democracy. It's all Democrats. Like that's why he doesn't care, because he knows they're just such a small percentage of the voters. He's still gonna win his seat.
Americans went to the polls in November,
So stupid.
and they had a choice between a Democratic candidate that had an open border, no enforcement,
Basically, he's saying
drugs, human trafficking. And they
you
had a
guys suck,
choice
and that's why you
between
lost.
that
That's what he's saying.
and a candidate that said,
Saying
"Close
my
the border,
narcissism
get
is
illegal
more
immigrants out of our
powerful than your
country.
voices. So
stop the fentanyl, stop the human trafficking, stop the drugs, stop the crime, stop the violence." That's what Americans voted for. Americans voted for a
not you, my
for a
constituents in here.
border
Nope,
that
not
is
you,
secure.
the Americans.
And I support the president enforcing our immigration laws, which, by the way,
Our
were written by
immigration
Congress.
laws?
Ha.
He's losing it.
He's losing it a little bit.
Did you also see the part about healthcare? We have that in there.
Now, here's the thing.
Yeah,
That's probably full of a bunch of like Brooklyn hipsters
sure.
going down to Lincoln, Nebraska and getting super Brooklyn hipstery. Let's play the next one. This is regarding healthcare.
Yes. This was also incredible and also shows how much, frankly, Democrats are leaving on the table by not coalescing around a healthcare agenda that isn't just what the Republicans are doing is bad. Because listen to this listen to this just fury in the crowd, but also
It doesn't matter.
how these
you
old
know.
Republican talking points about healthcare being a privilege for the employed have just completely dissipated and also really engendered a lot of anger in the population.
Medicaid program. One of those changes is that if you are able to work and you are able-bodied, you have to work. If you choose not to work, you
Such bullshit,
do
like,
not
the
get
percentage-
free health care.
It's so minor. The only people that are going to be getting kicked off are the ones that mess up on the paperwork.
Okay.
The percentage of people, like,
So
you don't even
here's
get
a
approved
question.
unless you can't work. Like,
So here's a question. Do you think that people who are 28 years old...
Pause it for 1 second. He's going to say, do you think the people who are 28 years old should get free health care? Now, let's be clear. This is a canard because we have seen two examples, Georgia and Arkansas, that have done work requirements. And all it does is it ends up driving people off of Medicaid who are perfectly eligible. However, the bureaucratic hurdles are designed to keep them off. Their ability to sort of like have to constantly update on how they work. I mean, have you ever been late for your insurance premium payment? Have you ever been late for the?
you basically have to fill out
you
a
ever
freaking
been
tax return
exhausted
every
by
month
the
to get your
amount
Medicaid.
Of work you had to file with your insurance
So
to
stupid.
get reimbursed. Now multiply that times 5 or 10
What was I doing?
for somebody who is
This guy,
who is actually
engineer,
working
okay. Thanks.
and struggling to have time to do these type of things. So the scenario he's setting up is false, A. And B, this R plus 10 district,
Iron
not
plates.
necessarily with their talking program.
Do not get free
That
health
room is not gonna make up the difference for a district that's
Okay,
R
okay.
plus 10. Sorry.
So here's a question. Do you think that people who are 28 years old that can work and refuse to work should get free health care? I don't think that a majority of Nebraskans agree with you.
Why not?
Oh,
Can I
well,
rephrase? Do you think America should be the only country that uses the cudgel of you get health care or not to drive people to labor, which is what this is about?
Well, and let's also be clear. The real question is, do you
Yeah, the
think
freaking
that
the
this 28-year-old
corporate billionaires, they're afraid that
getting
if
health care at the cost
if there's not an
of
incentive structure
5 times that one person
or a punishment structure, that they'll find something else to do
to
and they
lose
won't.
their health care,
Instead of being a
because
cashier,
that's what studies
they
show
might be more
happens.
willing to actually, get an education
It's maybe even higher than 5.
if they don't have to worry about healthcare. But it's like having
that's what
health
studies
care
show
isn't like a
happen in the
paycheck,
real
so it doesn't
world.
make any sense.
We
You
have
still wouldn't be
data
able to
on
buy
this.
groceries and stuff.
And we'll have more data. There's a reason why 14 million people are going to lose their Medicaid, and it's not because they're not working.
Well-
It's because of the requirements that are going to be imposed and the hurdles are going to be posed to getting the health care.
But the only way people could not see the salience of an argument for free healthcare for people, regardless of whether or not they're employed, is if you're somebody that has never had to deal with an insurance company that you couldn't, or a claim that you couldn't pay for before. I mean, the
God, I had to make
amount
18
of
phone
time
calls
that
to
people
get a
spend on the phone
referral
with
for my daughter
health
yesterday.
insurance companies,
Like, imagine
to
if I could just
try to get something
go to the primary
paid
care
for,
and then go to the
procedure
specialty
or
care. Like,
health care paid for.
man, that'd
that
be
they
amazing.
already have felt that they've been paying
'Cause
into
they weren't
on a
in
monthly
my
basis,
network.
and that they have been with their insurance.
So
let alone
stupid.
folks like the millions of people that are going to lose Medicaid coverage. I mean, I think 80 million people, when you add Medicaid and CHIP together, rely on this because we also don't force many of these employers to guarantee health care for their workers. So it's not just people who are these 28-year-olds in the basement or anybody that's unemployed. Everybody that has experienced our healthcare system can empathize with that perspective.
Healthcare should be a human right.
And then here is
Oh, shit.
the question put in another way. Like, okay, do you even have a
Oh,
plan
actually, what I want to do,
for providing healthcare that people
I
can
want
afford?
multi-chat. Let me get rid of this.
About this.
I'm sorry?
I know you've talked a little bit about this, but what plans does the Congress have for providing reasonable cost health insurance to Nebraskans?
Well, one of the ways to bring down our commercial
I can't do
private payer
multi-chat.
insurance is to not have as many people on Medicaid. Because what happens?
Yep, there it is.
Medicaid pays a much lower
There
reimbursement
it
rate
is.
than a commercial
That's
payer
real.
does. And so when there's a difference between those two,
Get rid of
the
the
commercial
commercial
payer ends up paying more and more and more to make up for the difference. Money does not fall out of the sky. It does not grow on trees. It comes from all of you. And you pay
So
your
clever.
health insurance.
So
I
clever.
wish there was a world we could live in where everything came from the government and it was free.
All right, pause it.
But that will never.
Pause it.
What a stupid straw man.
The increases to private insurance are going to be the biggest one-time increases we have seen, I think, probably in close to a decade. And it is because they are ramping up, because the subsidies were cut for the ACA. In many respects, they did their repeal of Obamacare in the big, beautiful bill.
Yep.
And B, it's not like these people who are not getting Medicaid are going to somehow evaporate into thin air. They're going to get sick at the exact same rate as they got sick before.
Yep.
Except for this time, they're not going to have a doctor. And this time, they're not going to have any preventative care. And so they're going to go into the ER. So
And it's going to be worse in the long run.
In addition to
Instead
it
of
not
getting
being
their
the
issue
case
resolved when it's
that
small, that's going to build and
insurance
build and build, and it's
companies
actually going to be
have
more
that much
expensive
elasticity.
on us, on the insurance
companies go to state regulators, ask for a rate increase based upon their pool. Hospital rates are all over the place. They just get whatever they can. It's completely opaque. But somebody's going to have to pay when these people go to the emergency room. Somebody's going to have to pay for the diabetes that could have been prevented had they been seeing a doctor
Yeah, and
on
with
a
people
regular
off
basis.
Medicaid, what
Somebody's
they
gonna have
cannot
to pay
pay
for all this,
is going to
and
get
that's where the
distributed
taxpayers
among
pay.
the people that can.
He's just
And therefore, since
I don't
the
know if it's
insurance
an
companies
out-and-out
have to recoup
lie,
that
but
cost,
even
they're going to
even
charge the
sort of
people who do
theory
have
he
insurance
has
more
What that
is
to
just
basically
that
recoup the
they-
cost.
they're going
that-
to force
because
more
they have to
Medicaid
have a
recipients
profit
into the private
margin
insurance pool, and that's
No.
going to decrease
to
costs? I thought
satisfy
that's what he
their
was trying to say.
No. His argument is
their
that
stockholders. So
because reimbursement rates for Medicaid
Because that's really what
are
matters to
lower
him.
than private insurance, that private insurance has had to subsidize Medicaid patients. And his whole theory is predicated that these people are just going to go away, that they're not going to exist anymore, that they're not going to get sick, that they're not going to It's just a denial
talk to us like we're freaking
of
stupid.
the existence of these people. It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. There is no plan to provide any low cost or reasonable cost health insurance for Americans that the Republicans had. They've never had one. The closest was the ACA back, 15
Romney
years
days.
ago.
This is the system that they want, that you pay your insurance, you pay your private insurance company thing. And it doesn't work. It's not a system that works, so that's why you can't make a coherent defense of it.
Let's go to what is this number? Let's go to 14, because this is ultimately about the redistricting. And here is the biggest threat
two
that
electrical
the Democrats have
clips.
done
Let's see.
at this point is they've said that they're going to actually, let's go to Pritzker. Many of these Texas Democrats have gone to Illinois or to New York to essentially hide out. Texas has no authority to arrest them there and bring them to the State House. And Pritzker has implied, I don't know if he's finding them housing or what. But remember, these Texas state legislators, they only make $600 a month.
Yeah.
500.
And
Or is it maybe just 600?
like almost half the staff here makes more than that. And $600 a month. And they all have day jobs. Many of them have families. So they're going through, this is a difficult time for these people. And here's Pritzker today, this morning. Ken Martin is there. They are talking about essentially what this fight is.
We're here, of course, because Texas House Democrats are demonstrating what it means to fight for the preservation of our constitutional republic. Donald Trump, Governor Abbott, Texas Republicans, well, they know that they're headed toward a loss of the Congress in 2026. They're afraid, and they should be. Because when you try to tear health care away from veterans and seniors, from children and people with disabilities, when you raise tariff taxes on groceries and
someone
beer
must have gifted
and
me a sub a while
automobiles,
ago. Didn't even
when
notice.
you let poor and working class families go hungry, when you allow smokestack industries to pollute the air and remove safety standards from food producers, well, all so that you can give a massive tax break to Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Bill Ackman, well, frankly, you'd better watch out. You're going to lose your elections. So they've decided that the only
I
way
like
to
how
save
he
themselves
told Texas to
is
redistrict,
to
and
cheat,
then
to
they're on
change the
Fox News
rules
like,
in the middle of the game.
California's going to
And what do
redistrict.
MAGA
It's not fair.
Republicans in Texas
They're trying to
do
stealing
when Donald
elections.
Trump
Like, dude.
ignores, well, his oath of office
Absolutely
and
absurd.
theirs, and when they're taking it upon themselves to thwart the will of the American people, well, they say, when Donald Trump calls, they say, yes, sir, right away, sir. Happy to lick your boot, sir.
Oh, I would have said something
When
else.
Donald Trump says jump, Greg Abbott
I wouldn't
and
have said
Ken
boot.
Paxton say how high. They don't care that they're violating the Voting Rights Act and racially gerrymandering their state.
How's this gonna go?
They're
What's
hoping they can rob the bank and get away before anyone notices. Texas Republicans are trying to diminish the voting power of their own constituents, and in doing so, diminish the rights of Illinoisans and all Americans. Texas House Democrats are putting their lives on hold and their livelihoods at risk because they don't want to live in a country where the president rigs elections for his side. That's not democracy. That's not America.
He's good. He's good at this, the partisanship element.
I am looking for him ultimately to say to cut taxes for Jeff Bezos, for Elon Musk, for Bill Ackman, and for me, because he's that wealthy too.
You mean cut taxes, raise taxes?
No. He said he was criticizing Trump to cut those taxes. Like, he's got to start acknowledging.
Yeah, he should.
He's not going to be able to hide it when he runs for president.
Right. Well, but that's the angle he could do it if he's smart about it, and if he does run in that way, it would be telling if he avoids that, and that means that this is another status quo guy. But if he wants to do I'll be the FDR guy that will no longer be a billionaire and be the class trader, and I'll take on the bullies, I do think that's a salient political argument for real.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
But it is good to see Democrats now. Gavin Newsom is out there. He has claimed that he will, if Texas does this, we don't need to see a clip of him. If Texas does this, he will call a special legislative session, and they will redistrict 5 Republicans out of their office.
They shouldn't even wait. They should just do it, because if they wait, it might be too long for them, because Texas already has their map ready. They just need the vote, and they'll be done.
Remember, if you have a majority
and if they do it in California,
district,
it's going to get legislated through the courts.
Numbers based upon the percentage
They're not going to appeal it. Well, I guess some. I don't know. I don't think they can appeal from another state. It'd have to be the state governor.
Voting Rights Act.
Newsom's not. Okay.
In Texas, they're going to dispossess people of that, and they feel like, well, we'll deal with the Supreme Court if it ever comes up later. In California, they've studied whether that would be in violation of the Voting Rights Act, and it won't be. So they've got 5 there.
There's like
in
nothing.
New York,
there's
Hope
nothing that the
about
Supreme Court would say violates the Voting Rights Act.
That's 3 in New York. Here is the 5 or whatever Fox show this is. Outnumbered. Sorry.
Is it outnumbered because there's always 4 women flanking an old guy?
Exactly.
Yeah,
and all of them, almost all, have to show their legs?
Exactly.
Yes, it's every man's fantasy.
Totally.
Every 75-year-old man watching this show gets to just like place himself in the middle of this couch.
Put 4 women in their place at the same time.
It's good to be
I
king.
like Kennedy. She's really sharp.
Oh, tell me more
but
about
here is
Sidney
Kennedy.
Sweeney being a Republican.
Here is more pictures, please, of the young actress. Here is Kennedy.
No, he'll be okay.
Who seemingly does not understand what redistricting applies to.
Right.
I remember hearing
like
this yesterday.
Off the chart.
Yes.
It's all about them
Why do I
versus
minimize
Trump.
it again?
And why? Because they're so thirsty politically.
Yeah, but this is why California is a monoparty state. That's why Democrats have a supermajority, and it's like that's why they have two
that's not why,
Democrat senators.
because
That's
that's not
why
how
Democrat
redistricting works,
governor.
dummy.
And it is such a massive majority because of this type of redistricting,
Pause it for a
which is
second.
incredibly insincere.
Oh.
Apparently, she's not aware that there are no districts
For the
that impact
governors and the
the
senators.
Senate races.
Whoopsie.
It's the whole state.
Yeah.
The governor, like the only redistricting that could possibly happen is if you were to actually redraw the lines of the state of California.
Take parts of Nevada.
Yeah, but take only the blue parts of Nevada. And that's how No, the reason why California is a mono-party state is because Republicans shit the bed there years ago with Pete Wilson. Basically killed their chances in that state. It has nothing to do with redistricting. Otherwise, you wouldn't see a Democratic governor and 2 Democratic senators.
And also because part of why the Democratic Party is behind on this is because of states like California dropping the ball and not doing partisan gerrymandering in reaction to the Republicans doing so.
Yeah.
that's part of why California is such a central focus, because it would be doing away with the independent redistricting commissions that Democrats have said we're so much better than the Republicans in so many of these states that they've relied on. That's why California is centrally focused here, because this is like the threat, gerrymandering. It actually
same with New York.
Yes.
Same with New York. But it's just a stunning amount of ignorance, and nobody seems to catch her on this.
Because she's supposed to be like the liberal.
Oh, she's the.
No, she's not.
She's a libertarian.
She looks like that. I've confused that liberal with her.
Oh no,
she's
I'm
not
just saying
that one.
like she's not a MAGA person.
Oh, she's the reasonable, intellectual one. You can tell.
She reads
she's got the
she
glasses.
actually reads the news.
Okay, gotcha.
She's like the MTV Buckley.
Yeah.
Is a monoparty state. That's why Democrats have a supermajority, and it's like that's why they have two Democrat senators. That's why they have a Democrat governor.
Stupid.
It is such a massive majority because of this type of redistricting, which is incredibly insincere. Whenever Republicans start to get a stronghold in a certain part of the state, they carve it apart. Right. I'm not a huge fan of this.
It's actually an independent.
I think that you
it's
need to run
crazy.
better
Like
candidates
if it's drawn independently and fairly, they say it's unfair because it doesn't favor them. It's basically that's it. If it doesn't favor us, it's not fair.
So if you are expecting your
Bunch of
caucus to
whiny
grow,
bitches.
you're doing it wrong if you're running to another state where the obese governor might eat you.
Wait, what is she even babbling about?
Does she go by one name, like she's Beyonce or something?
She was an MTV VJ. She really was.
Honestly, I couldn't even make sense of the last part of what she was saying.
I think it was a shot at Pritzker.
Yes.
No, I get the part about the Pritzker thing, but she's seemingly criticizing Abbott for redistricting and not having better candidates to beat these, while blaming Pritzker for enabling the Democrats for stopping Abbott from
She
doing
just had a
what he's
list of
doing.
insults and she had to make it through in one sentence.
They instigated this.
And also,
J.D. Vance is taking trips to Indiana.
Hogan's Heart Doctor says if Democrats already have the power to redistrict and give themselves the edge, why aren't they already not doing it? In California and in New York, Democrats passed legislation to have an independent commission do it. Personally, I think it was naive. They are now starting to realize it was naive.
Yep.
And so the threat is we're going to have the Democrats. We have the numbers in these states. Despite the fact that we have an independent commission that does the redistricting, we're going to redistrict. And I hope they don't just do it for congressional. I hope they do it for state legislatures.
Oh, yeah.
I am very much comfortable with no Republican state legislatures or assembly. I'm very comfortable with that idea.
Until there's a Supreme Court case in sometime in the future or a federal mandate and law that there is a all independent committee redistricting in all 50 states, every Democratic state should be responding with gerrymandering.
They wouldn't. They would make
it.
up some excuse as to why the red ones states are okay and the blue ones
Democrats
aren't.
have to get on this, and it's
The
just
Supreme
funny
Court
to
is
me,
trash.
not so funny, that Democrats talk about when Bernie was running in 2020 and 2016. Oh, what are we going to unilaterally disarm by just taking small dollar contributions? Are we going to unilaterally disarm and not take any more corporate money?
Yeah.
But when it comes to things like, I don't know, taking political power and seizing it, we'll outsource it to the independent commission and functionally unilaterally disarm as the Republicans do this. Like, that speaks so much to the issues with the party that are hopefully starting to change. But you know, we're behind on this, and it's the Democrats' fault for being weak and Pollyannish, to put it mildly.
All right, let's change focus for a bit. We'll go to clip number one. You've probably seen, and I know we've played at least one clip of this guy or two. He is an ex-GHF contractor.
Yeah,
Gaza Humanitarian Foundation
set up by Israel and America, or
Kitty, what?
Exactly.
You never come to visit when I'm hanging out anywhere else but here. You know that's annoying? You know what? I'm sitting on the couch, you can come and hang out, but no. It's here. You can hang out when I'm taking a nap. No.
Expecting that they were actually
you wait until it's game time.
Humanitarian aid, and
Stupid.
He was protecting recipients of humanitarian aid and protecting the aid. and his experience there was very, very different. He's been on a bunch of shows. Here's a clip of him on the MSNBC Weekend Primetime show.
I'm not speaking because this is my story. I'm speaking because this is the story of a population of human beings that if we don't do something now, we are on a dangerous road, and a day of reckoning is coming.
They'll all be dead within like a month without food.
We have no excuse. We have no excuse when everything comes to bear and this box is opened and we see inside. We have no excuse as a nation. We have no excuse as
they will kill as many Palestinians as
we do know.
As Hitler killed the Jews.
I'm not looking for anyone's approval.
I don't
I'm not
understand
looking for the approval of paid spokespersons from
why we have to ally
the Gaza
with
Humanitarian
someone
Foundation
like that.
or a paid contract lawyer who wants to
imagine
talk
like
about, I don't
being
know
friends
how
with
to,
someone.
You know, I don't know what
every
I'm seeing
weekend
on a certain site when
he
I've been
goes on a
there.
racist
So
rant
I'm
and
here
starts
for
fighting
consciousness and for doing
like
what's right
bunch of
and American values.
group of black dudes at the bar every single weekend. Like eventually you're not going to hang out with them anymore.
What we are complicit in, and America's voice needs to stand up and put an end to it. Because a day of reckoning is coming, and right now we are on the wrong side of history.
Lieutenant Colonel, do you believe that you witnessed war crimes, not just the fog of war, as the
Let's see,
IDF
how long
has
until
said
they say
that
but Hamas?
This is not a policy.
Let's see.
Where do
That's
these
their second
orders
question.
come from? Is it a systemic
There's
policy?
no way they make it through a
And
whole
how does it
interview without saying
compare
but
to
Hamas.
when you served in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Complicated and complex environments require strong leadership and require strong morals. It's very easy in a situation like this where the population has been dehumanized to see them running and scrounging for food and to see them as it's very easy to go down that path of dehumanization and then just looking the other way. War, the fog and friction of war is real. However, the azimuth, the line that keeps us straight through that fog and friction is our morals and our ethics, humanitarian laws that we all abide by. These aren't questionable. These aren't things that have flexibility. These are our guideposts. The Israeli Defense Forces have been put in a very precarious situation in the south.
No, no, Poopy, I wasn't pointing at you. No, don't come back.
All three of the sites,
oh my God, you fat.
In the middle of
you got lucky.
Each of the distribution sites in the south are right in the middle of ongoing
you want to sit in my lap?
Operations. It puts the IDF in a very bad position.
No one's watching, but you can get on camera.
And operationally, and it puts them in a dilemma to where they're in their area of trying to combat Hamas, which is their mission. They're also having to pretend with 8 to 9 to 15,000 hungry civilians in any given day. And when there's not strong leadership and there isn't a strong purpose, then this type of situation where we see the war bear on people, where the dehumanization becomes almost organic, that this is what that becomes. And you know, up in northern Gaza, they've been isolated for even longer. No one can go in and out of the Netzarim corridor north in the Gaza city and Jabalia. And when aid starts going in there, when the world has had enough and we start to go in to northern Gaza, we're going to see things that are going to bring the world to their knees. Mark my words. We are going to see human suffering like the world has not seen in a long time. And it's going to bring us to our knees. And we have an opportunity right now to stop this and to do the right thing. And if we don't, we are complicit in that. And the world is going to see it. And that day is coming.
That would just hearing that just sends a chill down your spine, right? Because we know that we only know a fraction of both the death toll, the level of suffering, the level of destruction.
What? Stupid?
And Aguilar,
Come here.
I heard his interview with Breaking Points, and he said
you're gonna have to get on camera sometime.
Where I think it was like, you know, talking about Hamas, and he had mentioned this is not to discredit him. This is just to do the opposite to anybody who's still like a Zionist watching.
What? Why are you fighting the carpet,
said
weirdo?
The thing about the microwaving babies.
I got you, Freddy.
Passing,
kitty for the camera. Kitty for the camera.
Doing that, a propagandistic lie at the outset of the genocide to manufacture consent for it. I only point that out to say that this is somebody who isn't
Did you get on the camera?
wasn't approaching
Oh, no, you
this
get
with a
cat butt.
bias. It
There
was
you go.
somebody who had
He was
like
going as
Best
a
show.
mercenary.
As a mercenary.
You know, he had served in Iraq and Afghanistan,
turn around?
and is still going
So we don't have to
out
look at
there
your
as a
butt?
mercenary. I mean,
the
Nope,
amount of
that's the butt.
credibility of his testimony is just
what we get.
important to underscore here. And what he is saying is that this genocide is, from his own eyes, even worse than what we have seen and what we know.
Let's look at
Man,
clip
it's
number
blurry
4.
without
This
the
is a
glasses. Blurry with the
ITV
glasses.
News
Can't
somehow,
win.
Got a hold of aerial footage of Gaza.
I don't want
It has
the best
been
viewers on
just
Stream Boo.
obliterated.
And they're prohibited from filming. So this is the IDF is keeps
building by building. Gaza is being erased.
Well, let's hear their
cities like broken skeletons laid waste by war. Graveyards of life and lives. The streets, homes, and coffee houses of old now cast to the ground. The soul
So
of this
disgusting.
place, along with the souls who lived here, brought to ruin in the rubble and dust.
Maybe it's karma. The reason we got Donald Trump because we
Israel
supported this
bans
for
foreign
60
journalists
years.
from entering Gaza. 15,000 feet above is the closest we get to seeing for ourselves the consequences of the war it is waging here. When we joined an airdrop last week, Israel also tried to restrict images from above being filmed or shown.
Like, get rid of him?
Aid being dropped from this flight
Ugh.
is to those who are trying to survive in this hell. This was Gaza before the bombs started falling, a place of life where normal lives were lived.
Can't clear chat?
There is no sign of that normality
Oh.
now. This is one of the explosions which destroyed Gaza. Targeting the Turkish-Palestine Friendship Hospital, the only specialist cancer hospital in Gaza. This is what's left of it now. This was the Al Wafa Old People's Home. We can't say what's become of its residents. This was a primary and secondary school. We can't say what became of the pupils. Many of the other ruins were homes. We can't say whether those that lived here survived or are among the 60,000 now dead.
Freaking disgusting.
Under international law, it is a war crime to target schools, hospitals, and other civilian sites.
All right. We should say that the 60,000 person death toll is only the official count, and any reasonable estimates that are now coming out as people study this anticipate that number to be anywhere from 8 to 10 times that. Should also say there's aerial drops of aid. Canada just did some. It is woefully inadequate. You need trucks to go in, and Israel is still inhibiting trucks from getting in there. Just to give you a sense.
So here's Obama, like he didn't supply Israel during his presidency.
Heard messages from a family.
Here's Piers Morgan pretending like
Gaza,
he wasn't pro-Israel the whole time, even though we were telling him for 2 years what they were doing.
Who lived in Europe. Part of the family was able to get out about a year ago, I guess now, to Egypt. They have been sending money back to Gaza, where they have essentially started a bakery. This is not the one. It's a different link. But we got another message.
Like I'd absolutely refuse to vote for any candidate that takes AIPAC money. I'm not going to do it.
The Gaza
violate
bakery is
every
handing out,
single fiber of my
I think
being.
it's a bakery in the sense that we think of bakeries here. But they're handing out and cooking rice apparently is one of the few things it gets in. This is, they're helping serve food to people. And this is in, I believe it's in southern Gaza. I want want to show you a picture of Muhammad, who we've spoken to on the program, his brother. There are 3 pictures. We're going to start with it's basically before and after. This is a little disturbing. This was Muhammad's brother, Kadar.
Fucking disgusting.
A couple of years ago. And then the interim is a picture of him here. And then the most recently, this is the latest picture. You can see that he has lost an extraordinary amount of weight.
Why? Why do you keep opening Twitch? What the hell?
It's just, this is what's happening in Gaza. We also have an audio message from another member of the family that they wanted us to play. It's upsetting just to hear the level of desperation. But it's important for them to know that people are at least aware of what's going on in Gaza. Let's play this audio.
My name is Rina. I'm 21 years old, speaking from Gaza. This is a first-hand account. My brother just returned from one of the Gaza aid distribution sites, the ones backed by a U.S. group. He saw people shot while reaching for flour. Children were lying in blood. We are terrified. Israel is turning food lines into war zones, and they are targeting children. We are starving, but it is too dangerous to get food. This isn't humanitarian aid. It's a death trap funded by the U.S. and backed by Trump. Please, don't stay silent. Share this.
Their hospitals, destroy their schools.
Demand an end to U.S. support. We just want to leave.
We have a link to the Gaza bakery. This is not it. It's
I sent it in the chat.
Emma sent it in the chat. We had, and here it is. You can go and donate money that they're now essentially applying to try and provide food for people in Gaza. I think
CNN.
The way this works is pretty complicated, I would imagine. I don't know how food gets in, where they're getting it from, but that's what they're doing there.
It's important to note that this has been a story that's been kind of under the radar, but I want to give credit to the Washington Post for 2 days ago having an article on what Israel's been doing in terms of funding this gang, essentially. It's led by this guy, Yasser Abu Shabab.
Take that.
Who Hamas is basically accusing of being a traitor because he's clearly taking money from Israel.
She's not the easiest person to please. Right, Mama?
People that have been stealing aid so that Israel can blame it on Hamas. And this was a tactic that Israel's used previously with Hamas, where they propped up the government of Hamas. Netanyahu openly talked about allowing Qatar to fund Hamas so that they could use them as a scapegoat to further immiserate Palestinians because Hamas was not a leftist or, pacifist organization in the way that, some other Palestinians groups had been. So
they wanted to basically divide the Palestinian people and have a competitor to Fatah.
Right.
So that there was no unified Palestinian body politic, essentially.
But just to give, Israel isn't just blocking almost all aid to try to starve Palestinians to death in this final solution territory. They are also funding groups that will steal aid so that they can justify it on the ground. And this level of depravity and evil is historic in many ways.
It starts with the whole
Disgusting.
smearing of the UN. The GHF should not exist. There should be no use for a, quote, Gaza humanitarian foundation run by mercenaries. I talked with Jasper Nathaniel about this. Like, humanitarian aid is actually a discipline. You can't just have some mercenary come in and do it. UNRWA should be doing this. It isn't Israel let aid in, it's Israel let the UN in. But unfortunately, even Chuck Schumer was talking to the New York Times about how anti-Semitic that organization is.
Yeah.
So here we are.
I should also say, got an email from a listener, Abby, in Minneapolis. She was doing a raffle. We missed the email, but for Many Lands Mutual Aid, who provides as much food aid as he can in Gaza, will also include that link in. It's also a separate GoFundMe. I don't know. I'm not familiar with this. Listener Abby writes in and says that she's been raising money for them. Do know the Gaza bakery stuff, or at least we've spoken to Muhammad on this program a couple times, I think, over the past year or two. But we'll put both links in there. And again, at the end of the day, there has to be a change in policy. And it's obviously extremely difficult to be outside of the coalition that is dictating policy in this country and influence it.
So disgusting.
I think to the extent that there's Republicans who have argued against the policy that this government has in supporting what Israel is doing, I don't know that they're ever going to have the numbers.
We saw the polling. Like right now, Gallup has 25% of independents support Israel's military action in Gaza. 8% of Democrats support it. Around 70% of Republicans do. I mean, this was our argument prior to the election. It was that it's not about the candidates in the sense as it's about who's in the coalition. And like you've got Marjorie Taylor Greene or Thomas Massey speaking out.
Yeah, but Marjorie Taylor
And
Greene is just a
no
Nazi.
matter how many media figures are doing this, because Trump wants to turn it into the Riviera of the Middle East, and he did a quid pro quo basically with the Israel lobby, including Miriam Adelson, to annex the West Bank in exchange for helping him get elected. So this is what we've had. We are not in the coalition in the same way. Like this was part of what Slotkin was saying in that interview with Crystal. Like, well, I don't see the same amount of protests against Trump. First of all, it was because Democratic voters had the gall to expect that their president would have a little bit more humanity than Donald Trump.
You're supposed to ignore my faults.
To influence them. Secondly, the Trump administration is repressing protest in a very aggressive way and criminalizing it, so people are afraid. And Slotkin is trying to make a hypocrisy argument about that instead of acknowledging that very real reality.
Oh God.
And thirdly, there have been protests. It just hasn't been at the same, I guess, level at the height of it because the worst has already happened in many ways. Like we are past a point of no return, and that is why we are seeing these craven Democrats flip now because they know what's coming and they know that we're going to see hundreds of thousands of dead. And an entire population be decimated.
I'm not even sure if we don't actually have a similar amount of protests. It's just that it's not a news story anymore.
It's not campaign season.
It's not just a question of campaign season. It's more of a news story when members of a coalition are protesting against their own sort of successful political leadership.
Yes.
She knows that. Everyone who is, has any type of sort of
That's fascinating.
mild association or awareness.
Takes
of
no
what
money from
politics are,
AIPAC.
knows that.
Supports not starving Palestinians. What a surprise.
Jerry McLean says, I've been getting ads smearing the UN on YouTube. There is no doubt. And a couple of people have mentioned this. I think even Brian, you mentioned this too. Is that there is a tremendous amount of money that is being poured into. I mean, not just YouTube, I would imagine, but all sorts of like internet advertising, because Israel realizes it is losing this public relations battle in the U.S. Is it, an existential fight if they lose political support in the U.S.? Well, I mean, ultimately, but they are very, very nervous, I think, and rightfully so, because it's quite clear that at the very least, the Democratic voter, the typical Democratic voter, they have lost. Just in terms of like the polling, they still have the leadership and they're paying for it. That's why, Cory Booker won't endorse Zohran Mamdani. I don't know that his endorsement would make a difference, but there's a reason why, Chuck Schumer and Kristen Gillibrand, they're all staying away. It is because their donors want them to. And their donors want them to probably as much, if not far more, because of Israel than anything else.
And dear God, if you want to come at me that way, you're going to have to take it up with me.
That statement is so stupid.
So Cory Booker's up in 2026. It's really interesting because in New Jersey, Josh Gottheimer just like soaked up Israel money. Gimme. One of the most right-wing Democrats in Congress. And he got single digits. Like, Ross Baraka...
actually, Booker might not be up for re-election yet.
Outpaced him, and Mikey Sherrill won the nomination. But I'd be interested if Ross Baraka would take on Cory Booker in a primary for 2026. Because Cory Booker is still doing this dance here. And I want to chaotic leftist on Twitter actually tweeted this out, gave me the idea.
Is anyone on here?
So credit to her. But
I'll save it for when someone's on here.
I think that there could be some Democrats that are taken by surprise.
Oh, looks like Master Liberty. Nice.
How there is going to be a
just lurking
voting population to come out for somebody that rejects AIPAC money and this level of support for genocide.
I know one Democrat who I think was taken by surprise about the depth and the importance of this issue to Democratic voters, and her name was Kamala Harris.
Yep.
And it's sort of shocking because again, I keep thinking about that poll that Harry Enton showed over the past 8 years or 10 years, how dramatically, like tens.
I don't want the best viewers in Stream Boo.
Points difference between that has shifted in terms of sympathy with Israel versus sympathy with the Palestinians.
Master Liberty, if you're there, thanks for joining again.
Surely the people on Harris's campaign
if you can
must
hear me.
have known this, and they made a calculation that the financial support that we're getting from a certain donor class is more important than these actual opinions of these Democrats. And with these things, you can never know for sure what is the one thing that depressed turnout, depressed activists, cost you votes. But there is a lot of evidence
get rid of this one.
that it had a far greater impact than they anticipated and may have been determined.
Then trans issues, for example. Then trans issues. Because of what supporting Israel codes as for a voter.
Man.
It means you're an
Dedication.
establishment person who can't be trusted. That's what people think. When you take AIPAC money, they think, bought not for me,
I think I only had enough time to read through the cases I had last semester, like once or twice.
So even if you want to be
I got 18 credit hours.
The consultants have motivated reasoning
it's like,
to say
if
that
I got it, great.
Israel
If I didn't, well, it sucks to suck.
It's not going to cost us elections
That's why there were so many where like the situation sounded familiar, but I just couldn't put a name to it.
This whole like well-funded class that has successfully both like manufactured candidates that have this ideology, but also insulate like Democrats from just craven political realities about what would benefit them electorally is one of the most corrupt things ever. We'll talk about that article in
Oh, there it is. That's why.
tomorrow
Yeah.
about where all this money is going in the DNC. I mean, this is a major problem, and it's a deeply depressing reality that we squandered the organizing from 2008. And less than 20 years later, we are in such a horrific position with the Democratic Party, at least on a national level, where this is what makes sense is like these Democrats.
Yeah, I'm definitely Supreme Court out after last conversation. Like, let me get back into current events. Like, as much as I do like the legal stuff, it's my forte is like the philosophical research kind of part of the political environment.
And preventing us from mounting an opposition to fascism.
Like voter trends, overlap, that kind of stuff.
Yep.
B. Dan from San Diego. I bet Kamala was pro-Palestine. She would have won had she been. I don't even think.
I can reference some cases. I did pretty good during the freedom of speech class. I got like a 98 in that one. I really enjoyed that one.
Better. Than they are now.
But I think that was just like 6 total concepts, where the constitutional course, it was like every week was a new concept, so it was like hard to keep track.
But I don't even think
back to killing these motherfuckers.
that she would have had to have been actively pro-Palestinian. She needed to indicate that she was open or was interested in changing our policy from that time. And that could have been indicated by any number of things. Let a Palestinian speak at the DNC with the most sort of benign speech that you could possibly imagine from a Palestinian American law.
Yeah, like she just had to let all Harris had to do was just pretend that she was going to consider conditioning aid to Israel, like,
Palestinians are human beings,
and she probably would have won.
Which would have been a significant
that was it.
Upgrade from what.
And
the
yeah,
Biden
that she could have done what they typically do, is completely go back on their word during their.
I'm not being Pollyannish here. I don't
during
think
their term.
I don't know. I don't know where we would be in terms of. This
But at least we
conflict.
wouldn't have
I
Trump.
do think that it would be. We would not be seeing this mass starvation at this point.
Yeah, I do kind of agree with that. I don't think there would be mass starvation.
Administration, and
I think she would have put just enough pressure to keep them.
Completely, just sort of like a crass political calculation. They failed to recognize this, or they simply made a trade-off that they thought they could get away with. That was, I'm not going to alienate these donors, but I'm okay to alienate these voters. That was the trade-off they made. And
alienate the voters, or alienate the voters at the.
So that was a very bad trade-off.
To gain the funding from the donors.
At the end of the day, the money's there to get you votes.
Well, also, buy some nice cars with it. How many words do you think she's going to spend on the Gaza decision in
Whoops, got the wrong tab open.
Oh my God.
Is she going to skim entirely over
107 days.
Her book.
Her new book coming out, Sam.
Jesus, I can't.
I know. I literally.
I think I had already blocked that out of my mind.
I might get into hard drugs.
Honestly, the title itself.
October 7th days.
No.
10/7.
It is
stupid. Like, how tone deaf do you have to be? Release.
Oh yeah. The title itself is a complaint.
Didn't let me cook.
Release a book. 10/7, October 7. Nice.
Just needed more time to get to know her.
Pretty sure that the lower courts have misapplied the birthright citizenship clause from. Like, are you talking about currently, or in the case you're referring to?
You know, I'm sympathetic to how women, and especially women of color, have to navigate things that are our politics.
Currently.
And there's things where I think in an ideal world,
I thought it was pretty black and white, man. Like in the
to say more things if they weren't so afraid of how they'd be perceived.
I don't remember specifically what it says, but I do remember reading it. It seemed straightforward. Like there didn't seem to be any room for reinterpretation.
Part of that kind of lack of progress we have as a country, but it doesn't really matter because her politics.
Or maybe the Wong case was misrepresented.
Said anything.
But
they're just the Democrats.
Yeah, just the wording of the birthright citizenship thing. It just sounds so straightforward.
After you lose, go into hibernation a little bit.
But I mean, you got the current Supreme Court that it really doesn't matter. They'll stare decisis means nothing for them. They'll just make it up on the fly. Like they already have their destination. They'll do whatever they can to get there.
Or organizing is made clear right now, because she's not if she were a true leader that could meet this moment, or in 2028 that could meet that moment, she would have not gone away after her loss. She would have been a part of organizing and mounting an opposition to Donald Trump. But her apparatus and her politics is fundamentally incapable of doing that. And that's part of what, it's not just a new generation of leadership in terms of age. That's part of it, though. It's both it's age and also, of course, ideology.
Got the stream chat over there. Okay, so I get rid of that.
Presidential campaign in modern history.
Get rid of this. Which means... Sorry, I mess with my UI right now. I'll put the qualification of direct and immediate allegiance to complete subjection to the political jurisdiction of the nation.
I'll tell you what,
It's the longest speech, too.
I did a movie that I didn't release for a number of reasons. And not the
Oh,
least
okay,
of
gotcha,
which
gotcha.
that, was about a terrorist attack. in
Oh,
New York
well,
City,
yeah,
and we were
I'm
editing
guessing
it in
that's...
December of 2000.
The left wanted to make comedy illegal.
And some people would.
Well, yeah,
argue
that's...
it's not funny.
but that's, I mean, that's what citizenship is
having been,
pledging
a
allegiance to
filmmaker
to the
in
U.S.
many
pretty
things,
much.
I
I mean,
know
it's not
that
the Pledge of Allegiance, but you know what I mean.
You cannot get up in front of the audience after they watch the movie or before
To the
and go like,
jurisdiction.
"This
Yeah,
is
the only
gonna
thing
be
that
my
does not fit that statement, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. The only
Right.
thing that does not
Here's
fit
what
is like,
First off, I got fucked
like
over by these
ambassadors
people.
and diplomatic
They didn't
immunity.
deliver the thing, and this shot, like I told the DP, get the shot, and he didn't get the
Saying if they
shot.
don't
and
have
he said
permission.
He had it,
No,
and
no,
then
no,
I get
it's-
back to editing. I couldn't go back to the.
It's their, but they're still they're still subject to that jurisdiction,
why you
whether they're
failed
here legally
the
or not.
Basic thing, like there's no explaining after the fact. Like this is why. Just imagine if this scene moved with a better pace.
Right.
And now watch the movie. That's what this book is, right? Like, not my fault.
Oh, of course. But
Why I Lost to the Black Guy by Mitt Romney.
It's and.
this
So
is
okay,
a version of
it's
what
not an
all
or
of the
statement.
consultants were doing by going on Pod Save America.
Oh, okay, yeah,
after
okay,
the
and
election.
okay.
Hire me, hire me,
I'm
hire me,
looking
and
at it
then
as
for
a,
her, I wanna keep my
I'm
options
interpreting
open
it
for
as an or
2028.
statement.
And like she's a name recognition polling frontrunner, but I do not have any confidence that if she actually tries to run.
There's no way the birthright citizenship only applies to Chinese persons. There's no way.
Want to go back? We're not going back.
Because at no point in her career she.
Because the
ever
Equal Protection
cited,
Clause
massive
would have
voters.
nullified
Yeah,
the
she doesn't
Chinese
have that
person
capacity.
statement.
Exactly.
Majority Report Wardrobe Coordinator. I saw a demographic coalition breakdown from Cornell Belcher that indicated Kamala got more white votes than Biden, but roughly 2 million fewer Latino votes and 3 million fewer black votes. Doesn't this put forth a different theory of her loss than Gaza being the main
Oh, you talking about
cause?
the
Was it
Chinese
a
person's
combination
part?
of Immigration. There's no doubt there was a combination of a bunch of different things. But if you focus
I honestly
on
like
the
it.
swing
I wouldn't
states
apply it
and you
literally,
focus on
but you
Pennsylvania
never know
and
what courts will do
Michigan
to get what the decision they want. Is
and,
what I mean.
What was the third state that was going to be the closest one? Nevada. If you focus on at the very least Michigan and Pennsylvania, you can look at the polling there. But also, you're depressing
Born
the
out of the
activist
United States.
class.
Remaining subject to
The
the
people
emperor
whose job it is to get
and
people out
not
to
having
vote,
become citizens.
you depress them.
They are entitled to the
I
protection
know that for a
and
fact.
allegiance to
I had
the United States, so
multiple
long as they are
conversations
permitted
with
by the
multiple
United States to
leaders
reside
of
there. Okay.
groups that were just like, it's tough because the people who go out, like the core.
Okay, so as long as they are
of
permitted
the
to
activists
reside here.
who go
So that
out
was in the
and,
so what you
and
wrote there, the
organize and
the Wong
get people to the
case
polls.
was the
They care
decision,
about
not
this
the
issue.
actual
It's
birthright
just,
citizenship
That just happens to be the case.
clause
I
in
mean,
the
I remember talking
Constitution.
to somebody
Is
after
that correct?
Biden dropped
Okay, yeah,
out, and the relief that he was gone, and they had a somewhat blank.
So
slate
why did
to
they
people
interpret
who
it
knocked doors
as
under
to
when Kamala was-
specifically
you saw it in the
Chinese
polls.
persons?
There was a huge rise in
When did the
enthusiasm, and then it was
yeah, because this was
I'm not
that had to
saying
have been
it's the only
shortly
issue. I'm not
after
saying it's the only
slavery
issue.
ended. It had to be
I think,
late
like,
1800s, right, when they were building all the
but-
railroads.
and
Is that
again,
correct?
Who knows if it was determinate? But certainly, that and the pivot they made, basically starting with the convention, just was one thing on top of another.
She had a
that
4-point lead.
depressed her own people.
She had a 4-point lead leading up to the
Okay.
convention, and that
Yeah,
but that's when
14th
she
Amendment,
dropped,
Section
"We're
1.
not
Like, I
going
don't know
back,"
which one came first,
and
whether the Wong
weird
case or the 14th
What, you don't wanna
Amendment.
talk about it anymore?
No, let's go. Let's.
I don't have like
I'm
the
sorry,
dates in order.
I'm already on the brink. It's 1:30.
Again, this isn't my forte.
It's not like a freebie
All
Friday.
persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject
Become
to
a
the
member
jurisdiction
already.
thereof or citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Okay.
For free.
Yeah, so there is an or statement.
Podcast on Tuesday when we get another one on Wednesday.
The in the 14th Amendment, because a few minutes ago I confused the and and the or statement. But in the 14th Amendment, it is an or statement. It says born or naturalized in the United States.
Oh my God, Ezra Klein had Mahmoud Khalil on.
Also, justcoffee.coop, fair trade coffee, hot chocolate. Use the coupon code majority, get 10% off. Matt, Left Reckoning.
No, in all honesty, like we can, like, what's so frustrating is like we could sit here and like rack our brains around this all day, and like you could have 5 different people look at this 5 different ways based on a comma, but Supreme Court's going to do whatever they want.
Healthcare,
especially this one,
plays into the hands of abusers. So
when their sole purpose is to,
her new book, Coercion,
I don't know. There's a, I don't know if I mentioned this to you last time. There's a, there was a book that I had started reading. Actually, that's an unfair.
6 months from now, 9 months from now.
I didn't start reading the book. I read the like the synopsis, you know, like on Amazon. They'll give you like a few paragraphs.
3 months from now. But I think around 18 months out, we're going to look back and go like, wow.
Give me a second. What? It's written by law professor Leah Littman. It's called Lawless, and it specifically focuses on the decision-making process of the Roberts Supreme Court. I don't know if you've heard of it or read of it, but I have a feeling that you would be. I'm interested in reading it, so you'd probably actually be more so.
Bradley, you want to say hello?
But yeah, permitted to reside. So it kind of reads as like a chicken or the egg thing. You know what I mean? Like, in order for them to gain the citizenship, they have to be allowed to reside. But in order for them to be allowed to reside, they have to have the citizenship. So I can see the Supreme Court, this current one, deciding which one came first, the chicken or the egg. I can easily see that, whichever one benefits their orange leader. But that's my take. Oh no, you're right, they don't.
What's on your mind?
Sports. We can discuss free markets and we can discuss capitalism.
I'm going to go libertarian.
So they don't need a citizenship to be allowed to reside. Okay, let me read it again.
So what's 79 plus 21?
Challenge Matt.
It's all persons. The child was the one whose citizenship. Yeah, okay. All persons born or naturalized in the United States. So one of those two. And subject to the jurisdiction thereof, which means, so even if like let's say a woman diplomat has a child here, they probably wouldn't be guaranteed citizenship because of the whole diplomatic immunity stuff. So they have to be born here, they have to be born or naturalized, they have to be subject to the jurisdiction. Are citizens of the United States. They are, like, automatically. They are citizens of the United States and of the state. Yeah, so, okay, never mind. Again, I read it again and completely, my brain's not in it today, man. My brain is not there. So born or naturalized and subject to the jurisdiction. They are citizens of the United States and the state. Yeah, okay. I was correct. That was correct the first time. It is as straightforward as I thought. But again, this current Supreme Court makeup is not, so we'll see. Ugh, how dare you make me think this much? I appreciate it though. I need it.
Love you. Bye-bye.
Completely subject to the jurisdiction is established. Okay. Okay, so they had to establish what that meant in a later case. Is that what you mean? I'm not familiar with the elk. I'm sure we talked about it last time, but it's been a long few days, man. I've had like a total of 4 hours of sleep. It's like my greatest enemy. I was so tired last night. I laid down and I was out within like 15 minutes, but then I like rolled over, woke up halfway through rolling over. My neck was sweaty and I couldn't go back to sleep. That was it? 2 hours, that's what I got.
That was in the thing where he was upset they did the unanimous consent.
Where is my dude?
In the Senate, and he wasn't getting cop funding.
No. This is the specifics of it, Sam. You'll understand why he's super animated here. Klobuchar wanted to do unanimous
It's taking him so
consent
long. Damn.
for funding for specific police.
I need to heal my fucking metal. Why is this show quiet now? What the hell? Why did it do that?
Screamed and had a crying fit on the Senate floor because they didn't.
You're like,
want to
why did they go from
include his
super loud to
amendment, which he
super
didn't
quiet?
bring up in their meeting prior to
That's
going on
frustrating.
the floor to scream about it. That would have said that it has to be the same for red and blue states.
Otherwise it would
that's
create
why
a
he
gray
was
area where like a
having
prisoner
that big
being
animated
extradited
speech on the Senate floor. You know, not like
wouldn't be
against the
fully
genocide in
subject to
Gaza
jurisdiction.
or speaking about like
during transit. If they're still in the U.S., they would be.
It was about
so that if that person gave birth, then would their child be an citizen, even if they are Muslim stated?
For my police officers.
It depends on where their mode of transportation is. You know, I would imagine that the you know, the dividing borders would, for all intents and purposes, extend straight up into the sky. If it was an aircraft, but if it's like a vehicle like a car or something, whatever state or country they're in. Now, if they were like traveling by boat in international waters, I don't know. Cory Booker's such an idiot. I don't know what they decided. To be interested, but my guess would be whatever is the if they're like on a boat in international waters, in that case, like you're explaining, my guess would be whatever is the transporting authority. If it was an American ship bringing him, I'd say American. But then again, I don't know.
Donald Trump's getting a little concerned about the economy, and I don't blame him.
That's what would make sense to me. But then again, I'm not a Supreme Court justice. So.
And I think they're probably worse than we even know. And by that I mean within a month or two we will get revisions upon this month. And we're also, you can see the so-called tariff revenue increasing. That is tax revenue increasing. And it's a regressive tax. It's going to inhibit the spending of people who don't have a lot of money because prices are going up for them. We're seeing the inflation.
My point being is that it would create inconsistency and there would be no baseline rule besides a vague list of
both
yeah.
joblessness and inflation go up. There's a name for that. It's called stagflation. It's very bad. Because
I think Louisiana,
the more people work,
where every single
more opportunity there is
like
for
instead of leaving these previous decisions up, or instead of like relying on stare decisis and stuff like that and reinterpretations based on the language and stuff.
Demand is greater.
I think it's Louisiana.
I personally think that
I think like every single Supreme Court case is like
overstated.
Is adhered to as like a matter of
it's been set up
like
that
law.
way
I think
so that the
I'm not sure if I'm
mandate.
saying this correctly, but their like constitution is like
increase employment.
I want to say 2 to 3 times like thicker in terms of in terms of volume as compared to other constitutions because of it.
When I started doing this job, we were told by the Fed and economic experts that 6% was really the lowest you could go.
Okay, douche nozzle.
With
trying to heal my robot
without having out of control inflation.
Stop shooting me! I'll kill you.
You just couldn't do it. It just wasn't physically possible. You needed to have 6% unemployment to maintain inflation numbers, and then that turned out not to be the case. They didn't really make much of that.
Also, I don't know if you've listened to the podcast called Strict Scrutiny. That seems to be right up your alley too.
A long time. Well,
just wasting human potential.
But the reason why it's set up as that dual mandate is that it puts the idea of employment pitted against inflation. If you have too many people who are making, barely a livable wage, that it's going to create inflation, as opposed to wealth inequality being a big driver of inflation. Now, there's other drivers of inflation. You could have like a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, and it would screw up logistics. Or you could have corporate price gouging.
Are you
because they found a justification.
Master of Liberty over there. Are you in law school or something?
Nevertheless.
Or are you just doing it for the giggles? I think I might have asked you this last time, but like I said, I'm tired. It's hard for me to keep track.
And higher employment, meaning that more people are not making money is very problematic.
Bandits are
because
hostile.
then
Wow. I've only killed like
the
100 of them.
Fed doesn't know what to do.
Higher unemployment, you mean? Right?
Higher unemployment,
Yeah.
I should say.
Oh,
lower
he's
employment,
messed up.
higher unemployment, and inflation. The Fed really then
They can't do anything
have any
because
tool.
they can't cut rates in their view, right? And they're probably right. They can't. Trump is trying to get them to cut rates, but because tariffs are inflationary, then
Oh, come on,
like
man.
that is the bind that they're in.
Yep.
Even as we're seeing unemployment tick up. So
Really, dude?
he's created literally a perfect
Oh,
storm
that's not what I
to
wanted to do.
destroy our economy, and it's not even been a year.
But Trump has figured out how to fix the economy, and that is to call into Squawk Box and pretend nothing's happening.
Something else. I got the highest vote in the history of Texas, a record that they say won't be beaten unless I run again.
Are you going to run again? The
No,
Constitution.
probably not.
Okay.
Probably not.
And you're not going to fire Jay Powell. We'll go all talk about all the stuff that.
Hey, Becky, I'd like to run. I have the best poll numbers I've ever had. You know why? Because people love the tariffs, and they love the trade deal, and they love
So
that countries,
delusional.
and they love that foreign countries aren't ripping us off anymore. For years, they ripped us off, friend and foe. And the
Overall
friend
poll
was
numbers,
worse.
you don't. Overall poll numbers, you don't have the best you ever had in overall poll numbers. You do. I cited one of those.
I have the best. I have the best poll
among
numbers I've
Republicans.
ever
No, just a
had.
regular poll.
Among
I have poll numbers where I'm 71%. I have the best poll numbers. Look,
Those are among Republicans.
no, no. Among Republicans, I'm at 94 and
No,
95%.
Jesus.
No, I'm talking about generally. I have
President numbers over
Let me
here.
put it this way.
He's
There
so
was
good with
a
numbers.
gentleman on Harry Emden yesterday on CNN.
Positive.
And he went crazy.
Lowering prescription prices by 1,000%, Mr. Numbers.
I don't like that guy. What's the name of that guy on Squawk Box?
The Republican?
Yeah, Joe Kernan.
Yeah.
I find Kernan to be an a-hole and a douchebag. But I can empathize because I've had conversations with grandparents before.
Yeah.
And you keep saying stuff to them, and they don't hear you, and then they start to mispronounce things like Harry Memem.
The gentleman on Harry Enton.
All right.
We've had 12 years now of just old geriatric presidents who do nothing but watch TV, whether it's Fox News or Morning Joe.
Oh, welcome back.
Harry Empton.
Yeah.
Oh man, I was sitting here
Just
talking.
Pop up this one.
I didn't even know
This
you
is
wouldn't
Trump's,
walked away.
that approval rating on issues.
I was asking.
You'll
I was wondering
notice
if you were in
that
law
there's
school or
a
if you were just
black
going through it
line
for the
that goes
giggles.
across zero.
The court cases, and also I was wondering if you had heard of the podcast called Strict
He was
Scrutiny.
actually above 100.
It seems to be like that'd be
You'll
something right up your
notice
alley.
That on immigration, economy, trade, and inflation, there's a little dash before you get to the percentage, and that suggests below the net approval rating. So he's underwater on all of those things.
This is using golf rules.
Zero. It's sad. Yes. He's well. I have a low score. I'm doing it the golf way. And here is where he put up. Do we have?
I just sent the overall approval. This
His
is Nate's-
overall approval
Nate
rating
Silver's
is in.
aggregator.
Is
Yeah.
in.
Got I
here,
had
do we
glasses
have
on.
that?
Now I touched it with my
Silver
finger.
bulletin.
Got an oil print.
52% disapprove, 44% approve. I don't even know where. If you subtract 44 from 52, take that difference, it's 8. Add it to 52, add it to 44 twice. No, 3 times. That's how you get to 71.
Fascinating.
That's Ron Vara's math.
Exactly. But
Oh
all
my
let's
God,
go
why?
back to this, Grandpa calling into Squawk Box.
I'm sorry, I'm getting shot at by archers.
I've ever had.
Anyway, so
I
long
have
case
poll
on says
numbers where I'm
New Supreme Court
71%.
case
I have
affirming
the best poll
ruling.
numbers.
Those
Those are among Republicans.
I am
They-
too
you-
constitutionalist for law school.
No.
I mean, you could be a professor, a constitutional law professor.
95%. No, I'm
There's
talking
always
about
that. Like, it doesn't.
generally
You don't
after-
necessarily have
Let
to
me
be a
put it
practicing
this way.
attorney.
There was a gentleman on Harry Emden yesterday on CNN.
Even if I'm consistent,
And he went
historically,
crazy over
textually,
how well
logically, it doesn't
Trump
matter.
was
Yeah,
doing.
exactly.
Now, you know, you don't put
Like,
that
I
on
can't
'cause
tell
I
you
think
how many
CBS
times
is
our
the
professor,
shade.
we would ask him, like,
Actually, CNN is the shade
why'd they
better
do that?
than
Doesn't make
NBC.
sense.
I
He's
think
like, because they
NBC is
can.
probably the worst of
Like,
them all. But
what?
if you check CNN tomorrow, watch Harry Emden and you'll see about the numbers. But that's okay. We have to defend ourselves, Joe. Thank
I know,
you for
but there are other. They can cite. Your haters cite polls that have you down in the 30s, Mr. President. And,
yeah, but they're fake
Oh,
polls.
they're fake
Joe.
polls.
I
Yep, I knew it.
You also
Knew he was
have
gonna
me
say
in the
fake polls.
70s. I have fake polls. Fox gives me
Jesus
terrible
fucking
polls all the
Christ.
time. You
We're
know, they
so
do nothing,
screwed.
but I've never had a good poll with Fox. And then I win an election, and I go through the roof. Because, look, I won every swing state, did I not? I won every swing state. Andrew, I won the popular vote by millions of votes. Even though they tried like hell to cheat, I won by millions of votes. I
Little
won
projection
the
there, bud.
And all of the counties.
Little projection there, Donnie.
2,750 to 502. And I won the election in a landslide. And obviously, that's only, we're only 6 months in. But my poll numbers are better now, much better than during the election. And now part of that is
they're really
because
not.
the Democrat Party is self-destructing. I mean, when you have low
Well,
IQ people,
he's actually not wrong about that.
I wonder if she's in a relationship to the late great Davy Crockett, who was a great gentleman. I wonder
Davy
if she's
Crockett,
got any
huh?
relationship to Davy Crockett.
Great gentleman. We've got, and
Yeah.
by the way, I do not believe that, but
Oh, what's that?
Mike Flood started playing. Sorry.
I heard that this morning, and I was like, when he paused before Democrats, I was like, it's gonna be Jasmine Crockett, 100%, because he's obsessed
I
with
gotta
her
go pick up my medicine soon.
because of the
I'll probably wait
Have
till
I
later.
brought up a black person yet?
Yeah.
And I knew he was going.
I'm gonna go see him. Fantastic. No, we're gonna see Superman
I wonder
later.
if she's married.
Probably pick it up on the way there.
Davy
late
Crockett.
great.
Being a
Davy
wifey,
Crockett.
leaving the kids at
Davy
home.
Crockett. When did Davy Crockett die?
Could be like
100
17.
It's gonna be awesome.
Crockett. I haven't been able to come up with a nickname for her except for Black Lady, and that doesn't have the ring to it.
Why does he call her Crackpot Crockett? It's right there. He's losing his fastball.
Oh, that is good.
190 years ago, Davy Crockett died.
But he's making a comeback. People are talking about Crockett.
Late great.
Why are you against age gap marriages? Also, that Nate Silver.
Is that it? Where else does he go?
No, that's based. I mean, we could go for a sec, but I just want to clarify, that
It's got a Daniel Boone chunk.
Yeah, that average from Nate Silver is actually way rosier than what the picture is, because it includes things like Rasmussen, which is a junk Republican poll, but like Gallup and is probably the best polling in our country, and they have him in the high 30s. Their last poll had Donald Trump at
You
his
don't
second
have
lowest
to
approval
explain that Donald Trump is wrong.
including his
Jesus, we
first
know.
term, where he
I think,
bottomed out
man, this is
closer
infuriating when they
to
keep trying to
low
prove him
30s.
wrong. Like
So
you don't need to do that
never hear
anymore. Like we
this
know.
in
Like focus
coverage
on
unless it's an aside like this,
what
and then he
we
gets
can do to
bullied
help
into kind of just like being quiet
fix
about it
things.
with Donald Trump and be like, okay, because our media is so
Like dumping
scared
AIPAC.
to point out how unpopular this guy is with the rest of the country, because he's intimidating them with these lawsuits and all this other garbage. It's actually a little scary.
Okay, whatever you say. Daniel Boone was a man.
Has there ever been a more perfect name for a show? Squawk Box.
Squawk
Oh my
Box.
God.
That guy is just on
Grandpa.
the toilet. He's clearly in the bathroom.
Oh yes.
Keep playing.
Crockett. I wonder if she's in a relationship to the late great Davy Crockett, who was a great gentleman. I wonder if she's got any relationship
tangled
to
some,
Davy Crockett, the great old Davy Crockett.
some
But
plantation
you
owners,
have this
yes.
woman Crockett. She's a very low IQ person. Somebody said the other day.
Little
she's
projection
one of
there,
the
bud?
leaders of
Little
the
projection there,
party. I
Donnie?
said, you got to be kidding.
Well,
I wouldn't say that.
no, he once ranked.
I think
on
the
social
only
media,
three-syllable
it
word
was
I've
like
ever
from
heard Donald
dumbest
Trump say
to
is
to
enigma.
smartest. Crockett dumbest, then it was like Ilhan Omar, and then AOC. He's just doing
What do they have in common?
race science from like.
Yes.
I mean, that's what
Even the Crockett. thing.
Well,
Davy
it's
Crockett,
more of an art.
Crockett was
It's
a
not
slave
so
owner.
much a science.
He's making a dig at maybe she's descended from a slave owner and got the last name from him. I think that's what he's doing with the.
Do you think so?
I think so. Yeah.
He, I mean,
Black named Crockett from Texas.
yeah. Where did he
How'd
get
that
that?
happen?
Where did she get that name?
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's. Pull up Harry Emden.
Emden.
He said it twice too. That's the best.
I know.
He's completely losing it. But
Dementia
listen,
Don.
the bottom line is, all of this stuff is going to shake out over the next 6 months in terms of the economy. At the very least, he's not going to be able to call in and talk about, Jasmine Crockett or Davy Crockett or the 2020 election and how he really won it, or how 6 million immigrants. That's how he lost the popular vote against Hillary Clinton, and on and on.
Actually, the 2016 election was the stolen one.
Don't you like how it wasn't stolen or rigged when Trump was president? Or it was stolen or rigged when he was president, that election, but it wasn't somehow stolen and rigged when Biden was in power. Just a little weird.
It's weird. You don't get it. Daniel
IQ,
Boone was a man. Since we're just talking about Trump, let's just... There's a lot to be learned.
It's pretty sad. I
Donald
consider
Trump.
myself a Democrat, and I'd rather spend
That
time
is
roasting Democrats than
appreciation
talking
for
about
people who work for you.
Donald Trump. Kind of sick of it.
Where are you going with this?
Here's Donald Trump.
Like if people haven't figured out he's a narcissistic psychopath by now, then there's really nothing we can do
That's
for him.
right. And so credit where credit's due. Here is Donald Trump.
Why do a compliment sandwich when you could just do a compliment pastiche?
Here we go.
But she's on my list. Caroline Levitt.
Oh God, this is so creepy.
She's become a star. It's that face, it's that brain, it's those lips. They move like she's a machine gun. Is she in the room?
She's in the room.
She's a star, and she's great. She's a great person, actually.
So creepy.
I don't think anybody has ever had a better press secretary than Caroline. She's been amazing.
Mr. President, thank you, but she's on.
He also talks like he's had a mini stroke there, too.
Dementia down. He has
The way
real
her
health
lips
issues.
move.
He's got real issues.
I wish he'd have more.
One can...
Well, no.
One can have aspirations.
I mean, maybe
Can't say I
Caroline
prefer
Levitt should
JD
just walk
Vance.
into the room. He might get so excited that he might keel
I
over
honestly
and
cannot
save
say
us
that I
all
would
a bunch
prefer
of
that.
pain as a country.
She's a star.
She's a
who's
star.
A spokesperson of a country that's arming a country starving people to death.
What do you think the White House HR department is like? Do you think that they just set up
Non-existent?
a Halloween skeleton in an office and call it a day?
I think it's probably where you get your pills.
I was just going to say, that's exactly...
No, they just have a Botox doctor in
Revolving
there
Botox
to
station.
juice people up.
All right. It's been a while since we heard from Brett Weinstein. He apparently is still allowed to do his show, which is nice that they're allowing him to do that. And he's still doing it with his wife, Heather Hying. They seem to have run out of politics to talk about, so they're talking about the telepathy tapes, which is a podcast. And here is his little piece on this.
Damn, shot like 30 arrows.
And final question, comment, recommendation is, I know you guys will probably think it's nuts, but please suspend your disbelief and check out the Telepathy Tapes podcast. I really have to start from the beginning, though. There's stuff about animals in there, and I found it profoundly inspiring, thinking about how it might shine a light on how animals really
Who are
communicate.
these people?
It is ostensibly about communities of nonverbal autistic kids communicating, and it's amazing.
Oh.
I will say that I've had a couple of
body
people
language.
recommend this hesitantly to me, saying,
Jesus,
I was kind of blown away.
communication
but
is
I'm
more
not
just
sure what
more
you
than
will
just
think.
vocal.
And I've had a couple of people saying, I think you actually need to listen to it.
I don't recall
think
hearing
you may
cats
find
talk
some
to each other very
surprising
much.
Things there, so I have not, but I do intend to listen to this. It's like a 5-7 part something limited podcast series.
I've had the same experience. Lots of people have mentioned it. I have a fear, which is there is a way that stories masquerade as observations. And, let's take the UFO story. What are you going to do with all of these people who have observed the incredible? And what are you going to do with all of these videos that appear to be inexplicable? And the answer is
nothing.
What I now have is a cryptic social claim that there are people who have these observations and that these videos are what they appear to be.
I love...
And if somebody were to run a psyop
I
in
love
which
how
they tried
like
to
she's
take.
just they're so in touch with each other and so. Oh no, of course I see where you're going.
It's like telepathy.
Yeah, it's like telepathy between the two of them.
This
What's that?
podcast, by the way, is about like animals and like autistic children having some kind of ability to implant thoughts into other people's brains. And I would just say it's hogwash for anybody wondering what my take.
What does
on-
stories?
that's weird.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
Oh no, I was done. I was just
Yeah,
saying
but what does
pseudoscience.
stories masquerading as observations mean? I'm
I
still.
think he's saying that it is.
Oh, man.
It is
I need my old person midday nap.
basically where you are pretending what you're doing is observing. But
I don't
in
know if you can
fact,
relate, but
you are
problem is I take a
injecting
nap in the
your-
middle of the day. I sleep for
projecting
4 hours.
onto the observation.
But I only sleep 2 hours at night. Make that make
Which
sense.
he would never do.
For instance, yeah, eyewitness testimony on things like UFOs is pretty unreliable because it's hard for the layperson to know how fast things are traveling in the sky and how big they are without a frame of reference, that sort of thing.
But what he's also suggesting is that it's possible to portray that you're seeing certain things aligning and then attribute some other narrative to that, because he often finds himself in situations where certain things are happening and it's clearly an attempt to influence him in certain ways.
It's a psyop on him.
Very often that happens,
So
more than you would think.
Also, I just point out the dung beetle pushing a pile of shit in the foreground of this.
Good.
Let's take the UFO story. What are you going to do with all of these people who have observed the incredible? And what are you going to do with all of these videos that appear to be inexplicable?
I have
And the answer
no
is,
idea who these people are.
what I now have is a cryptic social claim that there are people who have these observations and that these videos are what they appear to be. And if somebody were to run a psyop in which they tried to take analytically careful people and lure them into unproductive behavior, one of the things that you would do is you would pass that through a social channel where something masquerades as an observation that isn't anything of the sort. So here's the problem. I'm sure
I am
these
not
telepathy
following
tapes
this guy.
are fascinating. What I don't know what to do with is if these telepathy tapes suggest that everything I think is true about the universe is wrong, does that mean that everything that I think about the universe is wrong? Or does that mean somebody would like me to do that because, you know, I've been a pain in the ass? You know, where am I going to end up?
Okay, now
if-
wait a second. Do you understand what's going on?
No.
But you just have to do it in a very, very calm,
I'm
monotone
going
voice.
to explain to you what's happening.
So I think you're a serious person.
The telepathy tapes I'm not suggesting I know this as a fact, have been produced specifically to distract Brett Weinstein from finding other truths that maybe
Brett Weinstein? Is
some
that Harvey's
people are
brother?
afraid that he's going to find.
Right.
Oh,
When an analytically careful person like me falls hook, line, and sinker for a bunch of obvious bullshit, that's the CIA doing that.
There are other, Matt, I know you're...
There are animals in the forest.
I know
I can
you're
hear
trying
them.
to be jocular, but there are other entities that might have
I don't
interest
care that much.
in throwing
Let's go.
Brett off the trail.
Off the scent.
Don't care that
He was
much.
Aliens?
He was over the target.
Well,
He's over the target.
let's go back. It is fascinating to have her just nodding along, like,
oh yeah,
as if like it's amazing, frankly, to me that he's allowed to do this podcast, because there's so much truth that could possibly spill out at any time that many people don't want to be revealed.
Put their neck out like that.
Me to do that because, you know, I've been a pain in the ass. So, you know, where am I going to end up if these telepathy tapes really upend everything I think I know? And the answer is, well, then I'm in a position of having to uncomfortably question what they are.
Well, I don't think. I don't.
There's no
that's
way
not
she
my
was
sense of
following
what-
that. No
what
way.
They're like. I have read some
Well,
analysis.
why can't you also just say, oh, wait, okay, so you're positing to me that these tapes could basically be a nefarious plot to disabuse you of the fact that you have a real sense
Sorry
of
if my
what's
sniffles
going
are
on,
too loud.
and you don't want
I
to
noticed
do
I was
that. Or
I was starting my stream
alternatively, what
today, and
you're saying is that
it started running from
you
yesterday, and
refuse
like I
to
sniffled at the
expose
beginning. It was
yourself
so
to
loud.
something that may
I don't know
make you
why
question,
my voice isn't that
what you're
loud,
on, regardless.
but it picks up every single
Like,
decibel of my sniffle.
He's both saying that it could be a plot, or saying that, like, I have my whole
can't
system
afford a
of delusions,
fancy microphone.
and I'd hate to run into something that might say, like,
Fancy
hey, wait
lights.
a
I have a
second.
lamp sitting on some
Maybe-
books.
Exactly. Maybe you're
That's my
not
light.
correct. And she just like,
yeah,
no,
Interesting.
of course. I don't, sweetheart. No, I don't think
No, I don't
that
need that.
show
Get outta here.
is like that. Aside from all the psychotic things you just said about yourself.
That you're 5 episodes away from a podcast from a total psychic breakdown.
I just have to say, I'm disappointed in this show. I think science is always about asking all of the questions, including
Nope.
about the telepathy tapes.
You gotta ask who wants yourself to ask those questions.
Right.
Through the man.
There's a lot more questions, Emma, that you don't realize are out there.
Could the
and-
telepathy be making Brett ask questions that would be the psychological operation? We don't even know if the telepathy tapes have already gotten to Brett.
Only if you're observing them,
That's one of the questions.
according to what he said, I guess.
That's an observation that's masquerading as
If
a
you think you're
story.
observing them.
Uncomfortably question what they are.
Well, I don't think I don't. That's not my sense of what they're like. I have read some analysis of the stories represented there that suggest that people who know some of the kids see things somewhat differently from how it's presented. I have not previously.
As in, they're not psychics. Okay.
By the way, this is a huge fight between them, I think. I think this is what a big fight is.
This is what it looks like.
Yeah, this is a throwdown.
Well, I mean, she definitely just basically said, I'm not even going to address all the insanity you just said. I'm going to just give a basic critique of the podcast that I haven't listened to.
The psychic lifesaver you were asking for.
As is in this question, any mention of animals, of non-human animals being discussed. And I think that's fascinating. And
I like how
do
she had to
think,
say non-human animals.
You know,
Pretty
what we
clever.
understand about the world is incomplete, for sure. And I'm always interested to learn more about those things that I don't.
Can I
don't
ask
yet
one
know.
question?
Why are they
that I
whispering like
encouraged you
they're
to ask?
freaking NPR
Is it
hosts?
possible that they're in like either an attic or a basement hiding from like enemy soldiers that are in the house,
gang
and they've got to
stalkers?
do the podcast but not be so loud that the people looking for us will find.
Would you hide them?
That's like they're.
bunker right
It's
now.
like if Anne Frank was forced to do a podcast as the house was being searched.
Inglorious Bastard.
Yeah, it's like they've got to absolutely do the podcast.
But that's what it's like being an anti-vaxxer. It's
mean-
basically like being
Okay.
a Jew.
That kind of makes sense.
Their whole,
Their train of thought a little bit more.
Their whole demeanor
That's what
is
Corrado was
like,
saying.
Explains a lot.
we have to be quiet while we do this podcast.
I know, you can hear her
Just in
every
case
swallow.
Someone hears us. They have definitely processed the mics so that their voices aren't so way down
The
around
Howard
here.
Stern
Yeah,
ASMR.
exactly. Yeah. Good.
I have had them highly recommended by someone who I trust in many regards, but who says obviously they're true. And I think that is not a good starting point to get someone who finds skepticism a more valuable trait than either faith or cynicism to get them to embark on this. So, you know, I haven't listened, even though they've been out for like months now, a year maybe, in part because there is so much baggage associated with them. But I don't think the risk is like what if they reveal that the world is not as it seems? Like,
Oh my God.
I don't think that's where it's going to end up.
Don't know. I worry about a lot of the
He's
stories.
so upset that she totally ignored
lawyer will be in
everything
touch.
you said.
It's melodrama.
That's kind of funny.
You didn't address what I was saying about the forces that were trying to throw me off the trail.
Brett, I think you can handle a goddamn podcast.
You don't seem to realize that I'm the
You
center
don't-
of the universe.
I want that one more time.
Brett,
Sorry.
Brett, you don't have the
Not Discord.
mental flexibility to listen to 5 episodes of a podcast without your entire world coming crashing down.
Ads interstitially placed.
Well, it's a podcast about autistic children, and you're afraid that your entire worldview is going to change overnight. I don't know.
You need to talk to
how
somebody. Let's get that one more time.
Feel that the world is not as it seems. Like I don't think that's where it's going to end up.
Don't know. I worry about a lot of the stories that appear to change everything.
I'm sure you do, buddy.
That we are now effectively socially expected to accept, and
maybe it's time for the
the
music
right not to process
run
it.
now.
See,
Let's-
what
Looks
am I
like
gonna
there's
do?
a waiter off frame. Like, so do you want drinks or not?
So are you guys going to eat, or, I mean, are you waiting for somebody else in your party? We had 2 different people at the exact same time on the IM go, Cult Dog, batshit crazy ASMR, Dave Rubin's lab coat, Brett Weinstein podcast can be described
Jitty.
as crackpot
I don't know where to
ASMR.
find the blueprint for the jitty.
Oh my God.
Brett, I would like to believe
Looks
that
like-
you're not.
Oh, we
Go
still
with
have the
the ring
Dark
saber.
Horse
Logo. We're
up.
giving them real advertising.
We've got
here.
to be very careful about that.
Please don't scream at me. Please stop.
Brett is 20 minutes of pseudoscience away from a complete psychic meltdown.
Oh my God. Well, I just don't like to have to listen to things that purportedly will tell me something about the existence that is different than I have imagined it. I don't have the ability to,
As a scientist.
Completely,
to address that.
yeah, completely deconstructs my entire thought
I-
process.
Don't want any new information to hit my brain, particularly if it might be information that
Iron plates and
is
fabrics.
wrong, but I would believe it.
Oh,
Traps
getting a phone
abound.
call.
Traps abound. That is,
They just got off camera and
wait,
screamed.
Bidet
into
Drying
pillows.
fans, did you cover Trump walking on the roof of the White House?
Yeah, I saw that.
Is that real?
Who cares? Yeah.
You know,
He's
when
inspecting the ballroom that he's building or something.
When I
Probably.
first
Or he was lost.
when I first read that, I thought it was a joke about. I thought I was just about to ask somebody, like somebody had said that earlier, like, are you suggesting that Trump's on the roof of the White House or something? And that was a joke told in Capricorn 1. Did you ever see that movie?
No.
Oh, you never saw that? Starred OJ. And a guy's climbing up. It's a conspiracy theory thing about the whole man on the moon was faked. And guy is, one of the astronauts escapes. Or they escape, and he's climbing up a hill, and he's telling this whole story to himself because he's getting blurry about how he called his brother, and the brother just blurted out, he said, "How's my cat?" And he just said, "Oh, the cat died." And he said, "Like, you don't do that. You come up with a story. You say the cat guy, I was feeding the cat, and it went out the window, and then it climbed up the side, and then it climbed up onto the roof, and it fell off. And that's how your cat died." And he said, "How's mom?" "Well, I was feeding." And I thought that was like somebody's way of trying to suggest aspirational qualities when we were talking about Trump and his medical
Right.
situation.
Right.
And people were being circumspect.
Right.
He's up on the roof. I mean, who cares? Why do we care?
It's just weird, but I don't.
I would say why I care, but I think it would be illegal.
Yeah.
What are you doing up there?
Come down and talk to us.
What are you building?
Oh, they're building, incidentally. Turn this off. I don't care. After paving the Rose Garden over,
Yeah.
literally paving the Rose Garden over. They're building a massive ballroom.
Yeah.
That, as far as I can tell from the depictions, see if you can put that up there. As far as I can tell, are like 3/4 of the size. The ballroom is like 3/4 the size of the actual White House.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I'm not sentimental about this kind of thing, but like, this is a bit of a desecration, as Trump would say.
The ballroom is going to like fundamentally change the look of the White House.
I just like, we are really on the nose with the Gilded Age crap.
It's like Versailles.
Right? Like all those like the Vanderbilts and stuff, all those like Newport mansions that are just insane manners where they imported all this crazy stuff from Europe. That's what he's trying to replicate here. We're in like the pre-1930s tariff thing. The wealth concentration is very much like that. Ugh. It's also, he just has horrible taste. That's also the part of the problem.
I almost want to take a phone call or two.
All right.
646-257-3920. 646-257-3920. Canada Goose says, left NIMBYism strikes again, eh? Yeah, we don't want the building on the... Why is that sound like that?
Trump's embracing abundance with the ball.
Bingo dango. It's going to be named something like the Make America Great Ballroom. Can't wait for him to make gold fringe and gold tassels officially part of the American flag. Nom Dennett. Dear Bradley, Emma, Matt. I guess this person has not listened to the show in a while. And last but not least, Sam. Today at 7:15 p.m. Eastern, or August 6th at 8:15 a.m. Japan time, marks the 80th anniversary of the atomic bombing of Hiroshima. With talk of building nuclear reactor on the moon and genocide of Palestinians, this anniversary remains important. I would like to quote co-chairs of the 2024 Nobel Peace Prize winner, Nihon Hidenkyo, Japan Confederation of A and H bomb sufferer organizations. I was expecting the prize this year would go to people working for peace in Gaza, he said. The nuclear superpower Russia threatens to use nuclear weapons in its war against Ukraine, and cabinet member of Israel in the midst of unrelenting attacks in Gaza, Palestine, even spoke of the possible use of nuclear arms. All of these struggles are interconnected, whether debate on nuclear waste sites on Turtle Island, the threat of nuclear weapons against Palestinians, Ukrainians, or the ongoing, often forgotten conflict between India and Pakistan and more. Thank you for taking time to read this. I am. On Wednesday, we're going to have on the program Greg Mitchell, who we've had on in the past, who his documentary on the 80th anniversary is playing on PBS right now, I believe.
The Atomic Bowl.
And we will talk to him about that. Calling from a 567 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
My name is Thomas, and I'm calling from the heart of it all.
Thomas from the heart of it all.
Yeah.
Okay. What's on
my
your
country is the world, and my religion is to do good.
I'm very happy to hear that. What's on your mind?
You started the fun half by talking about jobs.
Okay. Correct.
And you know, the just like the pure craziness that we're seeing in response to the job numbers, and what do you think? Well, why do you think the administration really doesn't care about the job numbers?
Oh, I think they very much care about the job numbers. I think that's why they fired the chief of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. I think they very much care about the jobs numbers. They just don't want people to know. Listen, you have to understand. Sorry?
You're cutting out.
There's something wrong with your connection.
Gonna have to let you go. But I will say this. Look, remember when there was a ship full of people off of California who had COVID.
Yeah.
He said, the question of testing, if we don't test for COVID, there's no COVID numbers. I mean, in our daily lives, what's going on with the job numbers? I mean, it informs us, right? Like, do I feel confident in quitting my job? Am I aware, part of that is influenced by, like, when I went to work today, I saw 3 help wanted ads. But for businesses and for other agencies, and knowing what's happening in the economy is very important. For us individually, it's important for us to know. But a lot of that is like sort of a function of our own personal experience or the experience of our friends, and we just assume maybe that's isolated unless we have national numbers that say there's no jobs. If there's no national numbers, it becomes less of a political issue. That's what Trump's thinking is.
Well, ADP is going to come out with their numbers, I think, in the next few weeks or so, and it'll be interesting to cross-reference it with what the Bureau of Labor Statistics put out. But that was
ADP often diverges,
right? But but my point is like that's what we might be if Trump gets his way, we have to resort to privately aggregated data on this, basically.
Well, we would have to. I mean, there's a bunch of different things I've read about how people could go about getting these numbers. Obviously, not as efficiently, and even the Bureau of Labor Statistics, they estimate it. It takes 2 months for actual raw, real data to come in.
Right.
But it's important enough to know these numbers for people who are like, "Am I going to quit my job?" Is my small business going to do measurably worse because people are losing their jobs and people aren't going to come and buy as many cakes from my bakery or whatever it is that they estimate. But so they care about the numbers. In fact, I think they care about the numbers more than they care about anything else, the representation of it.
Trump cares about the PR more than anything.
Like the people in the actual jobs.
Exactly. All right. Final call. Well, no, maybe not. Calling from a 216 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name's Steve. I'm calling from Aurora, Colorado. I'm calling just to briefly talk. I saw, do you guys remember from Medi's Surrounded from Jubilee, that one DACA recipient that became far-right conservative?
Yeah, I think so.
Another group had that guy on to talk, and his story of how he became a far-right conservative kind of sort of boiled down to he was bullied when he first got to America, and then he found Christianity, and it drove him in a Christian nationalist direction. And he would also refer to himself as a wetback, which was pretty surprising to me, as that's a slur that should be derogatory. And it was just pretty surprising to me, the sort of joining the group of people who would bully him as a form of like empowerment. And I don't understand that logic at all.
You sort of just laid it out.
Yeah, empowerment. If you can't escape shame, it's a lucrative kind of thing for people to
not literally lucrative in the sense, but it is empowering, right? I mean, do you want to be bullied or be the bully?
Yeah, it's just kind of surprising to me because he's joining the people who bullied him, and you would think you would not want that, but
sometimes the fear and the trauma associated with being bullied is so great that you would rather be the bully.
That's why Grindr crashes at every RNC.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was our big claim in FUBAR was the self-hatred like this guy comes there, he's internalized the hatred and animosity towards him as an immigrant, and then the self-hatred projects out. And it is a way of assimilating. I mean, it's not. It's it really, honestly, is probably far more prevalent than you would imagine. It is not. It I don't think it's the typical response, but I don't think it's that atypical. Let's put it that way. And I know of families, and I appreciate the call. I know.
Thank you.
Of families, particularly like, a friend of mine, the parents, well, they're Puerto Rican, but they were big Trump supporters because it was a way of, at least, this person thought that their assumption of their parents' behavior was a function of wanting to feel American. And the sort of, to the extent that there was any self-consciousness about not being American or some concern about not being real American, they adopted the sort of most real American disposition they could have. I mean, so that's
well, it's about assimilation into whiteness too, and like that is and
it's a political more than a biological reality.
Yep.
I highly recommend the Ezra interview with Mahmoud Khalil. His heroicism is undeniable, and he pushes back a bit on Ezra's both-sidism regarding anti-Semitism at Columbia.
No, it's good. I have a cynical reaction to it because, like, if people can go back and listen to Ezra's conversation with Ta-Nehisi Coates, and he had a very different posture in that interview than now, when it's a lot easier to do so. So I think take note of podcasters and media figures that said things when things were hard as opposed to when it's easy.
Like, for instance, saying Netanyahu was above Hamas because he doesn't target civilians.
Plastic Oceans, couldn't you get a decent sample size for jobs numbers from states' data? Yes, you could. You'd have to assemble it. And I don't... but yes, you could. I think that's what, I've read, that people can make, it would happen, but then, who's going to assemble that? And what agency or entity is going to have the same trust?
Yeah.
Maybe the Heritage Foundation will assemble the states. And, they'll be competing. The Heritage Foundation will do it. Maybe some other organization will do it. And then there's now 2 jobs numbers that come out. And the press is going to report 2 jobs numbers. And so we're not going to, it's going to devolve into tribalism around these numbers. It's a problem.
Well, isn't this the libertarian ideal? You can just have 2 private entities come up with numbers, and then there can be some sort of tribunal where
there'll be a
figured
third
out.
private entity which would decide between those 2 private entities. Everybody will have their own jobs numbers.
Yeah.
All right, final call of the day. Calling from a 512 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hello, is this me?
Yes, it is you.
Oh my God, I've been trying to call into the show for like a year.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Thank you. I've been a long-time fan.
We
All
are
right,
out of time.
Oh, sorry.
Now we're
Hello?
joking.
I'm joking. Go ahead.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Okay, this is Agam from Seattle now. I am an Israeli American. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. This is my first time calling.
No worries. Is it Agam or Adam?
Yes, Agam.
Okay.
Okay. I was born and raised in Israel and moved to the U.S. just before I was supposed to enlist at the IDF.
Okay.
And I was obviously could relate a lot and was moved by the Suruvnik you guys had on the show earlier this week. But basically, I think I was a little naive. I moved here in search of a more egalitarian society because I knew the.
Did you move with your family or yourself?
Yes, so I moved with my immediate family, but it was basically my idea that came out of. I don't want to get too into it, but came out of wanting to not serve in the IDF and basically live and.
That's a great reason.
Perpetuate. Yeah. I don't think I had like a very strong conviction or an ideological understanding at the time, but I knew that the society I was in is wrong and what was happening in the West Bank and Gaza was wrong. And that was the only avenue I saw at the time, and I have family here, so I convinced my immediate family to move with me.
Oh, that is good for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. And I basically got all of my siblings to not do the IDF as well. And I've been incredibly disappointed because for whatever naivete I had at the time, I thought I would move here to escape Israel. And in some ways, I did not escape Israel at all. I mean, seeing how even here, one of Washington's senators voted against the Bernie Sanders resolutions to block offensive aid to Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm back.
Yeah.
Did you say you're in Washington State?
My dude Jarrett's on.
Yes. So it's
right.
Maria Campbell.
More interactive.
Yeah.
I'd rather chit chat with this guy.
By Putin, by Xi, by Netanyahu. So, do I don't know, like, I'm not going to give him kudos for saving TikTok when he didn't accomplish any goals. He is just ignoring a law that was passed by Congress and upheld by his Supreme Court, Let's see here. Anger Long Island.
Oh yeah, Liberty, if you're still there, this Jarrett guy that I follow on Twitch, he kind of has like a speed run version of what I was trying to do here. He just answers like a question like every other second.
That Donald
Kind
Trump
of
is doing, and you are reducing my argument to Orange Man bad. No, Orange Man not bad. Orange Man ruining lives. Orange Man ruining economy. Orange Man separating children from their families. Orange Man detaining and deporting civilians who are here legally, citizens, people who have done nothing fucking wrong in their entire lives are now sitting in a fucking concentration camp, either fucking alligator Auschwitz or fucking sea cots in El Salvador. Like, those are legitimately bad things. Let's see here. James Sufort says, you can't answer me. I didn't see your question. Poop says, why did you block me on Jerkmates? I don't have a Jerkmates account. Time Slayer says, they left Trump because with him as president, they don't have to think. Let's see here. Orange Man bad. We don't like him because he says mean things. Again, that is not what I'm saying in the slightest. So you are out of here. Let's see here. Drew Odin says inflation under Biden averaged 5.2% with a peak of 9.1%. It's currently 2.7%. Yes, Drew, that is accurate, but that's also what we call cherry picking information to further your argument. The inflation that we felt during the Biden administration was Trump's fault, Drew. And the Biden administration managed to get inflation from 9% back down to 2.4%. And so the fact that it is at 2.7%, again, after Biden was able to get it to fall, is a massive indictment of Trump. But if you decide to look at the averages of Biden's 4 years versus Trump's 6 months, then you are skewing the information to press your agenda, All right, Poop, congratulations. I don't care for you spamming the comments, so you are out of here. Alrighty, let's see here. Noah Ziggy says, always Trump fault, huh? Yeah, I mean, he did a lot of really bad things that caused a lot of damage, If a kid comes into my house and breaks everything with a hammer, and then I start going around the house going, you broke the lamp, you broke the television, you broke the plate, would you then go, oh, so everything's the kid's fault? The kid broke everything. Yeah, he fucking did, All right. Anthony Delaredo says Joe Biden deported more people than Donald Trump, and Trump didn't close the border. Anthony Delaredo. So I don't really know what the point is of that comment. Thick Boy Jabba says, in general, Trump has been a bad president across the board because he leads with hate. That is one of many reasons, Thick. Gator Dave says, what did he do? What did who do? Angry Long Island Vet says, you mean the same kind of hammers the FBI used on Hillary's cell phones. Angry Long Island Vets, you have stopped being a productive member of this chat. Now you are just trying to get me to fight with you, and that is not what I do here, so ask a question or you're out of here. Happiest says, and he didn't skip due process or remove working undocumented. He 100% did, Happiest. Drew Odinson says Trump has got 1.6 trillion in foreign investments. That is all hypothetical, Drew. None of that has materialized, and many experts are saying it's literally never going to happen. Badger75 says, why are the generic polls so bad for Democrats? Misinformation and propaganda. Genji says, I don't know what will be of the Republican Party after Trump is gone. He's like Caesar. I think it's going to be wildly deflated. Ronaldo says, who has helped Palestine more, Trump or Biden? Biden, 1,000%. And Biden was terrible for Palestine. So that's just to let you guys know how bad Trump is, that Biden, who was terrible for Palestine, was better for Palestine than Trump currently is being. Triska fan says, I want to be your mod to clean up this chat. Triska, I don't know you well enough, but I appreciate you being here, so maybe, we'll see. Rick Zaraku says, having a present tell you to inject your veins with bleach during COVID. Anthony Delaredo says, host, you are correct. I know. Thank you for that, though. Angry Long Island Vet says, how does that make sense? Joe Biden was a top donor for Israel. Angry Long Island Vet, a top donor for Israel. That doesn't really make sense. Joe Biden was donating money to Israel. Joe Biden was pushing back against Netanyahu. Donald Trump is not. Joe Biden did not call for ethnically cleansing Palestine, which did not give Netanyahu the green light to begin starving people there. The UN was distributing aid in Palestine during the Biden administration, and now it is an organization run by Israel that instead of having 200 aid locations, they have 4. So more people are dying. There is more acceleration towards ethnically cleansing Palestine. There is your answer, angry Long Island Vet. Jay Daddy says it's who is less harmful for Palestine. No, not who is best for them, sadly. Jay Daddy, I believe that if we vote for who is less harmful, every election will eventually get to somebody who's good for Palestine. Time Slayer says Trump and Yahoo are in the same boat, both evil, they both want to hurt people. I believe you mean Netanyahu, yeah. Rick Zarku says Trump is an idiot if you go back in history and look at some of the reels he said he'd run as a rep. I agree that he's an idiot. J Daddy says, yes, I agree, just explaining for the chatters that don't get it. Yes, J Daddy, I'm with you. Alrighty, let's see here. Look at all the debt under Republicans versus Democrats. Clinton got us completely out of debt. J Daddy says, 110% I like this guy. Well, I 110% like you, J Daddy. All right, Average Joe PG is back over on Twitch. I just hopped on. Did you happen to see that Netanyahu's mask finally came off completely regarding annexing Gaza? It doesn't seem like the rest of the world will do anything at this point. Thoughts? I think we are already starting to see Western society starting to push back and voting to grant Palestine statehood, which I believe would give them more coverage in the UN. Admittedly, it's probably not enough. I mean, the damage has been done, and the people who are starving to death, doctors are saying like many of those people are never going to come back because of how far down the starvation road that they have gone. But we are starting to see the tide turn, both in how other nations besides America are regarding this issue, and also how people on the left, political leaders on the left, like Democrats in office and party leaders, are changing on this, and public opinion is changing on this. So I would say that if America could count on voting based on this issue, then we would start seeing better policies regarding Palestine come out of America. But politics is it's a big, complicated stew. So who will? No one can say what will happen going forward. Fogmore Productions, do you think we should have a national intersports event like Canada has with the Canada Games? I'm not really sure. I don't know anything about that. MAGA versus verse says, question, when we voted in December 2021, UN General Assembly, that food isn't a human right, did we veto? I do not know, MAGA versus verse. But I am not going to defend everything that America has done in the UN because I just don't believe that America has always acted well in the UN. Sig says, I don't think Trump likes what's going on. I think he has no choice. America is owned by Israel. Sig, we always have a choice. And Trump is supposed to be the guy who does whatever he wants, right? He's the guy that eschews all the regular channels. So why can't he stand up to Israel? You know, you're giving him a pass because America is owned by Israel. Like, why not hold his feet to the fire? You know, he said he was going to end the fighting over there, and it has only escalated. You know, Sig says his first term he made deals to be there. Yeah, and look what's happened because of those deals. You know, I think an argument could be made, and an argument that I believe in, Sig, that the deals that he made and the actions that he made during his first administration were directly, related to why October 7th happened. So yeah, what do you think about that? All right, Fogworld Productions says the idea is essentially the Olympics, but between 55 states, territories, and DC. I mean, could be fun, but honestly, we have some pretty big problems that we need to address before we start doing fun things in this country. Sig says even if Trump wanted it to stop, he doesn't have the power to stop it. I mean, he is president of the most powerful nation on earth. We send Israel a ton of money and weapons that he could use as leverage. Sig, it really seems like you are trying to run cover for Donald Trump right now. He said he was going to stop the war on day one. Why are you not holding his feet to the fire on this, Sig? Let's see here. We are no longer the strongest country in the world anymore, thanks to Trump. That's pretty accurate. I agree with that. Sig says, yeah, he loves power, so after January 6th, he made deals, make sure he got back in as president. Sig, I don't know what you mean by that comment. Let's see here. Somebody with no name says, do you think Elaine will get a pardon? I mean, she already has benefited from teasing the Trump administration with a testimony that will be beneficial to him. They've already moved her from her old prison to one that's like nicer, to a minimum security club fed. And that should piss off everybody, this is a notorious child sex trafficker that Donald Trump is cozying up to and trying to negotiate fake testimony out of. Yeah, it's fucking bananas. And he's having the FBI, thousands of FBI agents who could be out there protecting you and me, who could be out there catching criminals, are instead spending all of their time redacting Trump's name from the fucking Epstein files. Like, why aren't you all pissed off about this? Alrighty. Average Joe PG says, I don't have any hope that just giving them statehood will be enough to help in time. I completely agree with that, Average Joe, but it is a step in the right direction. Average Joe PG says, Epstein videos, like Mossad has Epstein videos of Trump, I mean. It's an interesting theory. I haven't seen any substantive data to suggest that is the case. Dan Blackroyd, great to see you again. She actually participated in some of the abuse, by the way. Trump pardoning her should horrify people. Completely agree with that. Bronze Bella says, and if GM doesn't cooperate with Trump, then she'll mysteriously fill in the blank. Yeah, potentially. Let's see here. Carmen says, wait, people cross the border and get sent to a concentration camp, but PDF files get sent to Club Fed? Yeah, should be really infuriating to everybody. NJ Red says, agreed, why aren't the Epstein files being released? Because Republicans are protecting Donald Trump, who is all over them. And the FBI, which is in league with Donald Trump, because Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are Trump lackeys who are telling the FBI what to do, they are protecting Donald Trump and all the other PDF files that are friends with them, all right. Any known abuse that wasn't spoken about was participating in the abuse. Yeah, I think I generally agree with that. Sig says, I think Trump isn't doing anything because he made deals with Republicans to make sure he wouldn't. Sig, do you think that Trump is in the files? Because I sure do. Republicans take the most money from Israel. That is accurate, Sig. Chris Fazio says, why do we need 750 military bases? McCarthy era proves communism was never a problem. Yeah, I think that America's influence in other countries with our military bases is something that I would love to look at, and it is, I would love for the Pentagon to pass an audit on their budget. Seems like a really good move, Let's see here. Ask Why says, don't pretend Democrats aren't on the Epstein list. Ask Why. If they are, send them to jail. I don't fucking care. Release all the names, and Democrats and Republicans who are on there, they can all fucking go to jail. But I do not care for this idea that we only want to punish the Republicans that are on there, man. Punish everybody. Jaron, by the way, says, would you agree that we can only end poverty through global fiscal policy for human rights? I mean, I think that we can end poverty without that. I think that that would help a lot. But I don't think that that is, what do you call it, Jaron? I don't think that that's the only answer to the problem. Jason Job says, why didn't Biden release the files? For a couple of reasons, Jason Job. Number one, the Democrats did make 3 attempts to release the files that were blocked by the Supreme Court in 2019, 2020, and 2024. The Supreme Court, doing Donald Trump's bidding, delayed the release of that information because it would hurt him politically.
Oh, no, if you're there.
Could
Liberty,
Joe
but
Biden have told the
I like
FBI
listening to this
director,
dude.
Christopher Wray, to release the files? Technically, no, because there's supposed to be separation between the executive branch and the judiciary. What Donald Trump is doing now, with like having daily phone calls with Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, and telling Kash Patel like who to arrest and who to investigate, is wildly unethical and completely goes against the separation of powers and checks and balances that America is supposedly founded on. So there is exactly one person who could have released that information, and it was the FBI director, Christopher Wray, who was appointed by Donald Trump and was a Republican. So if you'd like to know why Republican Trump-appointed Christopher Wray did not release the information, then you would have to ask Republican Trump-appointed Christopher Wray that question. Faded Signal says, you don't have any evidence he's doing that, you're just speaking the side of your head. I mean, I have plenty of evidence, Faded Signal, but you don't really give a shit about the evidence that I have. You just want to prove me wrong. Zero Toxic says, so you do not understand, separate your powers. The judiciary, the DOJ is an executive branch, not separate. That is wildly inaccurate, Zero Toxic. User a bunch of numbers says, you are incorrect. DOJ is part of the executive branch. Also not true. Nancy Pants says, what do you think of Israel? The country, it's fine. The leadership, terrible. Sig says, in my opinion, he is on the list. Anyone who says Trump wasn't on the list, never looking into Epstein. Let's see here, guys. So you guys are arguing in the chats that it's on a separate power. It is the power that your branch wants, a DOJ, not the judicial. But yeah, the president is not supposed to be having daily calls with the attorney general. Preet Bharara got fired as AG of the Southern District because he refused to accept Donald Trump's phone call because it would have been wildly inappropriate. So yeah, there you go, guys. Ryan says, I just joined. What party to support? Democrats. Chris Fazio says, any chance we can stop talking about Epstein and concentrate on world politics and how we are going to finish your question, Chris. Colton Sorensen says, what would you call yourself, your alignment politically? I'm a progressive. Paula says, wow, crazy how so many do not know how the government is supposed to work. I agree. Let's see here. Zero Toxic says, where is that in the Constitution? Where is that? A part of the executive branch, not judicial. But Zero Toxic, you don't care about it. I just gave you a perfectly good example of how there was supposed to be this separation between the Department of Justice and the presidency, and you don't really give a shit. Chris Fazio says, how are we going to survive another 1,000 years with all these different religions? Religions are fine. It's just extremism that's the problem. Biscotti says, can the Supreme Court reverse Trump's immunity? Potentially, but this Supreme Court is not going to. Sig says, the U.S. government will not allow it to come out because of the damage it would do to them. I mean, right now, only Republicans are stopping it from coming out, Sig. Faded Signal says, the president's job is to enforce the laws. How is he supposed to do that without contacting the Department of Justice? So the idea, Faded Signal, is that the president shouldn't tell the FBI and the attorney general who to go after. He appoints those people to their positions, and then they do their job. This is supposed to make it so that there isn't lawfare, so that the president doesn't just have the FBI go after their political enemies. It is the reason why Joe Biden didn't involve himself in any of the investigations into Donald Trump when he was president, because it is a very important wall that we have up between the Department of Justice and the executive branch. And what Donald Trump is currently doing, and what he did during his first term, was wildly unethical. Alrighty, scrolling down to the bottom, Sig says, yeah, just because it's them in charge when Democrats are in charge, there will be people blocking it still. No, Sig, I already told you that Ro Khanna was part of the Democratic coalition trying to release the Epstein files in 2019, 2020, and 2024. You can look it up. Google Ro Khanna, Representative Ro Khanna, Epstein files 2019. Chris Fazio says, are you sure you're okay with religions being not a problem by indoctrinating children? Listen, I'm not a religious person, but I believe that we have freedom of religion in this country, meaning that you can celebrate any religion that you like, so long as it does not infringe on the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness of your fellow citizens. Now, does that mean that everything that every religion does is good? Absolutely not. And we should make them, obey the law regarding what they are allowed to get away with. Chris Fazio says, so why is Christmas a national holiday? Chris, I gotta be honest, I really don't have any interest in arguing the benefit or the net benefit or net harm of religions. Jason Job says, are you an atheist? No, I'm an agnostic. Colton Sorensen says, what's your political background if you have one? I did not study politics or know anything about politics until long after I graduated college. I waited tables for 12 years. I was a working class person, and I just started seeing all of these inequities, and I started seeing all this unfairness and all this unjustness in the system. And so I started doing research, and I was like, why is my healthcare so expensive? Why is my health insurance company allowed to just deny me coverage for things that I need? Why am I getting paid so little when the people that own the restaurants are getting paid so much? Why do the runners and the busboys of this restaurant make so much less than the waiters do just because we are white and have the ability to speak English better? And I started looking at the policies that could potentially affect that stuff and bring about more justice and equity to this country. And the Democratic Party was always the ones that were doing the right things, and the Republican Party was always the ones that were doing the wrong things. And so I was like, okay, I'm a Democrat. And then I just started reading the news every day, and then, I started, and then I started, becoming more of an expert in, like, the way the government works and who the various power players are, etc. Alrighty. Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate you. Jason Job says, except for Obama. What does that mean? Sig says, I just think it's not a partisan issue. It's a publicity issue that would hurt both sides. Sig, I don't love any both sides argument because there are these massive differences between the political parties. So if there are Democrats in the Epstein files, every Democrat is saying, release the files and let the chips fall where they may. Bill Clinton has said, and it's likely that he's in the files, Bill Clinton has said, release the files. And again, Democrats have a history of trying to get this information out there during the first Trump administration, during the Biden administration, and currently. So again, your argument that both sides are hiding this depending on who's in charge is factually inaccurate. Jason Job says, isn't Obama being investigated for treason on completely trumped up and fake charges?
Trumped up.
Let's see here. J-Sec Hodel says, those were different types of Democrats than the ones we have nowadays. J-Sec, I don't think that is accurate. Ricky Brotherton says, do you expect a power shift in the Republican Party before the next election? I do not. MAGA is fully enveloped in the Republican Party. It is Trump's party now. Rena, you're doing the Lord's work. Thank you so much for being here. Alrighty. Ryan DeWitt says, best news channel for the most accurate news. The only thing, Ryan, it doesn't really matter where you get your news from, so long as you get it from multiple sources to try to avoid any kind of bias. But the one thing you need to do is avoid right-wing media, because study after study have shown that right-wing media is wildly inaccurate, and by some estimates only 20% accurate. So that is just bad. It is just bad. Don't get your news exclusively off of social media, and don't get your news from right-wing media. Those are the only two things you got to do. Rob Millward says, agree or disagree, a government that moves slow benefits the country the most? I mean, sometimes moving slow is the move, and sometimes moving fast is the move. Have you read Abundance, Rob Millward? Because they talk about that in the book. White Lion says, do you believe Israel is controlling our country? I believe that anybody who has a lot of money has a lot of influence in our country. And AIPAC is an extremely well-funded organization, so they have a lot of influence. But I do not believe that they are controlling our country.
Let's go with that.
Colton Sorensen says, what do you think about the left-wing populist movements like Democratic Socialists or the Young Turks? So I am a progressive, so Democratic Socialists and the Young Turks align with me politically on a lot of issues. I don't always agree with their tactics. The Young Turks specifically, they have a habit of ascribing blame to the Democratic Party for things that the Democratic Party is not doing, and being really unfair, I think, in their criticism of the Democratic Party, where I try to mitigate my criticism of the Democratic Party with a couple of things. The fact that the Republican Party is way worse. The electoral systems are stacked against the Democratic Party. The media environment is stacked against the Democratic Party. And so, my criticism tends to get watered down because of those facts. Whereas the Young Turks and, they will say all the corporate Democrats, they just do their moneyed bosses' bidding. And I'm like, that's a little hyperbolic and inaccurate, Now, that being said, we have similar beliefs. And I think that anything, even if it is doing more harm than good, that's not what I meant. Even if they were, spending too much time harming the Democratic Party and not enough time, motivating citizens to vote for the better of the two options, I still think it's better to have interesting progressives out there who are getting people interested in politics and keeping people engaged and informed. Primetime says, did you just say the media is bad for the Democrats? You just lost any credibility. Primetime, I do not believe that you have accurate information available to you, because the media environment is 100% stacked against the Democratic Party. And I will happily go into more detail on that if you like, but honestly, I don't think that you really want the detail. I think you just want to call me an idiot. Jason Hodel says, what do you think about raising interest rates slowly over time to try and help with inflation? I mean, that's what the Fed did, during the Biden administration, and it completely fucking worked, Let's see here. Period says, why can't anything be done when Trump is breaking the law or spending tax dollars on himself? Because right now, period, the only people who could hold him accountable are either Republicans or conservatives themselves. So all of Congress is controlled by the Republican Party, who are on board with all the illegal things that Trump is doing, or they're too scared of him to try to hold him accountable. The Supreme Court, again, either totally on board with what he is doing, or too scared of him and his fan base to try to stop him. And it is one of a billion reasons why I think that we should unelect every single Republican in this country for president to dog catcher. Laura Elizabeth says Democrats are statistically smarter than Republicans. So Laura, that seems a little mean. You are accurate that Democrats statistically have more education than Republicans, but just being educated does not mean that you are intelligent. There are plenty of people that graduate from Harvard who are, fucking idiots. Tanner says finding nonpartisan media is almost impossible. Tanner, that is why I recommend people get their information from as many different channels as they can, excluding, of course, right-wing media. All right. Triska says, why do you think the GOP is falling in line and acting scared to go against Trump? Because he has, for a couple of reasons, Triska, I think he has radicalized his fan base, and he has encouraged them to do violence. We have seen multiple examples of his base doing violence, and best case scenario, they don't do violence, they just threaten you with violence to the point where you have to buy private security like Mitt Romney did, and they call your house and they throw bricks through your window and shit like that. That's number one. There's also some politicians and some business owners and law firms and shit like that, they don't know how far down fascism we are right now. And so they're scared to fight back because they want to be on the winning side. And so Republicans that would have pushed back against Trump in the past are now like, well, I mean, if we're going to be Russia, I'd much rather be in the Putin circle than out the Putin circle because, I could potentially be sent to a fucking gulag in El Salvador, Alrighty, let's see here. Sig says, do you think Trump is actually in control, or did we not learn from Biden the president is just a face? So Sig, the president has influence, even if they aren't the one making the majority of the decisions. So, you could, Sig, make an argument that Biden's team did a lot of the policy decisions that ended up getting implemented in the Biden administration, but Biden was still the person who maintained our current relationship with Israel. That was not his progressive team that wanted that to happen. That was not the team that was breaking up monopolies and supporting unions and investing in green technology. All the reporting makes it look like Trump is having an effect on the government, but that Stephen Miller is our de facto president. So, yeah, he is sicking his dogs on his enemies, and he is letting the worst person in the country make decisions for the rest of us. So 100% it matters who the president is, Sig. TikToker says, not D or R, but Obama put people in cages outside in Arizona heat, so why did his voters protest Trump? TikToker, there is a big difference between the way that Obama handled immigrants and the way that Trump handled immigrants. What Obama was doing was trying to make the best of a bad situation while upholding the law. What Trump is doing is trying to be as mean as possible to punish people who are trying to come to this country for a better life. Cameron Hodge says, thoughts on the White House renovations? Trump's stupid. It's dumb. It's fucking, he's turning green areas into fucking Russian bloc architecture, brutalist shit. Like, it's just so fucking stupid.
Gross.
Sorry
about that if anyone's listening. That was gross.
Says, that's your perception, brother. They were the same. That is not my perception. That is a fact. Shelling seashells. And if you would like me to go into more detail, I will, but I suspect that you don't really give a shit. Let's see here. Tweb says, but how does putting people in cages good either? I am with you, though, in general. So I don't remember the specifics because it was a long time ago. But basically what happened was they were bumping up against a law that said that you could not hold children for a certain amount of time, but you could hold their parents for a certain amount of time. And they were trying to mitigate an influx of families coming over the border with a massive wait time for asylum judges, if I'm remembering correctly. And so they separated the families for a time just so that they could fix whatever backlog was going on, and then they reunited everybody immediately. Trump administration, that is not what happened. What they did was they said, we want to separate children from their parents. And then they deported those parents, and then they lost them. Thousands of children became orphans because of the Trump administration in a move that was either wildly incompetent or barbaric. Cruel on purpose. The Biden administration put a team together to reunite those families, and thousands of children were reunited with their families. But the Trump administration came in and they disbanded that team. So America's not even trying to find those children's parents anymore. There's a difference. Cameron Hodge says, will you ever run for any local or state offices? Probably not. Sig says, man, I can't even get started on Obama. This dude sent my father-in-law back after 15 years here. We had a lawyer. He has 7 kids, but they sent him back in 3 days after 15 years' time here. Was he not here legally, Sig? Let's see here. JAFO says, how many adults were not the real parents of the kids? What a weird question. David says, Obama didn't arrest people who were legal immigrants with green cards and work permits. That is another valid difference. Yeah, there's so many differences that I'm forgetting them, Abe says, how can we balance individual freedoms with the need for national security? I guess competent intelligence gathering instead of just, looking for the intelligence that proves your priors, the way the Trump administration is doing. Sig says, no, he was illegal, but the time we thought he would be able to fight for his rights to stay. That is a fucking massive bummer, Sig, and I'm really sorry to hear that. And I have a thought experiment for you, Sig. Do you believe that the Obama administration really wanted to deport people like your dad? Or do you believe that the Obama administration was doing that in order to compromise with Republicans on the issue of immigration? Let me know what you think about this. JAFO says, but it was a legit question. You know, as I was saying, as I was throwing you shade, JAFO, I recognize that there are probably some coyotes who come over with children to make it seem like they are their families and maybe get special treatment, you know. So yeah, the answer to that question is I don't know what those stats are, but a fact of the matter is that a lot of those children were separated from their actual fucking parents and are scarred for life because of it. San Juan says, will the media and Dems stop talking about Epstein and give Trump a pass like always? San Juan D, why should they? Because Donald Trump is actively trying to hide his connections to Epstein. Like, why should we give him a pass? Catastrophic Blues says the majority of deportations under Obama were repeat reentries after previous deportations. Sig says, yeah, I do. I don't think they cared. I don't think the government cares in general about immigrants. Let's talk about it more. Says, oh my God, just double speak. Everything is Republicans' fault. You know, let's talk about it more. If a kid came into my house and broke everything I owned with a hammer, and I started pointing out everything, like you broke my computer, you broke my TV, you broke the plates, would you then go, oh, everything's the kid's fault, you know? Alrighty, let's see here. Catastrophic Blues says he's definitely going to pardon her. We can all see it. I mean, he already moved her to a minimum security, club-fed type of facility, so he's already doing favors for a notorious sex trafficker and abuser of children, you know. Daniel D says, Trump said medicine went down 500%, 400%, so if $20 went down 500%, does it mean they owe me 80? It does. You know, so I guess what we're trying to say, Daniel D, is that Trump is completely full of shit. Swiftly Engaged, great to see you again, says, I've been seeing a lot of outrage at GOP town halls on TikTok. Do you think this will amount to anything? Yes, Swiftly Engaged, but it does not mean that people like you and me get to not do the work of accelerating what is happening. That is excellent evidence of public pressure working and information getting to the right people, but we need more. We need more of that. We need more of what is happening, and it's got to be people like you and me that make more happen. Kenny says, what state are you most knowledgeable in for politics? God, statewide. Yeah, no, I'm not great statewide. You know, I lived in New York for 20 years, so maybe like that's my best state. But yeah, I am much more up on federal national politics. You know, Average Joe PG says I read Lawless by Professor Leah Littman. She uses pop culture references to explain why she sees the Roberts Court as making decisions based on manufactured grievances. Amazing read. Average Joe PG. I love Leah Littman. I love Strict Scrutiny podcast. And I am eagerly looking forward to that book coming. I have ordered it already. 6 says Obama lied, making people feel safer while deporting anyone and everyone. Yeah, you know, Sig, I can understand why you might feel that way, and especially because this is an issue that was really important to you. I guess my main question is, you know, like we've been kind of going back and forth on the difference of the two parties. Do you think that the Democratic Party and the policies of the Democratic Party have in the past and are planning on the future of doing things that would help people like you? That's my number one question for you right now, Sig, is if you had to put money on which politicians had done things that helped you or will do things that will help you in the future, do you think it would be more the Republican Party or the Democratic Party? Abe says, what systemic failures let Epstein avoid justice for so long? I believe corruption. The fact that, you know, powerful people were involved with him and there was a lot of blackmail content, and, you know, Donald Trump was friends with Alex Acosta, who gave him the sweetheart plea deal in Florida. So, you know, shit like that. Harvey James says the bans, if you're rich, Republicans, or average Democrats are helping more. I'm not sure what you mean by the bans, Harvey James. So, yeah, let's see here. Daniel D says, this more fantasy, not reality at all, but who would win in a war, Texas or California? Oh, I don't know. Kind of a silly question. Thank you for being there. D Rock says, best book on geopolitics, please, sir. There's an author named Ben Rhodes who wrote a book called The World as It Is, I think. He worked under the Obama administration. I would give that a read. Colton Sorensen says, how bad do you think the corporate lobby is in the Democratic Party? Are they still trustworthy? The corporate lobby in the Democratic Party is pretty bad, but it is still better than the corporate lobby of the Republican Party, because the entire Republican Party is the corporate lobby. Where the corporate lobby affects the Democratic platform is watering down policies that would help the 99%. Where the corporate lobby helps the Republican Party is in adding nitro to the already rich aligned policies of the Republican platform. Flamingo Mo says, why do our neighbors have leaders with PhDs and we have a dumb cough? Because of misinformation and propaganda. You know, Flamingo Mo. David says, Dream actors under Obama, 10K more sympathetic than anything Donald Trump has done. That is accurate, David. Elias says, do you think Israel owns us? No. People that have a lot of money own us and have a lot of influence in our government, and AIPAC has a lot of money, and therefore they have a lot of influence. Alrighty. Let's see here. Harvey James says, I'm driving on speaker, not coming through right. Alright. No hate, no Tito shade, Harvey James. Let's see here. Sig, still waiting for that response to my question, my guy. I hope that you are still here. Tweb says, do you see a blue shift in the midterms? You want to see it, but outside looking in, do you see it? So Tweb, there are a few forces that are trying to keep a blue wave from happening in 2026. If the information was getting out there and there was no rigging of elections or lying or subversion or gerrymandering, then there would be 100% a blue wave. But the billionaire class and the Republican Party are doing everything that they can to lie and cheat their way into, not losing any seats in the Senate or in the House, potentially building on their electoral power. But it is up to you and me to stop that, Tweb. It is up to you and me to do the work. So go to my Discord, check out my thread that's called The Work, and do that stuff. And then recruit other people to do that stuff, because that is the only way that we win the midterms, is if people do the work. All right. Sig says, for a while I thought Democrats, but they don't make changes to help get citizenship easier. Republicans don't either, so I don't prefer a party with that issue. I feel like the solution is making it easier to gain citizenship, not deporting or making it harder. Sig, the Democrats have been working on that. In fact, they worked on a bill with the Republican Party to do that during the Biden administration, but the Republicans filibustered their own bill that they wrote because they wanted to run on immigration as an issue in 2024. So, I know how frustrating it must feel to see Democrats try to do things and fail because of Republican filibusters or political pressure. Because the media environment is so skewed against the Democratic Party, they were able to elevate the issue of immigration and talk about how bad of a job Democrats were doing, letting everybody come across the border, and that Republicans were the only ones that were going to save us from this wave of immigrants. So Democrats had to equivocate how they spoke about that issue. But the track record of Democrats is way better on immigration than the Republican Party. DACA happened under the Democratic Party. DACA, the Dreamers were protected by the Democratic Party, where Republicans constantly were trying to throw them under the bus. So yeah, I know how frustrating it can be when we want progress to happen and it's not happening. But what I want people to remember is that the people who don't want there to be progress have a lot of money. And so they not only stop progress from happening, but they convince people to not vote. They convince people to vote for the people that will stop progress. They pay people to say that the left is bad, that the right is better, that both sides are the same. Imagine like a tug of war where one side is paying people on the other side to pull in the other direction, to argue about which direction they should be pulling in, and argue about this rope isn't going anywhere, pulling on this rope is stupid, So yeah, I get it. I get how frustrating this stuff can be, but yeah, You know, if you dig into the details, if you pay attention, then you see the good people doing the good work. And the issue is that we don't have enough people supporting the good people, and we have too many people sitting things out, and we have too many people believing misinformation and propaganda. All right, Matt says Democrats are getting desperate to keep any power. Look at Texas. Matt, that's a really weird way of looking at Republicans trying to cheat to steal the midterm elections. Colton Sorensen says, I'm social democrat for votes. Do you think leftist infighting is too big, or are we not going left enough? I think the focus on the fighting is the problem. I don't think that there's any problem with people having good faith disagreements about policy, where the centrists want to argue with progressives about what the policy should be. The issue that I have is in spending more time criticizing the Democratic Party than the Republican Party. The analogy that I always use is, imagine that you run a 7-Eleven and you are yelling at kids for reading magazines instead of buying them while somebody is stabbing you in the neck. You know, like, I think we need to focus on the main issue, which is unelecting every Republican. And then once we've accomplished that, once we have made it so that Republicans finally feel an electoral consequence for all the fucking bullshit they have put us up, they've forced on us over the last 50 years, then finally we can start actually getting into the nuts and bolts of, okay, which areas should we be doing progressive policies and which areas should we be being more conservative on, you know, some shit like that. Costco says, so it seems like both parties are the same because their funding is the same, but they're not the same, Costco. Republicans get more billionaire money. They get more APAC money. The policies of the Republican Party are more in league with the billionaire class. Donald Trump has more billionaires in his cabinet than any president in history. The outcomes are different. The politicians are different. The platforms are different. They're different. Costco. Let's see here. Julian says, are the disagreements fabricated? Some of them are, and some of them are not nearly as heated as they actually are. Like, some of the infighting is overhyped on social media. Marcia says, explain in layman's terms what is happening. So, in Texas, asks Marcia, what's happening in Texas is called gerrymandering, where politicians pick their voters instead of voters picking their politicians. So imagine, you know, you live in an apartment complex and everybody's going to vote on if the apartment complex is going to get pizza or burgers. And if you ask every individual person living in the apartments, then the vote would go for pizza. But the burger lobby is extremely powerful, and so they decide, oh, we're not doing this by person, we're doing this by apartment. And if you go by, you know, one apartment per each vote instead of one apartment for each one vote for each person, then all of a sudden the burger lobby wins, you know? So that's basically what gerrymandering is. All right, Sig says, I hate having to choose between two parties. Neither side really seems to care. We need to destroy them. I disagree with that, Sig. I think that there are really good people in the Democratic Party. I think the Democratic platform is the platform that would help people. And, you know, they are not flawless, and there are definitely bad people in the Democratic Party. But I believe in voting for better over worse. And if you have seen information that has convinced you that neither side really seems to care, then I would ask where you get your information from, because I pay very close attention to politics, and I see good people doing good work all the time. Alrighty, let's see here. Marcia, I hope that was enough of an explanation for you. Sig says, we need more options so we can get someone who cares, that megacorps can't control so easily. So Sig, instead of trying to build up support for a new party, why don't we just primary the politicians that are currently in the current parties? You know, like, why don't we get better Democrats and Republicans elected in the primary and then get to vote for them in the general election instead? What do you think about that? John Scholl says, how did we get here? Billionaires did a whole bunch of bullshit. That is how we got here. Let's see here. Mia's LV Adventure says, do you like Gavin Newsom? He's not my top choice. He's fine, is what I usually say. Better than every single Republican. Let's see here. Swamp Stomper says, third is the way. Third is the way to throw your vote away, Swamp Stomper. Let's see here. Badger75 says, Democrats need to gerrymander like Texas. I mean, ideally, we could get gerrymandering to end if people voted for Democrats, because then they would pass a bill that says gerrymandering is illegal. Michael Utz says both parties are owned by Israel. That is inaccurate. Let's talk about it more. It says, I'm an independent and I can't tell the difference between either party, either to right or to left. Let's talk about it more. First of all, your spelling is terrible. I am sus of anybody who spells to the way that you spelled to in that sentence. But the difference between the parties is massive. It is massive in outcomes, both on the state and federal level. It is different in the platforms. If you want me to go into more details, I will. Let's talk about it more. But to be honest, I don't think you really give a shit. But prove me wrong. Prove me wrong and engage with me in good faith, and I will show you how the parties are different. Alrighty, let's see here. Swamp Stomper says, real change means change the way people vote third party is the better way than reforming broken. Swamp Stomper, do you think that without ranked choice voting, a third party candidate could ever win? Answer me. Jumbo Papa says, how do you spell political? You fucking nailed it, guy. Let's see here. Patty says, do you think there's an intentional reason mainstream media didn't cover the recent CEO assassination? Probably they don't want there to be more. They don't want it to be a growing trend, and so they saw the way that whoever killed the United Healthcare CEO was lionized. We don't know if it was Luigi Mangione. He has not been accused of anything, and honestly, he was hanging out with me the entire time, so I don't think he was. I don't think he's guilty. So yeah, they do not want more of that. They do not want more people to lionize billionaire assassinations. Julia Ndisha says, do you think Kamala should have been in more interviews media? Kamala Harris had 100 days to mount a presidential campaign that people normally take over a year to plan. I think she did the fucking best that she could. And, I'm sure that there are some good faith criticisms that you can make, but with 100 days, I think that all the mistakes that she made were perfectly reasonable. Susan Zucker says, Democrats gerrymander. That is inaccurate, Susan. Democrats do retaliatory gerrymandering, but it was the Democratic Party that was trying to make gerrymandering illegal, and Republicans filibustered it. So if you want to get rid of gerrymandering, you gotta vote for Democrats. Scrolling down to the bottom, Roman Congress has still got my Harris wall sign in the garage. It should have been on your lawn, my guy. MAGA Versa Verse says, Mangione wasn't charged. Nice. Wasn't he? I'm pretty sure he was charged. He just hasn't been found guilty. Colton Sorensen says, what do you think about the CEO assassinations? Is it justified? Is it not? So I'm not sad when a billionaire or a multimillionaire CEO, especially one who's in charge of health insurance, which is, them buying boats off of denying kids their cancer treatments, I'm not sad about it. I don't condone any kind of violence, be it against humans or animal or property. I believe that the way that we make substantive change is through non-violent work. But I'm not sad about it. Billionaires have made the calculation that we can all fucking die so that they can have one more fucking boat and one more fucking plane. They are making decisions that are giving you and me cancer and that are harming the people that we love and care about, just so that they can have one more fucking boat and one more fucking house. They have told us that we do not matter. And so I don't mind saying back to them, well, then you don't fucking matter to me then, and I'm not going to be sad about it, Alrighty, let's talk about more. Since they've already held complete control of the government before, but never stopped gerrymandering. Let's talk about it, Mo. That is pretty inaccurate, I would say. So again, let's talk about it, Mo. I don't think that you care about any of the details I'm going to give you. I don't think you're going to change your mind. I think you just want to come on here and prove that you are right about being cynical about the government. Let's see here. Because, yeah, you're not asking any questions. You're not saying that you're going to engage with me in good faith. All you're doing is putting your cynical talking points. Yeah, you're not asking questions. Yeah, you're out of here, man. If you don't ask a question, then you're out of here. I really do explain, please. Okay, so yeah. So in order to get anything done in the Senate, you need a filibuster-proof majority or 60 votes. The only time in recent history where Democrats were able to do that was in 2008. They had a filibuster-proof majority by 0 seats. They had exactly 60 seats in the Senate. And one of those seats was an independent named Joe Lieberman, who was not going to do anything that the Democratic Party told him to do. They needed to go negotiate with him the same way the Biden administration needed to negotiate with Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema during their term. So 8 months of a very fragile supermajority. So what do the Democrats decide to do? They could potentially decide to make it illegal to gerrymander. Only problem is that gerrymandering exploded in 2010 after the Democrats lost their supermajority. There was gerrymandering before, but it was wildly worse after 2010, spurred on by the threat of the first black president. The Republican Party, the billionaire class, put things into fucking overdrive to torpedo his campaign, to torpedo his agenda, and start dismantling the government. Read Dark Money by Jane Mayer. So that's number one. Could they protect Roe versus Wade with that? In that 8 months that they had that supermajority, maybe, but I don't really think they could have, because again, they needed every single Democrat, and not every single one of those 60 Democrats was pro-choice, and not every single one of them was even if they were pro-choice, was willing to take the political risk of voting for an amendment or voting for a law to protect Roe versus Wade in a state where that could have lost them the re-election. And additionally, we thought that Supreme Court precedent was going to protect Roe, so we didn't think it was necessary to waste all of our political capital on protecting Roe. But what they did instead, they passed the Affordable Care Act, which saved fucking lives. I know people love to fucking shit on the Affordable Care Act, but it saved lives, and it made it illegal for health insurance companies to discriminate against people with pre-existing conditions. So that's what they did. That's what they did with their 8 months. Could they have done more if they had more seats, if they had more time? Absolutely. And I believe that they would have. But that's what they did. Alrighty. Crazy Monsoon says, do you act as well as do comedy? I do. Let's see here. JFO says, why is it so hard to get term limits for senators and congressmen? Because people do not vote for senators and congressmen who have said that that is what they're going to do, JFO. If you and me go out there and we find the candidates who say that they're going to do term limits and then we help get them elected, then we will suddenly get them. There is a disconnect in people's brains between what happens in our country and the people that we vote for. Because everybody that is currently in power in this government is there because people voted for them. If you don't want politicians who are owned by AIPAC, then vote for politicians that aren't owned by AIPAC, like Jamal Bowen and Cori Bush, who lost their re-election because AIPAC funded their competitors. If you want gerrymandering to end, then vote for politicians that are trying to end gerrymandering, aka the Democrats. But people didn't, and so now we have gerrymandering. Right, Short Stack says, tell me in only a sentence what the Bill of Rights effectively does. Good things. Sig says, speaking facts right now, you have to make sure you pay attention to who you're voting for. Completely agree with that, Sig. I forget where we left off our conversation, but I'm really glad that you're here, my guy. MAGA Versiverse says the Affordable Care Act was the incremental change needed to get us to Medicare for all. I mean, I agree that we need Medicare for all. I agree that it was positive incremental change, but I still think that we have a long way to go. MAGA Versiverse, and one of my new rants is getting people to recognize that even if the government was 100% Bernie Sanders it would still be difficult to switch over to universal health care. We should do it, but it will be hard. And it was going to be hard not only because the Republican Party is going to try to torpedo it, and the billionaire class is going to try to torpedo it, but it's going to be hard just because it's going to be hard. There's a lot of T's to cross and I's to dot. Let's see here. Average Joe PG, sorry that I've been spending so little time with you today. Question, how likely do you think it is that Dems will vote to ban gerrymandering once they start wielding it for power? So Average Joe, the Democrats already have done some gerrymandering in the past in order to stay competitive. And I give the Democratic Party a lot of allowances for doing things that Republicans do just to stay competitive, like taking corporate PAC money, taking donations from billionaires, from AIPAC, and gerrymandering, for example. But I do believe that if we give Democrats enough votes in the federal government, that they will end gerrymandering and they will restore the parts of the Voting Rights Act that have been nullified by the Supreme Court, and they will end Citizens United. We just have to give them enough votes to get those things done. 6 is, how do you feel about Democratic Party not listening to the party, only picking who they want? So Sig, there are a bunch of things that you could be referring to there, where you might be referring to 2016 and 2020, where the DNC put their finger on the scale to support Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. You could be referring to Kamala Harris being put as the nominee in 2024. In all of those situations, I believe it's a little overstated to say that the Democratic Party does not listen to us and only picks who they want. I don't think that the DNC should be putting their finger on the scale for specific candidates. Now, that being said, Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden won their primaries by such wide margins that I don't even think that what the DNC did made that big of a fucking difference. Now, as far as like replacing Joe Biden with Kamala Harris, there was not enough time to have a new primary. That was the best possible scenario that we were handed. So, you know, normally, 99.99% of the time, the DNC has as their nominee the person that the voters choose in the primary. And, you know, sometimes they try to hype up certain candidates that they like better. I don't think they should do that, but they do that. And, you know, it ultimately comes down to the voters, you know? Sig says, I am talking about those things. It made me upset because I believe the party wanted someone else. I feel like Bernie should have been the candidate in 2016. Sig, I completely agree with you. I canvassed for Bernie in 2016. I canvassed for Elizabeth Warren in 2020. And then when she dropped out, I canvassed for Bernie. And then Biden won. And Hillary Clinton won. You know, like, that's just what the voters did. That was not the DNC. That was American voters. People like you and me who decided that they wanted Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders, or they wanted Joe Biden over Bernie Sanders for whatever reason. Maybe they liked them better, maybe they thought they were safer picks. But being in a democracy with 330 million people means that we need to make room for people that don't 100% agree with us. And so just because you and I would have much rather had Bernie Sanders be the nominee in 2016 and 2020, there are millions of other Americans who disagreed with us on the left. You know, millions of other Democratic voters disagreed with us. And they either liked those candidates better, or they just thought they were safer picks against Donald Trump. Alrighty, let's see here. MAGA versus apparently Pelosi and Schumer both wanted an open convention. That's interesting. I haven't heard that reporting, MAGA versus. I'm not sure if it's true, but here's what I would say in response to that. There were 2 states governed by Republicans. One was Ohio, and I forget what the other one was, that told the DNC, if you do not give us the name of your nominee before the convention, we will not put their name on the ballot. So the Republican Party was kind of forcing the Democrats to not have an open a primary at the convention. Mia's LV Adventure says, do you use politics in your stand-up? 100%. Kay says, but we've learned that a woman is never a safer pick in this country, sadly. Kay, I don't 100% agree or disagree with you. I think that a lot of people feel that way, like, you know, America is too misogynistic or racist to vote for, you know, certain types of people. And I don't know if that's accurate, because we elected Barack Obama in 2008, and I believe that we could, you know, elect a Elizabeth Warren or Kamala Harris in the future, you know, an AOC in the future, but I completely understand being worried about that, you know, because of how, you know, America has treated female candidates in the past. Colton Sorensen says, there's a lot of sexism, but I mean, Kamala nearly won with a rush campaign. Completely agree. And depending on if you know, want to extrapolate from that Rockland County case, potentially she did win, you know. Sig says, do you think the parties would use systems they use in other countries to control elections here? Do you think the parties would use systems they use in other countries to control elections here? Oh, that is it's an interesting question, Sig. It kind of feels a little conspiracy theory-ish. Like, I do believe that America tries to influence elections in other countries. But that's more the purview of like the CIA, I think, than the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. That being said, what's up, Turning Worlds? Good to see you again. Local guy on the internet. I see your anti-Semitism loud and clear. That being said, like, there is a cabal of billionaires that try to affect global politics using their billionaire money to forward more authoritarian, libertarian, ideals that they can become the new aristocrats lording over us, working class serfs. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of thin, Sig, but I hear you. I hear you. Sig, if you are at all interested, I would recommend you read a book called Dark Money. That is one of the most eye-opening books about contemporary politics that I've ever read. So please check it out, I would say. Colton Sorensen says, do you have a stream schedule? I want to talk more. I do, Monday through Friday, starting around 11:30 a.m. Pacific time. But you could also email me. You can DM me, Colton. My project of organizing and educating and unelecting every Republican, it does not end when the stream ends. It is 24/7. And so if there are things that I can do to engage with people to get them a part of this crusade, then I will fucking do it, All right, Christian says, let's game it out. I don't know what that means. User a bunch of numbers says, was RGB's refusal to retire the reason many of our problems today? Abortion rights and others. Yes, user a whole bunch of numbers, but sometimes I feel like we kind of, hindsight is 20/20, as they say. And everybody believed that Hillary Clinton was going to win that election. And so everybody thought that it was a perfectly safe thing for RGB to do. All right, let's see here. Christian says, you sound like a YouTuber called Let's Game It Out. Very similar to, I'm not, but thank you, I guess. JFO says, do you think we could get another Ross Perot type candidate? I mean, we already have had, billionaires inserting themselves into politics as spoiler candidates. User a bunch of numbers says, what are your opinion on Mark Cuban and his cost-effective drug initiatives? I am not a fan of any billionaire existing. That being said, Mark Cuban gets a lot of credit for me for, number one, being a strong anti-Trump billionaire, and also for setting up a website to deliver people low-cost medication. Like, it is such an obvious fucking one-to-one, where he gets like a penny a day and everybody else gets cheaper medicine. Like, what the fuck, So yeah, let's have the kind of policies where no billionaire exists, but I gotta choose one. Like, I'll choose the good ones, like Cuban and Gates and shit like that. And also, I know that Gates is probably in the Epstein file. I'm talking about his initiatives to like delete malaria and support women. Sig says, the dark money in politics is why I fear for both parties not valuing their voters. Sig, 100. You gotta read that book. You gotta read Dark Money because it is so fucking clear what I'm talking about here. Where it's like the Democratic Party is making a strategic choice that it will be harder for them to win elections without billionaire money, and the country will be better with them in charge, even if the billionaire influence on their policies means that we don't get everything that we want. But wait a second, you saying that you read it already? Sig? What? Where is this comment? I see it pinned here. How the fuck do I read the whole fucking thing? I have read it, and to be honest, it was a great book and part of why I have such a skeptical view. But Sig, didn't you get from that book that the billionaire class is specifically targeting the Democratic Party? Didn't you get that their project is electing Republicans? Doesn't that mean anything to you that the entire book was about, elevating Republicans and Republican talking points and denigrating the Democratic Party, even if there are some Democrats that take billionaire money? Sig, like what does that mean to you, my guy? Doesn't that give you some hope that if we elect enough Democrats, they can stop that kind of money for influence scheme? Because that's their policy platform. And maybe if the billionaires are trying to stop Democrats so much, maybe it's because the Democrats are committed to ending that scheme. Like, isn't that how you felt about that reading that book. That's what I thought, you know. Sig says, yeah, it does, but I don't know if I believe it can actually happen. Do you think it won't happen because, you know, honestly, I'm at almost an hour and a half, so I don't know if I can continue down this thread, Sig, but let's just suffice to say that it has happened in the past, and if we do the work of electing better politicians in the primary and in the general, then it will happen again. And the cynicism of thinking that it can't happen is what the billionaire class wants. They want you to give up. They want you to throw your hands in the air and say, well, I guess we're all fucked. Guess I'll just fucking till the fields for these motherfuckers and then die at the age of 30 while they get to eat fucking lobster and caviar 3 fucking meals a day. And I am not going to give them the gift of my pessimism and cynicism. I am going to do the work to try to remove them from power and remove their fucking Republican buddies from power and remove their complicit Democrats from power and elevate the kind of Democrats that are doing the work to stop the billionaire class and to help fucking people, you know? Not to help fucking people, but to help people, you know, emphasis, fucking emphasis. Alrighty. I'm not giving up hope because this is America and I have kids that deserve a good life. Thank you, Sig. I appreciate that. So yeah, you know, I will see you guys later. I gotta start wrapping things up. Official Not Brian says, name one Republican you don't dislike. I mean, I dislike them all because trickle down economics is fucking bullshit. But you know, I'll give you a John McCain. So yeah, everybody, if you got any questions, DMs are open. I appreciate all the support you give me, whether it is the free kind or the paid kind. If you want to support financially, you can, but you don't have to. I have a Patreon you can join. Find it on my website, jaredbernstein.com. I've got a store that you can buy things from. Find that on jaredbernstein.com/store. You can send gifts on TikTok and Twitch and YouTube. I actually just passed my monetization goal on Twitch, so I think there are more avenues to send me money on Twitch than there ever have been before, everybody. We're very excited about that. And let's see here. What else? I already told you guys my schedule, Monday through Friday, starting at 11:30 a.m. Pacific time. And yeah, check out my Discord also, because I have listed on my Discord things that you can do to help fight against what is currently going on. And the link to my Discord is in my bio on my TikTok, and I'm pretty sure it's on my bio in other places as well. Sig says, yeah, I'm trying to build enough wealth to help fight it. But you don't need to, Sig. It is the work of fighting this is free. It just needs time, you know? All right, everybody. Let's see here. Any final thoughts? Local guy on the internet. Yeah, I see your anti-Semitism, guy. And you know, I almost never bother to block people on Twitch because it's a hassle, but I'm gonna block you because I don't fucking truck with anti-Semites. All right, everybody. Have an excellent rest of your Tuesday. Be good to each other. Be good to yourselves. Self-care is part of the work. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye! Bye-bye, 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 bye-bye. Goodbye!
If you know, you know.
What? I've never had
It's not a grilled cheese
because it almost subscribed.
without a slice of melty goodness. Kraft Singles, every single time.
I'll watch it later.
And there is plenty of evidence for Bill and Hillary's involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. They're probably the most high-profile people that Americans care about. But I just don't think that you can take out Bill and Hillary Clinton like that without repercussions.
I wouldn't complain.
Just say Billary, dude. I don't have time for this. True. Billary.
As they have the administration currently on its heels on an issue that we haven't really seen before, like throughout this entire administration, they've been able to kind of...
Yeah, they are. They're the load-bearing, you know, potential alleged pedophiles that hold this structure together.
Shirk or escape any scrutiny. So anytime that they can get Republican partnership in demanding this, they're going to take advantage of that. I think that what remains now is the question is, how will the Justice Department respond? They are.
What the hell is a cum dance, dude? Maybe use a different phrase than load-bearing pedophile. I mean, but that's what it is.
Very typical to really be protective over their investigative holdings. This will be something that we could see result in a really interesting court fight with a Republican administration opposing and actively trying to fight against this effort by a Republican Congress.
All right, Alex Mellon, thank you.
We got new information on the latest back and forth over the files related to convicted sex traffickers Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer has issued a slew of deposition subpoenas.
What are the actual allegations against Hillary? I never really knew that part. Like, it's obvious Bill because of his past. But is the idea that Hillary was also molesting teenage girls? No, but Billary went to the Zorro Ranch in New Mexico a bunch. So, like, Hillary's connection to Jeffrey Epstein is it runs deeper than I don't know, like a fucking Noam Chomsky or some shit.
From multiple people, including the Department of Justice, former President Bill Clinton, and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. CBS News Justice reporter Jake Rosen following this development from Washington. So walk us through this, Jake.
And also the Clinton Foundation with Ghislaine Maxwell, and Ghislaine Maxwell being a guest of honor at Chelsea Clinton's wedding. Like, the Clintons are insanely connected to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, but Hillary Clinton's connections directly to Ghislaine Maxwell run deeper. Like, I don't know if Hillary Clinton was like doing pedophilia, right? I mean, if you ask me about Bill, well, you know.
Well, that's right. While the House is out, Reed, because of a different legislation relating to a potential floor-wide vote of potentially forcing the Department of Justice to release the Epstein files, James Comer, who leads the House Oversight Committee, and Democrats who are on that committee have not stopped pushing for more information coming from the
to make sure I make it through the movie.
I know that they are through Ghislaine as well.
Ghislaine.
People in the government, but people who have covered and worked on these investigations going back 2 or 3 presidential administrations. We're talking former Attorney Generals William Barr and Jeff Sessions. We're talking about former FBI directors, Merrick Garland, who was the Attorney General under the Biden administration, in addition to obviously former President Bill Clinton and his wife, former First Lady Hillary Clinton, and former FBI Director James Comey, among many others. This is in an attempt to potentially bring out new information, but the bigger takeaway here is that the House Oversight Committee is actually going after, and again, it's led by Republicans, is going after Trump's Department of Justice to get access to any and all potential conversations that were had under President Biden's watch between the Department of Justice and the White House relating to Jeffrey Epstein, but also they're going after all the files that are potentially in the possession of the Department of Justice to independently get access to those, to sort through them, to potentially wean out other information that the Department of Justice has not put out yet. It's another big step in Congress's now fight to force some transparency after the Trump administration, again, Reed, we've covered this for weeks, has promised some and then kind of walked that back.
And you say all of the files, which is interesting, but is there any discussion in Washington, any question about why specific people have been named? You went through them.
Which is ultimately getting the politics out of redistricting.
I should point out that the Republicans keep going around saying Democrats do this too. I should point out to people watching that the Democrats put a piece of legislation at the federal level, the For the People Act in 2021, which would have banned gerrymandering of this kind, which would have brought in independent redistricting commissions, and every single Republican voted against it. And they were joined by Joe Manchin, the worst Senate Democrat until John Fetterman came along. But James Tallarica, let me ask you this. Do you think the Democrats should have done more on the front of democracy? Joe Biden, he never got, Chuck Schumer, Joe Biden, they didn't do enough to get rid of the filibuster. I was there at MSNBC at the time covering the For the People Act. It was killing me that they couldn't get this crucial piece of legislation through. That was a mistake, right, that they didn't throw enough energy behind getting that across the finish line?
It was a gigantic mistake, and I was there breaking quorum over the voter suppression bill in Texas. We went, instead of to Illinois, we went to Washington, D.C.
I remember.
To beg our Democratic colleagues at the national level to pass the For the People Act so that they can circumvent voter suppression in states like Texas, and they failed to do so. And honestly, Mehdi, I think it's because national Democrats don't feel the same urgency that Texas Democrats do.
Yep.
Our constituents are living with Republican extremism on a daily basis. We see the consequences up close. We're not on the coasts. We're not comfortable with the status quo. And national Democrats sometimes use being in the minority as an excuse for inaction. Texas Democrats don't have that luxury. We've been in the minority for 30 years in our state. I'm hoping that's going to change soon if these trend lines continue. But we've had to learn how to use every tool in our toolbox to fight for our people and fight for our non-constituents too. The rural Republicans whose schools are being closed, whose rural hospitals are being closed, we're fighting for them too. And so Texas Democrats, I think, can show national Democrats what it means to fight, what it means to have a backbone.
Let's take some, I hope so, let's take some questions from our viewers and subscribers. On Substack, Michael Connors asks, how long are Texas Democrats planning on breaking quorum?
It's a great question. We are taking this one special session at a time, and that means we've all agreed and committed to staying out of the state capitol for the next 2 weeks. That means we can kill these maps, we can end the special session without this power grab. Now, we can get engaged in a bunch of hypotheticals about what happens after that. The governor certainly has the ability to call us back if he chooses. These blue states are taking action as we speak. We'll see how that affects the calculus. But we have all agreed, at least for now, to kill these maps in this special session. And then if we come back, we'll assess our options and see what we have to do to fight for the American experiment.
And on that note, Lisa Duff on YouTube asks, I thought the focus of the special session was disaster relief. Where does that stand now?
Great question. So I mentioned we have 2 weeks left in the special. We had 2 weeks that we already completed. Texas Democrats were there for 2 weeks. We showed up on the first day of the special session ready to work on actual problems. In our state constitution, special sessions are only for emergencies. The real emergency here is disaster relief and disaster prevention. We are still mourning the loss of life in the Texas Hill Country and throughout Central Texas. And instead of helping those victims and their families, instead of preventing a tragedy from happening in the future, Greg Abbott and Texas Republicans put flood relief and flood mitigation at the back of the agenda. They put it behind this Trump power grab. And so they are essentially using those victims and their families as leverage to try to steal the next election. And it is politics at its worst. It is rock bottom. It's deeply immoral. And it's something, again, we should all reject regardless of our party.
Quick question from Sue J on Substack. Is there any polling of Texas voters on whether they support what you're doing?
There may be. I haven't seen any. And honestly, when it comes to acts of courage like this, we can't really be concerned with public perception. If that was true, we wouldn't have seen any of the acts of courage throughout American history that we all benefit from.
That's a very good point. Karen Snorton on Substack and Maxwell Aronson on YouTube asked pretty much the same question. Karen asked, what can we do? I feel very frustrated. Maxwell Aronson says, what can I do as an Austinite, which is part of the area you cover, to protest against this? What can ordinary people do who are not Texas House Democrats?
Yeah, it's a great question. And part of us doing this is to inspire action. We're only 57 people, but we hope this is a lot bigger. There are two concrete things you can do. To answer the first one, for Texans and for Austinites in particular, there have already been protests outside the governor's mansion. There was one last night, and there are more being planned. So connect with your local grassroots organizations. I know Congressman Greg Casar is back in Austin leading some of these protests, and so you should connect with his office to get involved with those direct actions. But then for those who aren't in Texas, those who live far away in other parts of the country, you can donate to help fund this operation. 57 people plus about 10 staff members fleeing the state, that costs money, travel, food, lodging, and we are relying on people power to fund this. The governor of Illinois is a billionaire, and we told him we didn't want his money. We are fighting for people, and we want people to fund this. So we are relying on grassroots donations.
But you are losing money, right? Just to be clear, by being out of state?
Well, so there
fined? Are you losing pay?
Yes, and there are personal fines that we have to pay. We are paying those ourselves, though. We do not want to use campaign funds or campaign donations to pay for those personal fines. That's a consequence that I and my colleagues have to deal with. We knew that was going to happen when we started this, and we're willing to pay whatever we have to. But the travel, the food, the lodging, that's very expensive too, and we can use campaign funds for that. So please donate to our individual campaign funds, or you can donate to us as a group at riggedredistricting.com. Riggedredistricting.com.
Pritzker probably wants to run for president. She should stop reminding people he's a billionaire. Just,
I'm sorry.
Just kidding.
Well, we're very thankful. We're very thankful for his hospitality.
Tropical Ding Dong, which is the only name you could find, only a name you could find in YouTube comments. Tropical Ding Dong asks, I've been hearing that Texas is about to turn purple. You mentioned turning purple. For almost 25 years. What's different this time?
Inside every cynic is a wounded idealist. So I understand where he's coming from. But there is reason for hope. If you look at the trend lines, I remember when I was growing up in Texas, Democrats lost statewide elections by 25, 30 points, blowouts. Consistently over the last few cycles, even cycles that are tough for Democrats, statewide candidates in our party are losing by single digits. So the trend line is unmistakable. We're almost like, one of those football teams that hasn't broken through and won a championship yet, but our win-loss record is getting better every season. And so I wouldn't sleep on Texas Democrats. By the way, Mehdi, winning Texas is no longer a luxury. If you look at reapportionment numbers for 2030, unless the National Democratic Party has a plan to win Florida, Texas and flipping
100%.
this state is going to be necessary.
Agreed. Jessica Philly on Substack asks about your livelihoods, which I think you dealt with, about paying the money. And Kramer is very happy that you said the word cheating. Keep repeating that Trump can only win by cheating, she says, which is the phrase you used to kick off. This is cheating. Rigged redistricting, as you put it. Just before we wrap up, we're running out of time. I got to ask about you, because a lot of people heard of you when you did a viral speech, if we want to call it that, or statement about what Christianity means to you versus what it means to the Christian nationalists on the right. You are a very proud Christian and a Democrat as well. Others may have only just heard about you recently when you were on the Joe Rogan show. Who is he a constituent of yours? I don't know what part of Austin covers. I know you're near Austin, but not quite. But you went on the Joe Rogan. You were on the Rogan show, and he was so happy with what he heard from you, is that he suggested you should run for president. Will you be taking up on his advice?
No, I'm most focused on doing the job I have right now, which is taking up all of my time. But I do think that Democrats, especially younger Democrats, have to meet people where they're at. And people aren't reading newspapers, and they're not watching cable news. Young people are getting their information from Joe Rogan, from Mehdi Hasan. And so if we are not on these platforms talking about our values, talking about our vision for this democracy and how it can be fixed going forward, then we're going to keep losing elections like we did last year. This coalition has got to get bigger. We shouldn't be in a 50% territory against someone like Donald Trump. We should be having a 60% majority. And if we're going to build that, it's going to require us getting outside of our comfort zone, because politics is about addition and not subtraction.
Okay, so presidential, we'll see. You haven't quite ruled it out, but you don't sound that keen right now. Let's see. What about Texas Senate? You talked about needing to win the state, talking about winning the Senate. Your name has been mentioned in multiple conversations. I believe you've had conversations with other potential Democrats who might want to throw their name in the ring, with a Joaquin Castro and others. Where do you stand in the Texas Senate race next year? Who should be the Democratic candidate who goes up against John Cornyn?
Yeah, that is a race I'm actually considering, unlike president. And I haven't made a decision yet, and that's not just me.
James, but if you win that race, then you can run for president. That's how it works.
Oh, I see how this works. Okay, you got a leapfrog.
Senator to president.
Yeah, I see. Okay. I guess I'm not a good enough politician to figure that out. But, I set a deadline for myself to make a decision by next week. That was before this quorum break happened, so I'm a little distracted. But once we get through with this, hopefully after we defeat Trump's power grab, I'm going to look at the Senate race and figure out if that's best for me and, more importantly, best
I had
for
emails to check. No.
I know you got to go at 4, and I want to respect your time. One last question is, you mentioned earlier, kind of courage is contagious, democratic backbones. We talked about the failures in 2021. One of my big critiques of the Democratic Party is they're far too cautious. They still play by old rules that Republicans don't play by. They still defer to institutions that Republicans don't respect. They're always in a defensive crouch. You're looking at the polling. Your party is polling lower than it's polled for decades. The people say they want new leadership in Congress. They say they're not happy with the Democratic Party. This is the base. What is your advice to the Democratic leadership in Washington, D.C.? What should the Democrats be doing right now that they're not doing?
Well, we shouldn't be defending institutions and norms and a broken political system. I know back in Texas that this democracy doesn't work for a lot of people, especially working people. And so we should be in the business of progress. We should be in the business of transformation. And so if we are just in a defensive position against Donald Trump, and I understand where that impulse comes from when you have a wannabe tyrant like Trump, but we cannot be satisfied with the status quo. We cannot defend the status quo. We have to put forward an exciting vision of how this democracy could actually work for regular people.
Well said. I hope people are listening in Washington, D.C., because your party isn't well led at the moment from where I'm sitting. I do hope your courage is contagious. I do hope people will take a stand across the nation, not just in Texas. And we will carry on following this story. We hope you'll come back to talk to us in the future, especially if you're able to get through this special session. For now, Representative James Tallarico, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
And thank you, everyone, YouTube, Substack, for watching today. Appreciate you all. Go subscribe to Zateo.com.
Ugh. Nope.
But outside of that, especially in this case, like beyond the misogyny tourists and whatnot that will go after all the victims just because they hate that shit in general. You know, there are a lot of suspicious deaths surrounding people that have come out against like Epstein or even an affiliate like Kevin Spacey.
Don't know them, they have no facts. Just go after them in all kinds of horrific, brutal, bullying, frightening,
Crimea River, I don't care about these people's reputations, release a list. No, man, we're talking about the victims, dude. What the fuck? We're not talking about like Jeffrey Epstein affiliates. I don't give a shit about Jeffrey Epstein affiliates. I want those names. We all want those names. We're talking about the victims, dog. What is wrong with you, chatter? Calm down.
There've already been victims. They want to move on with their life, and they're scared to death about what is going to happen if their names become public.
So tell us a little bit more about that conversation you had, and you know, you said they want to move on with their life, and yet, you know, the Democrats and Republicans are calling for more transparency, which will only keep this out there in the headlines.
I think that the calling for transparency is there a list? Is there a list of, you know, here's what happened.
No,
okay,
names.
It wasn't Democrats who called for this. As part of his campaign, he said he would make the Jeffrey Epstein list public. The Attorney General stood in front of the White House and said, I have the list on my desk. We will make this public. They said to their mega base, we're going to be transparent. We're going to tell everybody what happened.
Make
but
England
you know, when
great
you
again.
release a list, it's of the...
Oh my God, mega. Make Epstein great again. That's what does Debbie Dingle know?
Abusers. It isn't of the victims. In this country, we have tried very hard to protect the victims. I'm somebody who works in domestic violence abuse every single day, trying to...
I think the Epstein files, which 1000% exist, are a distraction which will be prolonged to make sure more deportations happen, more Israel funding, and more tax exemption for the rich. Congress won't do shit. Release a list of billionaires and politicians who make up the foundation of the U.S. I mean, I agree with you on the second part, but I don't think it's like a distraction per se. And the reason why I don't think it's a distraction is because, like, The interest in this is real, and a lot of very powerful people, as you also said, are implicated. So you can't say it's a distraction necessarily, because the distraction can't be something that is so important to continuing the empire. And it's certainly not a distraction because, like, it's something that they're trying to bury anyway. It is a consequential piece of information. It is a very, very consequential operation. If unearthed, if there was like real transparency, which I don't believe there will ever be real transparency, I would be shocked. That would be, I mean, that would shake up the entire system. You're talking about powerful financiers. You're talking about heads of intelligence agencies. You're talking about foreign. You're talking about people, members of the royal family in England, MBS, Saudi Arabia, former prime ministers of Israel. It's just so. The network is so vast for some reason. Maybe because they all love Jeffrey Epstein's vibes. In spite of the full knowledge that he was a pedophilic sex trafficker. Interestingly enough.
Help people.
No, they
should
probably
not
like
ever
the
have their
pedophilia
names. They're
part.
sexual assault. I've helped some who've been victims of sexual. They're survivors. They don't want to be called victims. Their names should not be made public. It's hard enough for people that just are like that. When you take a case like the Jeffrey Epstein case, which is on the minds of millions of people across this country, there are people that are not kind. There are people that are mean and brutal. There are people from other countries that are trying to stir up more trouble in our country. And those survivors become victims again by the sheer hatred and brutality that people put towards them. Not, some of us have empathy and compassion, but that's not what they feel. They feel the hate that comes at them. And we need to understand that's happening too much in our country, period, on social media.
All right, on the campaign trail, President Trump promised he'd go after those who have investigated him. Now,
Do you see this insane video with Cory Booker? Oh, is it with Rabbi Shmuley Boteach? Yes. I'm sure this doesn't have to do anything with kosher sex. Rabbi Kompromat compiler Shmuley Boteach leaking a video of himself wearing a clown costume and drunkenly piggyback riding Cory Booker on Purim in Oxford in 1983. Yeah, Cory Booker has been obviously super, super pro-Israel. But not only that, but he's also besties with Rabbi Shmuley. I had never seen this video, though. I don't think this is compromat, to be fair. It's not like this is on the fucking Washington Post, you know?
It's not like it's going to be like on the Epstein list.
This is some 4chan shit? Yeah.
That makes sense.
It has become a liability law. I mean, they've been homies, and he is ass, and so is Cory. I don't know. I just, I don't think this is like, yeah, they've been friends for a very long time. Yes, that's Cory Booker. Cory Booker has been friends with Rabbi Shmuley for years and years and years. I've talked about this on the broadcast. He's also been super pro-Israel for years and years and years. It is precisely the reason why he refuses to. I mean, look, this is the reason why they brought this up is because Senator Cory Booker declines to endorse Zohran Mamdani, saying, New York City, you're about 10 miles from where I live. You guys figure out your elections. I'm going to focus on mine.
Mamdani, are you going to support him? I have learned a long time ago. Let New York politics be New York politics. We got enough challenges in Jersey. I got a governor's race. I'm supporting Mikey Sherrill. I got legislative races. That's where my energy is going to go going into November. New York City, I love you. You're my neighbor.
Does it
You're
really
about 10
take
miles
energy
from
to
where I
say I
live.
support
You
Zohran
guys
Mamdani?
figure out your elections. I'm going to focus on mine.
July 26, 2021. Mr. Adams is also navigating critical relationships closer to home. He met with Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, over the weekend. Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey, among others, has also reached out. Yeah, he did. He had no issues. He had no issues pumping Mayor Adams. You know, he had no issues like defending the Eric Adams endorsement after he won the primary by a much smaller margin than Zoran did. This is all about Israel, 100%. And Israel is not even just about Israel. Israel is about democracy. You can look at the Democratic Party's like prominent politicians and the next wave of leadership as putting the interests of American foreign policy, the State Department, or numerous other lobbying efforts, numerous other corporate interests over the interests of the citizens, over the understandable, justifiable, moral demands that the overwhelming majorities of the Democratic Party's base of support is making. Okay? He needs the AIPAC money in general? No, he doesn't. None of these guys need AIPAC money, okay? AIPAC money is consequential. It is important, especially at a time like this. But the AIPAC money is not the most important part of this, okay? Is not the most important part of the puzzle. IG, I guess, not in general. Oh. Yeah. In late recording, Cory Booker says he and AIPAC president text message back and forth like teenagers.
Elections.
Yeah. AIPAC is simply a representation, like is the tip of the iceberg in terms of how pervasive Israeli lobbying efforts are and how pervasive Israeli influence is in American politics, okay? But I think people hyper focus on it. It's not a bad thing that people hyper focus on it because like it's such a important part of the puzzle, and it's good that people know what AIPAC is. It's good that people are aware of it. It's good that people are mad about it. It's good that like AIPAC has sullied its reputation. Same with the ADL, because these are all different parts of the pervasive influence peddling operation at the behest of the apartheid state doing a genocide. So the more people are aware of them, the more people are repulsed by them, the better it is overall. But it goes beyond that. And a big part of the reason why AIPAC is not a FARA violator, even though it is, right? It's not a foreign agent. It doesn't have to register as a foreign agent, is not because, oh, it's American Jews that are like funding it. What do you mean? It's just the interest of like American citizens who happen to be Jewish, like who, you know, who happen to care about Israel. Like, no, it's Israel's in the name. Okay. The reason, the reason as to why AIPAC is so pervasive in its influence and so successful is not just because it is a well-funded organization or whatever. It's because Israel is in line with American foreign policy. Israel has a special interest, a special designation in American foreign policy as the most important ally in the region. But the more people push back against Israel and the allegiance that we have with Israel, the more difficult it becomes to maintain this this special designation. The more consequential it becomes to continue this allegiance. Okay?
Of course.
Mearsheimer contradicts your point of view in his Tucker Carlson interview. He explained that the convergence of interests is limited for the U.S., and it doesn't justify everything regarding U.S. policy in favor of Israel, and that money from the lobbies are the key factor because the U.S. even goes against its own interests for Israel, so not always convergence of interest. I know Mearsheimer I think, fully focuses on the influence of lobbying, but I don't think it's. I'm a centrist. Noam Chomsky says it's all American foreign policy and nothing else, and Mersheimer says it's all AIPAC. It's all different interest groups, like different lobbying efforts. I think it's both.
Mosaic?
One cannot exist without the other. AIPAC would be registered as a foreign agent if it wasn't for the fact that it is a profoundly important part of American foreign policy. Okay? That's it. Wrong day to bring up Chomsky. I know. And I have the Lollapalooza reacts to Hassan.
I'm not clicking that.
A video on the docket. I do want to watch the Tucker Carlson interview with Mersheimer because I feel like it's
something. Oh.
it's
called Kenshi.
It's solid. Here,
sorry,
we'll
man. I've been checking
the
like
Novara
emails and stuff.
Summarization of it.
I don't know how long you've been watching.
Something strange is happening to Tucker Carlson. And this is from his interview with political scientist.
Yeah, it's pretty micromanaging.
And in fact, if you go back and read the literature on the creation of Israel,
yeah, like every dude like has their own stats and stuff.
Ethnic cleansing was a
so you got to run to build
Zionists talked about from the
build up your athletics to run faster. You actually have to let yourself get beat up in order to build your toughness without dying. Your limbs can get chopped off.
Zionists come to Israel starting in the late
a lot of fun.
1800s.
I mean, for me it is.
There are remarkably few Jews in Palestine. And those Jews are not Zionists. The Zionists are the Jews who come from Europe.
But right now I'm kind of in a
that they're moving into a territory.
It's kind of like a grindy phase.
Palestinian villages and Palestinian people.
Oh yeah.
And the question
I'm kind of in a grindy phase where I'm trying to collect more money to purchase like engineering books to work on.
And the answer is you can't.
So they've got like a research bench.
Talking about and thinking
research
about
stuff.
ethnic
I can do
cleansing
something.
from the get-go. So the idea that
like
they wouldn't
batteries, farming, drilling, mining, smithing,
like after October
stuff like that. So yeah, there's a lot of options for sure.
Cleansing, it belies.
So it wasn't really a land without people for a people without land.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Classic Carlson, isn't it? He says something,
yeah,
which he already
pretty much,
knows
like,
it wasn't a land.
Like one run of like items that I need costs about 150,000.
Anyway, it's a nice.
And it's like this map is huge too.
Sort of.
So I'll say like.
I guess there's not more.
To go from here where I'm at to here where I gotta buy my stuff takes about 5 minutes of running at 3 times speed.
I thought that there would
to put it into perspective of how big this map actually is.
Professor, thank you.
This is a 2-hour interview. Obviously, I'm not gonna. What the fuck? You are not alone. Suicide and Crisis Hotline.
Yeah, it's freaking huge, man. And like
the growing threat of
there's
China
a bunch of
and how
creatures
the US
that like
them.
I've probably put like 1,000 hours into this game, and I still haven't been able to tangle it. There's like a huge freaking crab somewhere. I want to say it's like
wars. Why the U.S. puts
over here somewhere.
First. Here, we'll start here.
Or no, Leviathan Coast. I guess that's where the big crab is.
I didn't hear any reference to America.
Down in this area-ish, they have these they're called beak things. They're just like large giraffe-like creatures with no eyes and just a huge mouth, and they'll just like they basically peck you like a bird, and they'll take you out in like 2 hits.
Any two countries.
And they run faster than you unless you have like
how Mersheimer says stuff like this.
Special mechanical legs to boost your speed. But the only way to get mechanical legs is to have your legs cut off.
So in his mind,
and that's through combat, unless you get like there's a bunch of add-ons and stuff you can. They have like a peeler machine in one of the add-ons where you can intentionally remove limbs, but
like when he says,
I haven't messed with that.
This is not in the interest of America. I think his assessment is still structured around liberalism. His assessment is still structured around
the focus was definitely on
the limited confines
scale as opposed to graphics, but they started
of
creating this game, I want to say
liberal
sometime in like the
capitalist,
mid like
framework.
2000s, and they released it like in the
'Cause
alpha stage
America
like
has
sometime
a
in the late
profound
2000s.
interest
They were
in
seriously
both,
like
propping
working
up
on it for
Israel
like
from
10
the
years.
start as a
It was
Cold
just
War
one dude and
ally,
like his wife, and that was
and
it.
also utilizing its like
They're currently in the process of the second
incredible
one, but they haven't like
espionage facilities.
they
all
haven't
around the
revealed
globe.
how far along they are
And
yet, so I
not
don't
only
have
that,
no
but
idea when
also
that's
just
coming out.
using it as like a using it as an unsinkable aircraft carrier and a military base, a forward operating base in a resource-rich region.
Let's see. Another thing is like
has the
the
capacity to
weapons have
control
different tiers,
an
and the only
invaluable
way to get the
trade route,
highest tier weapon
right?
is to
So,
have somebody
for
build
that
lots and lots of
purpose, for
weapons
that
to
very
increase
reason,
their
it is absolutely
their
in the
smithing
quote-unquote
abilities.
interest of
Same thing with
America.
armor, stuff like that.
It's like saying war
But
is not in the interest
there is
of
some automation,
empire,
like
or war is not in the interest, like doing
you
these
see the guys
foreign
running
wars
back and forth.
is not in
So
the
down here I
interest
have
of
it
going
set to where they're just
it's not in the
mining
interest of,
on their
like,
own.
the
And
American public. It's true.
once the mine fills up, they run back and. But the thing is, you have to have storage for them to run
But
back and put it
similar
into
interests
for
plus
the automation to
different
work.
interests. Yes, right. So there's no
Let's hear.
question that
I'll hear what he has to say.
Israel and the United States sometimes have similar interests and sometimes have different interests. Let me give you an example of this. The United States has a vested interest in making sure Iran does not have nuclear
So
weapons.
I got two questions
We're
for you.
against proliferation.
How'd you get
It's
the
in
name
American
local
national
admin?
interest. It's obviously
Was
in
that something you
Israel's
picked?
national interest
And
for Iran
also, how'd
not
you
to
come
have nuclear
across the stream? Were you just randomly browsing political stuff?
Two states can have similar interests. In the case of Israel and the United States,
We already have Egypt and Jordan. They don't commit genocide. Yes, this is where I misalign, I guess, with like a full-blown materialist perspective, because I don't think the people that are fucking operating here are thinking like that. But those guys are brown.
Oh, sweet.
Okay, Israel is seen as a white
English, huh?
country in
Where
the
you from?
simplest terms. And
I still want to
Egypt
know
and
how you got the
Jordan
local admin
not
name, if you
committing
picked it or if it was
genocide like
just
Israel
randomly
is,
generated
does
for you.
not even matter a little bit, okay? Saudi Arabia does the fucking genocide in Yemen. We love that. We gave them weapons to do so. We helped them out. We helped them
Gotcha,
target,
okay.
some of these fucking.
So you said you
school buses that
picked
they struck,
an
okay?
English stream. Where are you
But
from originally?
Ultimately, there's only so much.
I feel like if you were
can,
American, you
you
wouldn't
can
have had to
put
throw the English in there.
in the hands of Egypt and Jordan from the perspective of the American State Department,
Oh, okay.
especially considering that
You
they are
confused
on
me then.
shaky ground to begin with. Jordan is a literal British
Ah.
invention, a holdover state.
Oh, that's
waiting there
right.
for the
Okay, I know what
greater
you're talking
Israeli
about.
project to inevitably take over.
I didn't even
Egypt
think
is a
about it
little
since
bit
I put that
different,
tag in
but
there. Never even thought
ultimately,
about it since.
But ultimately, Egypt is also a client state that could be toppled, a regime that could be toppled. It is a client state that has millions of angry citizens in it.
What part of the
that could
what
just
part of the
at
country
any
you
given
in?
moment go, what the fuck are we doing? It has happened before in Egypt.
What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing?
they also happen to have different interests. And what we have in the United States is a situation.
So you
where we have this
pretty
thing called the Israel
politically
lobby, which I,
engaged,
of
or
course,
just
have
like
written about
kind of
with
like a
Steve
hobbyist kind
Ballmer,
of thing?
which goes to great lengths to push the United States.
Like, I mean, are you just like
Israel unconditionally?
you're just like a
In other
regular
words, no
voter,
matter
or
what
do you go out there and
Israel
like
does,
canvas and stuff like that for candidates? Like, where are you at on the scale of engagement? I'm curious.
And the lobby is so effective. It is so powerful. It is so effective that we basically end up supporting Israel unconditionally. What that means, Tucker, is in those cases where Israel's interests are not the same as America's interests, we support Israel. We support Israel's interests, not America's interests, because
over and against America's interests.
Of course, because the interests clash in those specific instances.
Right. Which is, as you noted at the outset, just the nature of like sovereign countries doing business with each other.
Yeah, I'm
You're gonna agree on
currently
some
in
things and
school.
disagree on
Well, I
others.
mean, not like at this exact moment,
But
summer break,
can
but
you think of any
I'm going into my
moment in the
senior
last, say,
year in
40
political
years
science.
where there was that clash
I didn't even become politically engaged until
non-converging
like 5 years ago.
where the United States chose its own interests
January
over
6th, 4 years ago, something like that. Yeah, 4.5. If you know what I'm talking about. I was very like didn't really care.
I I mean, there have been
and then there was
instances where
January 6th,
America's told Israel
and I
to
got,
quit
and then
okay.
shortly after that,
George H.W. Bush,
I want to say
Ronald Reagan with
the
Lebanon,
summer after
George
that,
H.W. Bush
there was
with,
the
the
overturning
expansion of
of
settlements.
Roe v. Wade,
and
considering I got like
even
a
Joe
wife and
Biden
2 daughters,
with,
like that, like I
even
went
Joe
from like
Biden
what the
with,
fuck to
the
like
2021
legitimately angry.
incursion, right?
So
Obama with the
I really
nuclear
leaned
deal.
into it.
That's
Plus,
another one.
I've always
That's
been
a major one. You're right. I
like,
fucking forgot.
pretty
Okay?
good like in terms of writing. You know, I'm well spoken, so
There have been plenty of
it
instances
just
where
kind of like
America has
naturally
said,
fit. I
"Cut
actually
it out," and
majored in
Israel has
IT
cut it out.
for the first year
Now,
of school,
one could still say
and it was
that
more of a
was in the
pragmatic
interest
decision.
of Israel's continuation, and
But I
there's
did
truth
not
to that.
enjoy it.
Like,
I
there
was
were
okay at
moments
it,
where
but I was just
America
doing
was
it
like,
just because
"We
like
are
I was
the
like, oh, this is a
party
stable
that
job, you know.
controls
People are always going to
Israel.
need computers fixed, right?
They know better.
But
They
I
know
just
that
didn't
that is
enjoy
the
it.
truth,
But
and
now like I'm
therefore,
taking like a bunch
Israel
of
has
like politically
responded
based
to
classes,
American
constitutional
demands.
law, political behavior, research,
Yes,
research
you're not
design,
wrong
stuff
when you
like
say
that.
that's
And
not the U.S. choosing its own
I'm
interests over
loving it.
Israel's.
Like I
It's the U.S.
legitimately like
protecting
going to
Israel
classes
from
now.
itself. I agree. But the reason
But I
why
pretty
they're
much
not
watch
doing
like
that right
political
now when
stuff
they
all
could've,
day.
the reason why
it's pretty
they
bad.
should've
Like I don't
dialed
even
back
see it
Israel
as
a
like
long time
something
ago
I
for the
have to
sake
do.
of
It's just
Israel's
I'm legitimately
continuation,
interested in learning
okay?
about what's going on.
Because under normal circumstances, post October 7, what should have unfolded, what has happened, what should have unfolded is exactly what had happened in the
Freaking
past,
sweet, man.
which is Israel goes in, they kill like 10,000, 20,000
Yeah, you're
people.
welcome
It's
anytime,
incredibly
dude.
bloody,
See me on, hop on.
and then they piss
Chit
off
chat.
more and more people. And
See the
and,
one of the
you
main
know, you
issues
have
I
more
have with
attention
like I've
to,
literally just started streaming
Israel's
this past week.
behavior in the Western world and all this stuff.
I'm not
where,
good at monologuing like like you
where
see a lot of
America then
content
steps in and
creators, so I
goes,
require
"You
like
have to
a
fucking dial
I
it
require
back
some sort of back and
because,
forth to get
you're
me
getting
going.
out of control and there's too much enmity. You're becoming a pariah state, right? That is how things have happened in the past. But Trump 1 was a major convergence, I would say, where the Israeli interests and Israeli intelligence had always been profoundly important for American strategic interests in the region, but they had never had their hands on the fucking wheel. Maybe they could just like make some, if we're driving a car, right? America's driving the vehicle. America controls everything.
So what I'll do is
right?
I'll have these guys
Israel's
of mine
in the
on
fucking
here.
shotgun seat,
Oh, no worries, dude.
basically
Take your
telling
time.
which routes to take.
I have these guys on here
America
just running
usually
back and
listens.
forth, and I
America
sell
even
stuff
allows Israel to make
until I get to about
make them feel like
150,000.
they're
Then I make the
driving wheel
trek
every now
halfway
and
across
then.
the map
Or
to
even in certain
get my
instances,
engineering
Israel
stuff.
misbehaves and even kills like a bunch of like
A
American
lot of time to listen to
naval
videos.
officers in the USS Liberty incident or whatever. But because ultimately it's
And
so
watch other people's
important
streams while I stream.
that
Streaming
this
a streamer.
allegiance continues for American
I don't know if that's
strategic interests,
common.
as
I don't know if I'm
described
allowed to do
before,
it, but
that,
luckily I don't have enough
they just
viewers
kinda
for it to be a problem regardless.
Let that slide. Okay? They kind of let that slide. Trump won after Obama's JCPOA and after a lot of fucking anti-Obama stuff that came from Israel turned into a situation where Israel took control
And I also
over the,
I do have
over
a
the
Discord
vehicle completely.
as well
Our Middle Eastern policy
that you're welcome to
was
hop into if you
entirely
want.
directed by Israel after Donald Trump's first term. And Biden, being the ultra-Zionist that he is, an ultra-nationalist pro-Israel figure that he is, allowed that to continue. There was no off-ramp. There was no scaling back on Israel's influence on American foreign policy. Biden straight up let Israel continue its, incredibly influential position in American foreign policy that started directing the car as well.
Although I will
And then
say, I
post
think
October 7, it was
I'll
over. It was
probably
like the
only be
fully
on like another
accelerated,
30
right?
minutes.
The bear hug strategy.
Once my wife gets home from work, we're gonna get ready and we're going to go
Entirely
see
disagree.
the
Israel
Superman
runs
movie.
the show. America is Israel's dog. You have a misconception that Trump has any say. No. Israel currently runs the show, but ultimately, if Donald Trump woke up tomorrow and was hit with a fucking woke ray in his mind, he could literally just be like, Israel, stop it.
Stream
and Israel
boo.
would say,
I thought I had
yes,
a mod
we're
to block
stopping
those
it.
assholes.
They don't want to do it. They can explain exactly why this would be devastating, how this would collapse Israel as a nation state, collapse Zionism as a fascist project. and
Don't
all of that.
care.
But if Donald Trump was like, no, you're not, you're done, it's over, it would be over tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Straight up. There is no genocide or no apartheid state without America's weapons. There is no genocide or no apartheid state without America's go-ahead. There is no genocide, no apartheid state without America's political support to Israel in the global stage. America is the hegemonic superpower on the. America is still very much the hegemonic superpower. Like, I'll give you a totally separate example. Cuba, right? Cuba has a trade embargo.
That was crazy. The first day I actually started streaming,
Cuba
I think
has
it
a
was
trade embargo by the United
I think it was
States of
Saturday
America.
actually.
And I sometimes see
And
some liberals be like,
just for
"Oh, there's
giggles,
no
I stayed on as
blockade,
long
there's
as
no
I
trade
possibly
embargo. You guys
could.
are,
That was like
greatly
16
exaggerating.
hours.
Other countries are
And
allowed to fucking
I ended
trade
up
with Cuba."
like total
Wrong.
throughout the day for first day of
That's
stream
not
ended up
correct.
having I
America
think it was like
has
80
actively
something
tried to
total people.
sanction
I
other
was actually kind of
countries and other
surprised.
companies from, like,
I don't know how
you
that
know,
relates to other
Spain,
people's
immediately comes to
first
mind.
streams, but
They have actively tried to stop
I was surprised.
trade altogether to Cuba and have been successful in stopping trade altogether to Cuba. Okay? Bad Empanada agree
There was
with you
a
on
bit
this?
of a discussion on the Twitter platform recently over a tweet by noted Turkish man Hassan Piker. In this tweet, Hassan Piker argued
I'm
that the
here
US
early
president
then.
could end the genocide
What are you
in
referring
Gaza
to?
with one phone call.
Oh,
And,
like
a lot of
early
really
on in the
shitty people
stream.
took issue with this.
Oh, dude,
The
like
tweets in
no,
question
the whole
can be seen
16-hour
here
thing, like that
in
wasn't.
this
That was a
post
one-time
by
thing. That's
friend of
probably
the
not going
show,
to happen again
the
until
Willie
like
Mack Show. So
next
the
summer
original
when
tweet
I'm off
is
school.
this one.
I mean, I
Hassan
might try it again
One phone call is
before
all it
classes
takes up
start
Israel's
here in a
genocide.
couple
Israel
weeks,
doesn't
but
comply, shut off weapons transfers.
it's
If
not going to be a
Israel looks to
steady
get
thing.
weapons
And even
elsewhere,
once
put up a
school
sanctions
starts,
package, and if that
I'd
fails,
like
invade
it's going to
Israel
be hard for
militarily.
me to find
That
more
is
than
all-
like
that is
a
why all
couple
it
of
takes is
hours,
one
you
phone
know,
call.
like a
And
couple
this was
days a week.
responded to
Because
in
not
really
only do
the
I have
more generic Zionist way.
All it takes for Hassan to end the war in the Middle East is
okay,
one phone
yeah,
call
like
or a
not only do I
full-scale
have
invasion. The escalation of this
like
tweet is
12 credit
hilarious.
hours, like I also have 20 hours of an
That is where
internship that I have to do as
America's
well.
power comes from. That's
And
it.
luckily there's a
That
I'm
is
going
the-
to
that's not
I'm in
where it's
Texas
going
in
to
the
go.
school
Why
I'm
are
going
these people
to.
so,
They have
like,
a
so
program called the
stupid? I don't
Initiative for Civic
understand.
Leadership. And what they allow you to do is if you have an
goddamn
internship for
frustrating
20
how
hours a
stupid
week,
these people are.
they allow you to
And we
substitute
have
that for
propped
6
up
credit hours.
stupid people,
So I'm taking 12 credit hours of
online
actual
community has
courses,
propped up people
and the
who are not
internship is giving
knowledgeable
me
on
an
the
additional
history of
6.
the
So
dynamic
I'm going to be
in
like
Israel
super
and the
busy.
United States of America.
But
And
I mean,
now
I'll
they just fucking
once
buy
school
into
starts,
it.
I'll try to
It's
be
just-
on
I
here.
don't understand it.
You know,
I
like a
literally
couple of
don't
hours on
understand it.
Friday,
Are
a couple
you
hours on
so
Saturday or Sunday,
incurious?
but that's about the extent of what I'll be able to do.
I fucking laid it out right there. It's reductive. It's you know, within the
Oh well, see,
confines of Twitter word limitations.
I would have been done earlier if I hadn't switched my major, but it set me back like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 classes.
Here's Christian Amanpour
Yeah, it set me
also
back 2
saying it.
semesters.
I guess they need to
and
hear more like famous liberals
like I'm
say
a
this shit,
retired
because that's the only people that
Army
they
veteran,
respect, but
so I was
don't
using
even
the
think they
GI Bill.
respect those people.
But the GI Bill only gives you 6
When I say it's a
semesters.
genocide,
It only
I
pays
hate
for 6
Hassan, so I don't
semesters.
believe it, but
So
fucking other
because I
people say it, other
switched my
people
major,
that
I had to
trust
play
because they
catch
come
up
from, like, reputable outlets,
because I
if
only had
they
4
finally say
semesters
it,
remaining.
then
So I
I'll
had to
believe it, but
cram
Hassan
like
is still in the wrong,
I had to
kinda
cram
like
6 semesters of
Like, I'm
classes
making a
into
video
4
about this.
semesters
Probably
of
my next main channel video is gonna be
GI Bill.
about
So
this.
that's
It's gonna
why
be
it's
called something like
that's
How
why it is the way
Zionists
it is.
Argue or something like that. And it's going to talk about the main Zionist argumentative tactic, which is just repeating back what you said. If
Yeah, but like I said, luckily I'm actually enjoying it.
Not
So
always the second part, but usually.
the
In this case,
internship I have is
they
with
were,
a
gracious
it's
enough
a
not to
district
accuse them
office
of
of a
anti-Semitism.
congressional
Very nice of them.
representative.
They usually would. So the original
That's freaking cool.
response is
Doing
this
like
Twitter
constituent
account saying,
services,
"Hassan
like
thinks
planning
you could solve the
events,
Israel problem with one phone
scheduling
call."
stuff.
There's no attempt to like debunk this.
I freaking love
because,
it.
You know, obviously
The
most of
research, the
Israel's
writing.
armaments come from the US,
But
so
I
you
actually
could not
like
easily
writing. There was
replace
a
the American weapons manufacturers
assignment I had.
to
It was
give
a
them these
class
armaments.
called
So if
Political
the US
Institutions.
cut off their supply of arms,
And we
they
had
would be
to
unable
pick a
prosecute the
bill
war.
that
They
had
would
been
be-
passed within the last, I think, like 4 years, 5 years, something like that.
guys know what they're doing in terms
and we
of, like,
had to
trying
track
to
its
prop
path
up
through from
pro-Israeli
the time that it
propaganda.
like initially
When a
started
Democrat
until the time it got
or
passed,
a liberal, like the
like
liberal
the steps that it
Vox
took.
reporter,
And there was a book we had
also
to read for the
responded to this and
course,
said it's, like,
and we
childish
had
stupid.
to
She knows better.
elaborate
She's
on
doing
what
that
the
deliberately.
authors,
These
how
guys are
they
just
would have
fucking
explained
stupid, and they think this
why
is a
it
good
took the
way
path the way that it
to,
did. and
like,
it only had to be, I think it
counter
was like
whatever I'm
8 to 10
saying or
pages, and
belittle
mine ended up
whatever
being
I'm
like
saying
17.
without any
It was the
information,
it was the
right?
PACT
Without
Act
any knowledge,
in
without any fucking
2022. I
counter-narrative,
picked
without
that one,
any counter
you know, because
examples.
military.
It's just simply to be like,
and plus, I was
"This
already
guy's
following it
real
anyway,
stupid,
but
huh?"
or I was really
Right,
into it
that's
when it was going
And
through.
there are plenty of people who have also propped themselves
But
up
I really enjoy it. So even though it is like a lot of work,
believing that,
it doesn't
into believing
feel
this like ridiculous thing. So there is no value.
That's what I'm looking for.
If someone is like so actively,
It doesn't feel like a struggle, if that makes
you don't ever
sense.
have to address them. You could just be like,
It doesn't
"This
feel
guy's wrong."
exhausting.
And
Tiring,
unfortunately,
but not exhausting.
There are certain sides of the internet with where people get their notes from like apolitical slop tubers, where they just genuinely don't think about these things at all. They don't. They just go, "Oh, Hassan said it, so it must be wrong." It's a very stupid way to learn anything.
Oh no, what's
find yourself wrong
what's going on? Like, I'm
in
not
many
familiar with what's going on. You can pick up next day where you left off. And yeah,
you
exactly.
shouldn't do this. You shouldn't
For sure. Even if I have like,
disbelieve
even if I'm
someone
up
in
until
general.
like midnight or
I'm
1,
saying this about,
like
Marjorie
reading and
Taylor
writing,
Greene
I'm
or
tired
Tucker
for sure.
Carlson. People who
But there's
even
no,
cynically,
it doesn't
put
require
forward
like a
correct
push to get me
information
out the
from
door.
time to time. You shouldn't do that for anybody.
Like, so I'm in
okay?
Texas. I'm not really
is not just
tracking
for me.
what's going on
You should
in
not do that
Arizona.
for
Like,
anyone. You should
what's
always
going
try to
on
investigate
like around
further
you
what the
that's like
claims are, and then try to
kind of a big
disprove
deal.
said claims. Okay?
Didn't you have a special election recently with like a Gen Z
Being
candidate,
real
or was
risk
that New
of, like,
Mexico?
being attacked by their neighbors and stuff.
I don't remember.
'cause the
Her name
US
Deja
support,
Fox
the
was her
US,
name, I think.
patronage is what
I
allows
can't
them to
remember.
do what they do. So, a phone call like saying, "Hey,
My brain
stop
tells
what
me
you're
it's all
doing in
desert
Gaza,
over there, so it all
withdraw
blends
immediately,
together,
or the
even though it's
arms
probably
transfers
not.
are gone." That would end the genocide right away. It's not a question of could this happen. It's a question of why doesn't it happen. They don't even try to argue against it. They just restate the statement as if it's self-evidently wrong. And I really like the Willie Mack Show response here, because Willie Mack Show seems to have thought.
Yeah, it seems like
Hassan was saying
the
here
big
that
deal
he
right now
could
is actually what's
call-
going on
he
here in
could
Texas
call
with this
Israel
redistricting stuff.
and end the genocide. I don't know.
All it takes for Hassan to end the war in the Middle East is one phone call or full scale. I don't even know if these guys are saying like, "I'm gonna make the phone call."
I was
don't
actually
think
trying to get
anybody
an
actually believes
internship
that,
with
right?
my
I hope people
with my
don't
state
literally believe
representative
that. They can't be
for
that
my
stupid.
district.
I mean, that's
Like,
that's
I submitted everything.
stupidity
It seemed like I had a
beyond
foot in the
what
door,
I'm
but I
accustomed to
I
online.
hadn't
I
heard
see a
back
lot
from
of
them in a few
stupids
weeks. And
online, but this is
now
like
they're
a
all like,
fucking- this
they're
is
all
a
the
new level
my district
of stupidity. I don't
representative
think
is a
he's saying
Democrat,
that.
so
How to
she's
take
definitely
this
not in the
aside from him
state.
saying that. All it takes
They
for
are
Hassan
saying that? No, that's what they think, Law. No, I think it's better for us not to assume that our interlocutors are just like that dumb, okay? I think they're dumb, but they're not that dumb, right? It's better to assume, it's better to try to be charitable. I don't think he's saying you would make the call. He's saying for, as in Hassan's view, which is only slightly less stupid. Yeah, I think that this is him just saying, this is my view. Ethan literally did post that you think you can make
I
that
honestly
call
don't know.
personally.
I would not be surprised by anything. I wouldn't be surprised if they sent like U.S. Marshals to arrest them, but I don't know if they'd have jurisdiction because it's a state issue. I honestly, like, I have no idea. I don't know if they, because even if they vacate the seats, like, that's something that would take time, and I'm not sure how long that would take them to go through that process. Oh, they're gonna try. Like, nothing would surprise me whatsoever. It would surprise me if, like, Governor Abbott found some way to do like some type of like
I guess
executive order for Texas to where you're just like, well, I guess we can vote now. So who knows? Like, I wouldn't put anything past them. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, it's just like a wait and see kind of thing right now.
Who thinks the Houthis are the only ones
Basically, the ball is in the Republicans' court. They either have to find some way of bringing them back here, whether willfully or not, or they have to abandon the idea of this redistricting.
Like, address the argument.
So I don't know.
explain
I wish
why
I knew.
America does not have this level of control over Israel, despite the fact that America has supplied 70% of
What
all
sucks is
offensive
I
and
know that
defensive weapons to
invading
Israel.
another.
Explain
Yeah, it
how
does.
Israel would
It
make
really
up
does.
for the lack of munitions.
But we saw what happened in LA recently, so again, I wouldn't put it past them.
Many
Would not put it
Israeli
past them.
military officials in the past.
I want to say it was a few years, like within the last
has
10 years,
told
I think,
the
maybe
media
even less.
in Israel
I just
that
got to Texas a few
America
years ago.
has demanded
They
that
had
they
the
scale back on
Democrats
certain
here in Texas
instances
had done this
in
before,
spite of what the Israeli
but
public is demanding.
the
And
issue
they've literally
was they
said,
are
"We
fined
can't
like
do this without the United
$500
States of
every
America."
single day that they are
Explain
absent.
why throughout Israeli history, American
So
politicians,
they were
American
only
presidents have
able to
actually
hold
made
out for a
that
certain
one
amount of
singular
time
phone call to
because
stop
they only
Israel's
make like
atrocities.
$7,000 a year. It's like a part-time gig.
know?
They only meet for like
there is
I want to say like
Israel
6
without
total
America.
weeks, like every 2 years. It's ridiculous.
It's that simple.
But this time around, they basically have the Illinois governor Pritzker like footing the bill for their like housing and stuff and paying their fines for
Why
them.
don't they address any of these points and instead just go? Instead,
So I don't know how long they can hold out. I'm guessing as long as Pritzker's willing to pay for him.
He's so dumb. What is this? Does Ethan think Asana saying he's the one who would make the call? What the fuck is this dude saying? Me when I'm daydreaming about me when I'm daydreaming in the shower about being a hero, and then everyone stood up and clapped. I mean, he's implying that, but I think he's just it's so
like they
stupid.
can make
It's
meme
irrelevant.
points like
it's not
Trump.
even worth addressing.
Well, no, they
Who
wouldn't
cares?
because here's the thing: like Democratic voters aren't retards.
Like this is the expectation I have from a
Typically.
SWATuber, certainly.
The
But
reason-
it's not the expectation I have from like a person
the reason
who is, I
MAGA
guess,
can
my
do it-
ideological opponent here.
Well,
you know.
they've already been brainwashed. They're
person who
already
is,
victims of
who is
large-scale
making this
narcissistic
claim
abuse.
that I'm wrong should probably
they're
explain
easily
why I'm
gaslit
wrong.
because of said
Right?
narcissistic abuse. So they're just, I mean, Trump just sees in his
It's very strange.
in his ilk, he just sees them as money trees. And every once in a while, he'll come by and pluck a few million off of them.
There is no continued genocide.
I
without
cannot
American
imagine any
weapons.
Democrat.
Okay,
Like-
it's that simple.
Actually,
And
you know
not
what?
only that, but also, if
Actually,
America cut
I'm going to
off
correct
weapons
myself on
to
that
Israel,
because
which would
I
never even
don't think
happen
that Dem
because it wouldn't
voters would
get
be
to that
tricked
point.
into doing it. I think that they would do it willingly as long as they knew what the purpose was for. You know what I mean?
For that supply chain.
I think if these Texas Democrats said, "Oh yeah, we're starting a meme coin,"
necessary to continue
and
this genocide.
you know the voters knew
Who are they going
what
to go
that
to?
money was going to
Because
be
when
used
America
for,
shuts off weapons,
I think
you
they
could
would
say,
get a
"Oh,
lot of
well, they're
people
gonna
to
get it from
willingly
Germany."
pay in
Germany
for it,
doesn't have the same industrial base
as
that America
opposed
has
to
for
why
a
you know
steady
someone like
flow
Trump
of
would use it
weapons.
just
They don't
to
have the same
fill
arsenal,
his bank
they do not
account
have the
and
same industrial
you know
base, and
transform
also,
the White
many of
House
the
into
weapons that
gold.
Germany would
Although it's
probably
probably
send to Israel
our
in the interim
taxpayers
would
that
not
their
even
tax
be
money that
German
did
weapons,
that.
they would be American
But you know what I mean?
weapons. So if America's shutting off weapons,
I think
then
that to
Germany
fight
cannot send weapons to
the
Israel. That's
you know
number one.
the authoritarian
Number two,
bullshit that's
let's
going on right
say
now,
they're getting it from
I think they
Russia,
could do a
right?
meme coin, and I think a
Also
lot of
wrong
Democrats
for
would
a
willingly put
multitude
money
of
into
different
it.
reasons. One, because Russia is invested in pummeling Ukraine. They do not have
Depending
that
on as
runway
long
to
as
make up for
someone
it,
like
okay? They have their hands too busy
as long as someone like an
with,
establishment Democrat
with
isn't in charge of
Ukraine
the
to begin with,
funding,
but
I'd be
also
okay
on
with it.
top of that,
But
they have a strategic allegiance
if someone
with
like
Iran, as well as a
Jeffrey
strategic
Schumer,
allegiance with
Booker,
Israel as
Pelosi,
well.
one of those
But
greedy
because of their strategic
douche nozzles
allegiance
got
with
their hands
Iran,
on it,
they
I
can't
wouldn't
let
I
go
wouldn't
of
trust
their
it
partnership
one
with
bit.
Iran either. Okay, Iran is still an important player in the region.
Shit, I forgot what I was doing.
And an important player against American interests in the region. There is no place they can get it from, with the exception maybe of China, which I highly doubt China would.
And you know what would happen is they'd
Israel with a
all the
steady
MAGA
flow of
crowd would like
munitions so
bitch
they
and
can
moan about it
continue
too,
doing
like a
their
bunch of
genocide, no matter how much they
crybabies.
fucking love
Like I'm not
trade
kidding you. Like
maxing.
the day after
China is their
the
number
Texas
one
Democrats left the state,
supplier
there was
in
someone on
general for their
Fox
economy.
News
It's profoundly important to the
complaining
Israeli economy.
about
They
like
do
Gavin
a
Newsom
tremendous amount of trade with China. It's their number one.
re-gerrymandering
It is
the
the
California
number one country
districts,
they
like
trade
complaining
with,
about it.
Israel
Like
trades with. Okay. China has a lot of
Like what?
influence here.
I
as
don't.
well,
I don't understand
which
like
is why I've
the
routinely criticized
the
China
balls
just
it
kind of
takes to be able to like the
gesturing
day
against
after
Israel and
you
being
try
like,
the same shit
Palestinians deserve
yourself
to live, please stop,
to
and
criticize
never
the other
really
side for
following
doing that
through,
exact same
with
thing
any
in
sort of,
retaliation. Like, man,
coherent
like they're
policy
bold.
there. But
They
there
are
is
fucking
no
bold.
country that Israel could go to that could give them the same amount of and the same steady flow of weapons in the short period of time necessary if America shut off the weapons transfers. This is precisely the reason why it takes one phone call. But let's say Israel was in this hypothetical scenario capable of making up for the lack of munitions, and they were able to literally go and work Chinese weapon systems. Let's say China decided we're arming Israel, okay? It's the only country that has the bandwidth and has the industrial base to be able to supply weapons to Israel, right? America and Israel's
You got to be careful though,
allegiance
because
has
if you
fallen
get too
apart. All
greedy,
of a sudden,
like
America's
what Texas is
anti-Israel. They
doing,
said, no more
you would
weapons,
turn a
right?
you would turn
Let's say
like
China is
a
actually
like a
sending the
60-40 district
Let's say
into a
that
like
while China is
52-48 district. You know what I mean? If
weapons,
you're
Israel, what?
this is legitimately what Texas is trying to do. So
operate Chinese
like
weapon systems?
it's within the margin of error for polling. You know what I mean? For it to
You can't just-
backfire.
You can't
So
just,
you kind of
come in and
gotta
be like, all right, perfect. Now
pick how
these,
far you want to go.
anti-aircraft defense
And the thing
systems
is,
that they
like,
shipped in, which is a logistical fucking nightmare to begin with.
I think
we can now
Trump's kind of
use-
stupid for wanting
You
5.
can't do that.
But
It takes a tremendous amount
I
of
mean,
time.
knowing him, knowing his luck,
for
the
people to
luck
be
that
able
he
to
has had
start
his
using
entire
this
life,
stuff,
it'll
okay?
probably fucking work.
You know this. You know this from what happened in Ukraine. It's not fucking plug and play. These are foreign adversaries. Israel is an ally. Israel uses American weapons. They do not use Chinese weapons. They use Chinese surveillance and things of that nature, Chinese drones, but they do not use Chinese weapons. They can't. It's an entirely different weapon system. America would never allow that anyway. America would nuke Israel before allowing Israel, who at that point would still retain a bunch of American weapons, a bunch of American like missile systems, to then all of a sudden
This game,
bring
like in order to
Chinese
build your
weapon
strength,
systems onto
like
that
you
same
have to have
platform.
like
That
a
would be
full
insane.
backpack and
That would
carrying someone just to
destroy,
have your strength
any
XP
kind
go
of,
up 50%.
any kind
Otherwise,
of
the max you can get is like a
America had, 'cause now
25% boost.
Israel would give everything to
So many
China.
little
Okay, there are a million
little
different
factors in
reasons
this
as to why
game.
This would never work. But let's say it did work.
So
okay,
I think the basic vanilla, I want to say it's like maybe 20-ish, but there are mods where you can have like hundreds. You could have like a full, excuse me, like a full-scale army moving across the continent, as long as your computer can handle it.
Started using that to continue as genocide. At that point, America would just destroy Israel's economy. That's it. America would say, no more trade with Israel. If you trade with Israel, with the exception of China, let's say, because it's too much of a
Yeah, you'd
powerful
be fine.
player in the global marketplace, they would just fucking pull a Cuba on Israel. They would do a full-blown embargo. They would stop.
Yeah, you don't even need a
other
beefy
countries
computer
from
for
trading
this,
with
like the
Israel.
vanilla
It would, again,
at all, as you can
never
tell.
get to that point. Regardless, I can't stress this enough because that is the reason why.
I was watching
all
a
it
video
takes is
from
one
the
phone
developers
call.
of this
And
game.
let's say
They
Israel
were
says,
talking
"Fuck it,
about
we're doing
the
full genocide. We don't
one that they
care.
were working
You
on. I
can
think
kill
they
our
said it's like
economy, okay? You can kill our
25 to
economy, we still wanna
50%
do genocide."
larger
At that
map
point, they
area
would
than this
invade.
one. It's like Jesus.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, cause see, like you see how long I've been
never
running.
gets to
That's
that
at triple
point, and it
speed.
never has to get to that
Or
point
maybe it's 5
because
times speed.
It starts
I don't
and
know. Anyway,
ends with one phone
super
call
speed.
for this reason.
And like, this is as far as I've gone. That's it. And like, it is completely unforgiving, this game. Like, if you're by yourself and you get knocked out, it is very possible that you could legitimately bleed to death, bleed out, because you're unconscious and you can't like bandage yourself. So you just bleed out. That's it. Boom. Done.
All it
Game over.
takes is one phone call. Even from the first step to the second one, there is a tremendous amount of impossible things that are
Yeah, you got to go around like to all
physically
these
not possible
all these
for
cities
Israel to
around
do
here.
to be able to continue its fucking,
Most of these
genocide,
cities have
okay?
like their own blueprints
Once
for
again,
like weapons and armor.
70% of all weapons
There's
that
like
Israel's using,
I think I mentioned before. There's like a bunch
both
of mini
offensively
bosses.
and defensively, are
There's no
supplied
storyline.
since October
There's a
7th
lot
by
of
the
lore
United
that you
States
can
of
discover
America.
in like ruins and stuff, but there's no story. It's a sandbox.
Can you go and yell about something else? You yell
It's,
about
it's
the
your own
Israel
story.
genocide fetish. Can we go and yell and bitch about something else? You bang this Israel's genocide fetish drum every time I watch you, and I'd like to hear what you have to
It looks
say
a lot
about
better
other things
close
that are
up.
going on as well. I mean, I was covering other things.
But I mean, still
before
by
we got
today's
here.
standards, it's not that great. But you know,
one phone call. He genuinely seems to think that Hassan was talking about himself
Oh,
rather than
dude.
the President of the United States of America. God, I love Willie
that's
Mack
a task.
He's so funny.
But yeah.
But look, I'm gonna give.
See,
him
the
benefit
thing
of
is,
the
like,
doubt.
there's
I'm gonna
really,
assume this is just
there's
some bad
nothing
wording on his
too
part. And what
complete
he
in this
meant
game. It's.
is that he thinks it's ridiculous.
I mean, yeah,
to
you
think
could
that
get all
the US
blueprints.
president
You can
could
kill all the
ever end a
bosses.
conflict in the Middle East or a war in the Middle East with one phone call.
But like,
And I'm going
there's
to
no
look
end
into
to like the
whether or
fighting
not
that
there's
you
any
can do.
precedent for this happening or
There is
not.
a pretty cool mod I
So,
like.
in
I can't remember what it's
during
called.
the
But what you
Israeli
can do
assault
is
on
like
Lebanon,
these
there was a
towns.
phone
Ronald Reagan made a phone call. Said, you are doing the Holocaust.
There's a group
Stop.
around here. I think it's these guys.
between President Ronald Reagan
If you
and
take
Prime
out,
Minister of
see how it's
Israel,
got like some goofy
the
name over
noted
here.
terrorist
If you
Menachem
take
Begin,
out like
whose
the
name
main
I
leader,
shall mispronounce, but I mean,
and then
one Hebrew
like
is a constructed language anyway. They
the
pronounce
mod
everything
says
wrong.
you have to
So
run
I'm
like a
gonna
quarter of
also
the way
pronounce
across
it.
the
He
map. So like if I were to
called
run
him
over here somewhere and then come
he said-
back,
he told
like
him,
I would
"Stop.
actually be able
Stop.
to
Stop the bombing.
like
What
quote
you're doing
unquote
here is
control
not okay. We don't
the village
support
and
this. Stop."
basically I'd
And
be allowed to
within
build
20
inside of it.
minutes,
Because the way it
the
is right
bombing
now, you
stopped.
can't build
Okay,
inside
so
these
that's one precedent of
in the
before this
vanilla. You
happened.
can't build inside
Ronald Reagan,
the
by the
cities.
way, Ronald Reagan
But
was an
if you
extremely
kill that
Trumpish
group,
president. He was just
that
better
special
on camera
group,
than Trump
and
is
take it
'cause he
over,
was
you
an
can.
actor and Trump isn't. Ronald Reagan was absurdly stupid, absurdly dumb, and he
Wrong. Donald Trump is a TV guy as well, and that's the reason why he's very telegenic and very charismatic. I disagree with Bad Empanada.
even he did this. So clearly, the U.S. president does have this power. They have massive coercive power over Israel because Israel relies on their arms to be able to prosecute its war.
Take
It
my
relies
money.
on their diplomatic support.
It's not even
And
expensive.
In many ways,
like
they're indirect or direct
maybe
military
20 bucks
support.
at the
Like
most,
the US,
and
for example,
every once in a
famously
while you'll
helps
find it on
shoot
sale for
down,
like 10.
Missiles that are launched at Israel. It famously patrols the waters near Israel just to keep, make sure its presence is known because Israel wouldn't be able to do that as effectively by itself. You also see like the U.S. attacking Yemen essentially on behalf of Israel a number of times, and the U.S. attacking Iran on behalf
Oops,
of Israel.
wrong one.
So the U.S.
Grabbed
does
the
a
wrong
fucking ton for Israel, and Israel knows this, obviously. The Israeli leaders know this. And if this stuff was taken away from them, or if there was a credible threat that it could be taken away from them, Israel would have to fall in line. So the question here is not, would that work? As Hassan Piker said, it does.
Oh, you can like
It's
build your
proven
own
to have
base
worked in the
too. That's
past.
one of the reasons I'm
And
trying
even
to
like a basic thought experiment
upgrade
using those
my
basic outcomes
engineering
raised
first.
would have you conclude that
For
yes,
example,
Israel
let's see, go
would
to the build
indeed
menu
have
over
to
here.
stop the genocide in Gaza if the U.S. president
I don't have my
called
walls
Netanyahu and
upgraded. I
told
like
him
to
in firm terms
upgrade the
with a clear
walls.
threat to escalate if he
So yeah, you
doesn't.
can like
This
build
needs to
your
stop. The
own
US is
base
the
like out in the
world's
middle of
premier
nowhere.
empire. Israel is
You'll
one
get
of its
attacked by
proxy
like
states. This is
random
obvious.
groups
I don't-
in
like,
the area.
It's just so evident.
There's like
It's so
there's
clear
different
why they have
factions.
not
One's like the
attempted
Holy
to
Nation.
actually
They're
refute
basically like a
what's
bunch
being
of
said here. Because as I said,
a bunch
the
of
Zionist
racist,
argumentation
misogynist
is
dudes.
to repeat what you
So
are
they
saying
like
as if it's
to
self-evidently wrong and
force
then
you to
call you
pray to
anti-Semitic
their
for saying it.
deity.
So rather than attempt to refute
And if you don't, they'll
what
just
Hassan was
like
saying here on the
they
merits
hit
of the
for
statement, on the
like
merits of the
see
evidence
the
for
health
it,
down
they
here
just
for like
say,
regular
all it would
humans.
take
They'll
is
hit for
one
like
phone
80.
call.
So
Yeah.
you have to have
there's
like a
one
really
other
good
thing
defense
that can
in some of these
actually,
areas.
Kind of
They have like cannibals.
jam up this,
They
this
have
machine of death and destruction.
they have
and
these
that
robots
is
that
mounted opposition,
I forget what they call them.
mounted military
But after they
opposition
kill
that
like the
is
humans,
too
they'll like
consequential for Israel
wear
and
their
even the
faces and
United
pretend to be
States of
human.
America. We saw this with the 12-day war with Iran. Okay? Iran was able to successfully cripple the Israeli economy.
Well, I hope you
and
enjoy it,
shut
man.
Israeli society down.
I've had this
for
game for
12
what
straight
years?
days.
I've had this game for
And
like
in the
12 years now.
process, they actually
And what'll happen
expended
is I'll play the the shit out of it for like a month, and then I won't touch it again for like 7 or 8 months, and then I'll come back to it again.
They take years to build. We do not have enough stockpiles. Israel does not have enough stockpiles, certainly, but Israel does not even have enough stockpiles with America backing Israel. So there was a point as well. There is a point where this can come to a halt without America making that phone call or force America to make that phone call. In the Western world, our only way of pushing for this phone call is by
see, I'm really
protesting,
biased.
constantly creating
I'm a
an
sucker for
environment
the sim
we
type
punish
games.
politicians
The single player
maintaining
sims
their
like was it like
allegiance
Cities,
with
City
Israel.
Skylines? I got City
And
Skylines
then
too.
same in the
What else?
Western nation
Stellaris.
states
I
as
like
well, where you can
Stellaris.
actually get more.
The
You
freaking
can
Jurassic
get more
Park game.
involvement from your politicians, even though they're fearful of America's
What is like the Warhammer
fearful
games?
Of ever sidestepping the United States of America.
I'm a sucker for those.
You can actually create more pressure on the global stage by getting European countries to criticize Israel, to create an even more expansive permission structure to say fuck Israel, right? And then all of that ultimately becomes costly for the United States of America.
Oh, nice.
In the region, though,
What really sucks is I really do enjoy that game, but I have I have like video game ADHD, and what'll happen is every time I get the time it takes me to get to like I want to say like maybe 400,000 to 500,000 residents is about the time I start getting bored of it. So I'll move on to something else, and then again I'll come back like several months later. You know, forget what's going on with the city, start over, and repeat the process. Pretty bad about that.
Okay? THAAD operators burned through munitions at a furious clip, firing more than 150 missiles to shoot down the waves of Iranian ballistic missiles, according to U.S. officials. That is nearly a quarter of the interceptors ever purchased by the Pentagon. This is according to the Wall Street Journal.
Jesus.
It wasn't just the THAAD. The U.S. ran through large
You
numbers
following
of
this
shipborne
Israel-Gaza
interceptors as well,
shit?
and Israel quickly drained stockpiles.
I'm
for its
assuming
own
if you follow
systems.
politics,
Those
you are.
Iranian missiles got
I'm
through
assuming.
anyway. It would likely take
It's freaking
more than a year
disgusting.
and cost between 1.5 billion to 2 billion, debatable, to replenish the THAAD interceptors fired during the 12-day war, according to Wes Rumbaugh, a CSIS fellow who researches
I think I'm about
Pentagon
to get
missile
attacked
procurement and budget
by something.
details.
I don't know what.
Most of America's Arleigh Burke class-guided missile destroyers are armed with SM-2s, SM-3s, and SM-6s. Those warships
What is
also
it?
went through
Oh yeah,
interceptors at
they
an
have these
alarming
guys
rate.
like they call them
During
dust
the 12-day
bandits.
war, the ship shot about
They just
80
run around in
SM-3s
groups
at
and attack
Iranian
people
threats,
just for
according
giggles,
to a US official.
and they'll take your
So
stuff
everyone who predicted
if they
that
kill you.
Israel's multi-layered missile
So like when you
defense
first start
was
out, you
1 to
kind of
2
have to
weeks away
like
from
kite them,
critical grid attrition
but you're not
was
very
correct.
fast, so even that's risky.
It could have been sooner, depending
But
on the tempo.
I'm really
of
far into
attacks.
this game, so like
That
I'm
stage
not
would
worried
force
about these
Israel to
guys
triage
like
its
taking me out
finite
at
supply
all.
of interceptors, saving the rest only for sensitive military sites, while they let the rest through to strike their targets. This is obviously a situation Israel would want to avoid.
Yeah, you can see like it's cross. When you start out, your crossbow is going to be 0, and mine's at 70, so that should give you an idea of how much I've been
It's a
on this run.
multifaceted, multi-layered approach. At the end of the day, war can be as complicated or as simple as you want to explain it. And I think the simplest ways to describe war is attrition, both in the economy, but in the simplest terms, attrition with how much it costs for an Iranian missile to be lobbed in the direction of Israel versus how much it costs for Americans to defend Israel.
Uh-oh, get a phone call.
Okay? It is unimaginably costly to defend Israel like this. It is, in comparison to how costly it is to defend Israel like this, it is insanely cheap to attack Israel if you are Iran. It's not even a comparison. It's the same with Yemen. Operation Prosperity Guardian under the Biden administration was a multi-billion-dollar operation, and it failed. They wanted to stop the Houthis from implementing a blockade and making it so that regular commercial shipping that goes to Israel could continue.
Indeed,
They
war never
wanted to
changes.
stop
What's cool with this game
the
is like you can
Houthis
pause it like
implementing
when
a blockade
these guys are
against
mid-swing.
Israel.
So like
Okay.
even if you want to do like a ranged guy to play it
They
safe,
wanted to do that.
like
They
you can
wanted to
just sit
stop it.
here, wait till they start their swing, pause it,
It failed.
run away,
Donald Trump
and then boom,
continued it.
you're like you'll be out of the way
Restarted
by the
and
time they
continued it.
finish
It
their
was even
swing.
more costly when
Pretty
Donald Trump
pretty
did it.
funny.
And they still were completely incapable of stopping
But like
the Houthis from implementing
I
a
have
blockade.
this guy,
So they had to
doing
come to the bargaining
martial arts,
table
so it's just like
and
hand
implement a
stuff.
negotiation where
But
they
the higher
basically
you build a
said,
strength, the
"Houthis,
harder he punches.
stop attacking
So
our
once I get his
ships, our
strength up
Navy
to like
ships,
the
American
80s,
Navy ships, and you can continue bombing Israel if you want." That was literally
he will
the deal.
like
that
he'll
Donald Trump
punch
put
for like
together.
80
He even
damage.
said the Houthis are very brave
I've
warriors,
seen
they're
him
very brave
do
people,
one
they
kick and
fight
like
so
kick
good.
somebody's arm off.
And in
You'll
the
see the arm just go
process,
flying.
One of Israel's two major ports has gone
I've got these guys are all my tanks.
The
Like I gave them
Houthis
all
did
defensive based weapons.
Okay?
And taunt, I think. Yeah, they're taunting.
The Houthis dropped during the second wing of Operation Prosperity Guardian approximately what 20 plus Reaper drones that are around $20-30 million a pop. Four fighter jets dropped in the process due to maneuvering incidents, due to hitting one another. And they were able to strike the Ben Gurion airport. It's not even a question.
Yeah, I have them set up to auto heal too.
It is not costly for them to do this.
Another little trick I like to do to build up their
incredibly costly for America to continue
like medic.
doing this.
I'll try to find like the boss. Every roving band has like a boss or a leader.
And yeah, in
I'll pick them.
2021
I'll
as
heal them.
well, the Biden administration pushed Israel very
And
firmly
then I'll
towards
throw them in a
ceasefire,
bed,
though not
so
quite
they.
as firmly as Reagan
Oh,
did.
you can
So
build
this is
cages
something for which
too,
there is
so you can
precedent.
basically
And
have
at some
like a
point,
like
even
a
if there
fighting
wasn't
slave.
precedent of it happening in the
Like you
past,
build
you can
yourself
just look
like
at
a walled-in
the
area,
relationship between the US and
like
Israel,
with a
see how much
door,
the US gives
like
to Israel, how much
a gate.
Israel is reliant on the US,
Put them in a
and easily
cage,
conclude that yes,
and then
the US
just let them
president could
heal up, come
absolutely
back and fight
force
them
to
again.
Stop what they're doing in Gaza. The
So
question
yeah, all right,
is
let's see.
not
I'll pick
can
this
he?
guy up.
The question is why doesn't he? But
It's so entertaining.
Exactly. And
Throw him in one of the beds I built.
Explaining
What'll
this
happen
is
is
going
like
to
once
help
he
these people
regains
understand reality,
consciousness,
because they don't see this video.
and then
Come here. There is a steady
he'll regain
flow
consciousness,
of
and he'll either
Hassan
try to
propaganda
escape
that just, like,
and
circulates
just
in
run
that
away
corner of
somewhere
the
off into the
internet,
ether,
and
or he'll start
especially
fighting
if
the
you're
people in the
already,
town.
invested in the mindset that, like,
If he
America
does
can do
that,
no
I'll run
wrong,
back, I'll heal him again,
or,
I'll put him back in the
Americans
bed,
sometimes do wrong,
and repeat the
but they're
process.
doing
It helps.
wrong,
It helps
while
my
they're trying
raise
to do
my
right.
medic
You know,
level.
if you have this kind of attitude, you never actually learn the truth. This is what's so frustrating about the nature of discourse online nowadays. I guess it's always been this way, but it's gotten
Let's see, I'm kind of
especially
curious what
worse
choice he makes.
in recent years.
It's always entertaining.
Where no amount of explainers is going to cause someone who is already invested in the Hassan is stupid and
Well, he's going with the
dangerous and
escape route.
violent and a
He's probably
terrorist
running down
basically
here to
turn
try to
around and
fight me
go,
with these
"Wait a
guys, I
minute,
bet.
Let me look into this myself."
But
You
he's
understand?
gimpy. No? Prove me wrong. They still surprise
We
me.
fought for over a year and the administration never said ceasefire. Now, this is from Drop Site News all the way back in April 28. Israeli officials were blunt about the benefits of Biden's passivity. Former Ambassador Michael Herzog declared, "God did the state of Israel a favor that Biden was president during this period because it could have been much worse."
I usually like picking the leader out of the bunch to do the healing and the
We fought
like
in Gaza for over a
training.
year, and the
That's what I call it.
administration never came to us and said, "Ceasefire now." It
because
never
they
did.
typically have
And
bigger
that's not
stats,
the problem. That's not
so
to be
they
taken
can
for
like
granted.
they can fight longer.
It's ironic because people will always say, like, "Oh, he's looking at Twitter links." Like, that's another one. That's another, like, fucking thought-terminating cliche. I'm not looking at Twitter links. I'm looking at Twitter summarizations of an article from a reputable outlet like Drop Site News that is comprised of investigative reporters that have worked all around mainstream news, that are fucking very well-credentialed, people who I know personally. Okay? People always love doing that, where they're like, "He's just looking at Twitter links." It's like, I'm not. This is a Drop Site News summarization of an article that was initially reported in Axios.
Man, these guys are.
Okay.
Is that another group?
This
That's
is
a whole
Channel
other group.
13, sorry.
Ah.
Axios reported on it as well.
And another phone call. Fantastic.
You can dismiss those people out of hand. I know. But the problem is you shouldn't. Because there are a lot of people like that.
Them. And then October 7th happened, and that absolute catastrophe and slaughter inside Israel. And now, for nearly 2 years now, the revenge has been bitter and deep. And where is it leading Israel? Where does it leave the hostages, and where does it leave the Palestinian people? So there's a huge amount that Israel's allies, and especially the United States of America, who could, with a single phone call, change this.
Yeah, there you go. Christian Amanpour, reputable, notable liberal, also saying that America could change this with one fucking phone call. Anyway, there's a Trump press conference happening right now after his executive order. Let's take a look.
Redistricting, or whatever you want to call it, the Democrats have done it long before we started. They've done it all over the place. They did it in New York. They did it in a lot of different states. But in Massachusetts, so somebody used this as an example today. I was interviewed this morning, and they said, you know, it's pretty unfair. Trump got 40%. I'm not proud of that, but I think I probably got more, but that's okay. I got 40% in Massachusetts, and yet they have 100%.
Oh, I've got to step away for a minute. Be right back.
So there's no Republican, there's no anything. So we should have 40%. You know why? They redistricted. And they've done it all over the place. And they've done it in California, by the way.
You said that before, just one phone call? Is that an exaggeration or literally? Of course it's a fucking... It's not literal,
independent
dude.
Redistricting, you douche nozzle. It's blue because there's
there's no
bunch of Democrats
that
there.
happens with one
Man, I hate that guy
phone
so much.
call, okay? Don't be dense.
Anyway,
oh
be right
my
back.
God. It's the closest you can get, however, in terms of foreign policy to ending something with one singular,
With
literally one
horrible
singular phone call.
Medical provision for people. We've watched them destroy our country for 4 years, and people don't want that. And people in Texas, as you saw, I got the highest vote in the history of Texas. I love Texas. Texas likes me, obviously. But I got the highest vote, and that was checked out on the show. Did you see that? Where they checked it out, they said he actually did get the highest vote in the history of Texas, which disappointed them. They were very disappointed to hear that. But Texas is a place that's done very well with a free enterprise kind of an attitude, with the exact opposite of what's happening in New York with a communist mayor. And they know what they're doing, and they're doing the right thing. Yeah.
Two questions for you. Mr. President, thank you. Texas Senator John Cornyn is asking for your help to force Democrats back to the state and hold them accountable. Do you want the federal government and the FBI to help locate and arrest these Texas Democrats who have left the state?
Well, I think they've abandoned the state. Nobody's seen anything like it, even though they've done it twice before. And in a certain way, it almost looks like they've abandoned the state. It looks very bad. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Oh, we were just talking about that, whether he would send the federal government to round up the Texas Democrats.
The Attorney General, the governor wants them back.
It's like I can see the future.
The governor of Texas is demanding they come back. So a lot of people are demanding they come back.
But he's not saying he's going to do anything about it. But again, God, you just can't rule anything out with these assholes.
Two questions for you. One, were you aware of and did you personally approve the prison transfer for Ghislaine Maxwell that your Justice Department?
I didn't know about it at all. No, I read about it.
Oh my God,
like you did.
such a
do you believe that
liar.
It's not a very uncommon thing.
Do you believe that she's credible to be listening to? Your Deputy Attorney General sat down with her recently.
Well, let me tell you, he's a very talented man.
Oh, let me tell you,
His name is Todd
I don't want to
Williams.
answer
He's
that
a very
question, so I'm just going to talk
intelligent
around
person, very high,
in generalizations.
I just a very
And people are going to fall for it
person,
because
respected
40% of this country is stupid.
And, I didn't talk to him about it, but I will tell you that whatever he asked would be totally appropriate, and it's not an uncommon thing to do that. And I think he probably wants to make sure that people that
My
should
favorite
not be involved
quotes
or
of all
are
time. I don't know what your
involved or
age
hurt by
demographic is,
something
but
would be very, very unfortunate,
the older
very
you are,
unfair
the
to
more
a lot of
likely you
people.
are to know George
But
Carlin.
I will say this, Todd Blanche is one of the most highly
One of my
respected
favorite
people
quotes
you'll
of all
ever meet.
time was he's
So
like,
I know this. I didn't discuss it with him, but
if you
anything
think
he talked about
that
with her or
most of
the
the
fact
people
that
in
he
this
did that,
country
not
aren't
unusual,
stupid,
number one, and
just
most
look at how
importantly
stupid the
is,
average person
something that
is,
would be totally
and then
above board.
realize that half of them are stupider than that. It put a lot of stuff into perspective.
President.
Sonia
Mr. President, how
Lang!
much more would you
Thank you
like
for the 100
Doge to cut
gifted.
from the federal government?
Well, it's not so much Doge anymore. And by the way, I have to say that somebody from Doge was very badly hurt last night. You saw that. A young man who was beat up by a bunch of thugs in D.C.
Of course, yep. They're just thugs. I wonder what their racial profile was. I'm kind of curious.
In terms of protection, we're going to have to federalize and run it the way it's supposed to be run. But it's not a question of Doge. We have great people,
Thugs.
secretaries, and all
Push
working
for
with Doge
unemployment under
and
10%.
cutting with I said with a scalpel as opposed with an axe.
What do you mean? Like
There's
what?
cutting
Wait,
with
what's
a
what's
fine-tooth
the unemployment?
comb.
How does that tie
And
into
people
the
that aren't doing their job or bad people
the
who are
stupidity
bad
comment I
things,
made?
bad policy, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm confused. Or was
And
it
I
something
think
that Trump
they've been very
said?
successful in that.
Casually
And there's
Explained
more
just
cutting
tweeted
to
about
do,
you.
But there's also more getting. We want smart people in government. Our country is doing great. I think
90.
we're doing probably
Oh.
maybe in many ways better than we've ever done before. You know, we're
I don't know.
taking in
I don't like.
trillions, not
Are you?
billions, trillions
When you say
and
90%
trillions
of people, are
dollars
you
from
saying
other
like
countries who, for
people
years,
over
took
the
advantage
age of
us.
like
They took advantage of
15,
the
over the age
United
of
States like we
16,
were
like?
children, and that's not happening anymore. Now they're paying a lot of money.
Because if
and
we're
they're paying
including children,
hundreds of billions
I
of
would
dollars.
push
Individual
back on the
countries paying
90%.
hundreds of billions of dollars. You're
That
seeing
seems
what
high.
Everybody else is seeing, and we have a lot of things we can do.
But
You
if
know,
you're
one of
like
the
referring to
questions
just like
asked of me this
working
morning
age
is, are you gonna make a
adults,
dividend to the people? And the
I
purpose
still
of
don't even
what
think
I'm
it's
doing is
90%.
primarily to pay down debt, which
Because
will
you got
happen
so many
in
elderly,
very large quantity. But
then you
I
got
think
so many
there's
people that
also
are
a
legitimately
possibility
disabled.
that we're
Like
taking in so
not what
much
the
money that
Republicans
we
want you
may
to think,
very well make a
where
dividend
like
to the
every
people of
28-year-old that
America. Thank you
is having a
all
hard
very
time
much.
finding a
Thank
job
you. Thank you very much.
is just mooching off of Medicaid. Like, you know what really baffles me is this whole like if the average person is of average intelligence, I'd only want 90% of people work. Oh, okay.
All
It
right,
completely
back
baffles
to
me how people
Mersheimer.
fell for the whole Medicaid thing. You know, like they kept using this phrase, 28-year-old mom's basement not working, using healthcare, using Medicaid. Like, it's not even a paycheck. Like, it's only used for, you know, medical purposes.
The U.S. government chose
And
interests of a foreign
that's my
power
understanding,
over
I
and
think.
against
I don't
its
think they
own
just
interests
cut
and
him a
its people's
paycheck.
interests.
Unless I'm missing something, unless I'm not as smart as I
in
thought.
the case of Israel, you know, we're allied with Israel informally, and you know they want us
Do they
to do
give
something
is
that
disability
hurtful to us, does not help our
is that
interests
tied
at
in
all,
with
but we
Medicaid?
do it anyway.
Maybe
What
it
is
is.
our interest?
You know what? It might
What
be.
is our interest?
Huh.
What
Now that I'm
is,
talking through this, it
in
might
air
be.
quotes, our interest?
Damn, I don't know.
Okay.
I'll look it up another time.
Was Iraq in
I don't
our
care enough to
interest?
find out right now.
Depends on who you
Unless you know
ask.
the answer. The only people
Was
who
it
are 20
okay
living
for
France are denied
12,000
benefits.
Americans to die
No, were denied benefits. Okay.
in this illegal
I mean,
invasion
but
of
I
a
mean, were they
foreign
able
nation?
to work, or were
Even
they
if you're
like
not thinking
actually
about the
disabled?
millions,
You know,
the
if
tens
they
of
were actually
millions that are
disabled, then that's
displaced,
kind of fucked up. You know.
Extremism in the region.
But if they
a power
are able to
vacuum that was
work,
created, the formation
like
of
I understand the
ISIS,
need for it. Oh, some of both. Okay.
Even if you're
Like I
purely
understand the
looking
need
at it
for it, but what
from the
angers me
perspective of the
beyond
average
belief
American,
is the fact that they
was it in
like
their
they put
interest?
so
No,
much
of
red
course
tape.
not.
Basically,
Was it
the way
in
it
the
works now, like
grand interest
they're not
of
lying when
American
they said they're not
capital
kicking people off, but they're basically making it so that you have to
into
fill
a
out like a
foreign
tax return
nation
every single month
piece
in order
up
to continue to qualify. Like you have to prove
natural
every single month
resources,
that you're
like
you're
oil,
disabled.
for
Like
example,
some people are going to make like honest mistakes and they're going to
forcibly
lose
sell it
like
off
all of
to
their medical
foreign
benefits
capital.
because of it. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's like
to continue a
I
steady
think
flow of
I was telling my wife
munitions
this the other day. I
to
feel
an
like
ever
the world
increasingly
is only
expansive
capable
military
of handling
industrial
so much
complex,
empathy, and
one
once
of
our
the
population went
only
over a
remaining
certain level, there was just no more empathy to go around.
manufacturing hubs
And
in this,
that's
in this country.
I can't think of any other reason
It
for
was in the interest
these
of
groups of
capital.
people to be so hateful. Yeah,
It
I
was.
the big bull. Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
It was in the interest of
Like I got
corporations.
so
It
mad
was
when
in
I
the
heard
interest of
like
Halliburton,
Democrats call
which
it
then
like the
played a
big beautiful
formative
bill.
role
Like
in
no,
the rebuilding
like
efforts of Iraq.
even if that's what it's called,
Right?
you don't want to call it that because the word beautiful has always been like a positive association in your brain.
technically, it wasn't
So
in the
even if
interest
you
of
know
America
it's
or
not positive,
Americans,
when other people hear it who are easily manipulated, that's going to be like a subconscious connection
but it
between
was in the interest
the word beautiful and good.
broadly of American capital.
So I was always angry that when they kept calling it that,
It
like,
was
no,
also
you got to give it a
obviously in the
stupid
interest
name.
of Israel as well.
You like got to keep repeating it. A little, yeah.
Being
Yeah, they're so good with the messaging, like the
destabilizing force in the region for
three-word
Israel's
messaging.
interests.
Lock her up.
Like Israel wants to blow shit up.
Build
Iraq
the
is a
wall.
standing military. And
Big beautiful bill.
is outside of the periphery.
And the only
of
reason they
American
did
empire,
the 3Bs
can
is
move
because
in a
they had to like
direction that
outdo Biden's
complicates things
Build
for
Back Better.
Israel,
Like that's the
right?
only reason they did that.
Because think about it this way:
So much like
post-Iraq War,
so much
post-Iraq
grievance
War,
like for
Israel
a
gets to fly
for a
its
party
fighter
that
jets over Iraq
talks about like
airspace to
being
strike Iran
the
directly.
alpha and like taking charge. Like they are the
Same with
biggest
Syria.
bunch of like
Don't you think that's
manufactured
profoundly important for
grievance like
Israeli
babies.
interests? This is where there is
It's astounding.
convergence with America and Israel. You understand? But ultimately, this wasn't like Israel duping us, okay? It was not. Our interests were aligned.
Haha, group number
Our interests
2.
were aligned because
Oh,
Israel is a colonial vestige. both
you can
in its
change the
inception as a British
mob
settler
sizes.
colony, and its
So
continuation
if you're
as an
like really
American
sadistic, you
settler
can
colony
crank it all the
that is
way
a
up, and you'll get
destabilizing
attacked by
force
like
in the
groups of
region
like
for
50
American
dudes.
interests, a controlling force in the region for American interests. That's it. And people who don't recognize that are
Like
being
you
a
see my
little
guys
silly.
here, like they've been fighting for a while and they're still getting hurt, you know.
Two-state solution is the best example.
So nothing's.
Every American president,
No one is
since,
safe.
At least Jimmy Carter has pushed forcefully for creating a Palestinian state.
I don't believe that. Like this is where I disagree with Mersheimer, who I think is very smart, who I've listened to over and over
Oh yeah.
again, but I just disagree
Yep,
with him.
I
on
love me
this
some sandbox
because I
games.
don't think
What
it's
else? Like
actually
7 Days to Die.
forceful.
Love that game.
Like if America wanted there to be 2 different states there, they would get it. That's it. It would be more complicated than telling Israel to cut it out with one phone call, certainly, because Israel would want to fuck up the bag over and over again,
What?
fuck up
You
that
run all the way
two-state
up- oh,
solution
weirdo.
over and over again. But if America wished it, they have tremendous influence over Israeli politics. They have tremendous influence over
Looking for the
Israel's
leader.
military. Without American weapons, Israel would have at least a decade plus to try and redevelop their own domestic military manufacturing, which they're already doing in the aftermath of October 7. And also on top
Well,
of that,
I'm
they
glad
would
I
have to
could
look
introduce
elsewhere
you to a game
for
that you
steady
didn't know
flow of
existed.
munitions. And no one has the same level of prominence at the global scale, control over financial markets around the globe through banking systems, and also as a party to the Security Council, tremendous political influence it wields in defense of Israel.
Yeah, I literally just started
We have long believed
this past weekend actually. So I think Saturday was the first day I streamed.
which is the taproot of so many
I
other
think.
problems that we face in the Middle East, is to create 2 states.
Oh, like
every
you're talking about like
president
a
has
worldview?
pushed
Is that what you're
hard,
referring
except
to?
for maybe Donald Trump, for a 2-state solution in the Middle East.
It's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
The Israelis have
Well, I mean,
rebuffed us
I'm not
at every
young.
turn.
I'm in
the
my
end
mid
result
40s,
is
married,
we now have a greater
3
Israel,
kids,
and there's no
10 years in the
possibility of a
military.
2-state solution.
I didn't join the military till I was 30, so I wasn't really susceptible to their
global hegemony. This is
their
why he fails to recognize
indoctrination.
that if the US wanted
I
a
only
two-state
joined
solution, they'd
because
get it.
for
Yeah.
you know healthcare for the
think,
family,
like,
you know.
Denying U.S. global hegemony is crazy.
And plus all the
Especially
political
because it's
stuff
just
that's going
deeply
on.
Untrue, right? This is our system. We
It's like
designed it. We won the
it's
Cold
so
War.
like
It
one of
is
the
what it
biggest
is.
things that frustrates me is
But outside of that,
there's like
the
so
only
many
where the only place where this is applicable
different
would be
topics
maybe
and
with
issues.
Russia,
There's so much
right?
nuance.
America still has
and
a lot of power
people
there
don't
as well.
take the
But Russia
time
is a
to
foreign adversary, so certainly that is a more
allow
complex
each other to
situation.
expand on those nuances. You know.
Russia has designed its economy now to withstand sanctions. Same with Iran.
Yeah, that's true.
Iran is a little bit
like they want to be
easier
angry.
than
That's
Russia
the
because it
grievance
doesn't
part.
have nukes, so it
Like they
therefore doesn't have
legitimately want to be
sovereignty,
angry. They
and therefore America
for
could
whatever
just
reason they
do
feel
what it
like
did with the Fordow
I
facility.
see this a lot, like with the
and just
with the
strike
MAGA group. I
Iranian
mean,
targets
you see it on the
directly,
left too, but
knowing
there's
full
like
well that Iran will
they have like a
demonstrate
legitimate
restraint
grievance,
over
you know.
and over and over again because ultimately.
you know, they feel
don't
like,
want
you know,
their
shit's
massive
expensive. You know what I
country
mean?
to be,
They're struggling. They're having a hard time.
resembling Iraq
And
or Afghanistan.
because the actual
right?
issue of why they're struggling is so nuanced and there's so many different layers to it, it's so much more
But ultimately
easier
with
for them to
Russia,
say, ah, it's the fucking
a more
Mexicans. You know what I mean?
difficult,
Like,
more complex situation
you can't compete
because
with that.
the nuclear arsenal that Russia
Yeah.
has.
It's friggin' immigrants.
But even then, America still
Trans
has
kids. Like,
tremendous influence.
no, come on, man.
Because it could just go to China. It could go to Russia's.
It's like they have a legitimate grievance, but then they allow it to consume their common sense. And I don't know, maybe they were already douchebags, you know, like someone like Trump and his administration. I'm willing to bet that the percentage of narcissistic personalities in that administration is well over 75%.
Why does every president push for that?
Because the United States has a vested interest in having peace.
Sociopathy, where you have like absolutely no
It's not in our interest to have wars
empathy,
in that region.
like someone like Stephen Miller. Oh, there's no way he has like any shred of empathy whatsoever. None.
And that's not
Sociopath.
in our interest.
I guarantee you, if he ever got
I mean, like, this is what I mean. It's like war
if he ever got diagnosed
interest, man.
sociopath,
it's
guaranteed.
always in our interest. Even when we're fucking deploying, even if we are destroying our stockpile of our anti-aircraft missile systems, okay, that's still in the interest of the military-industrial complex. Because now you go back
You
to the
got
state and
like
you say
shitheads
we
like
need billions and
Netanyahu.
billions of
It's like,
dollars to rebuild
where is it? I had
America's anti-aircraft defense stockpile.
I had a video in
right?
here earlier. I saw.
Ultimately, I feel like
I must have reset or something. But yeah, oh, here it is.
Leap
I don't know if you can see it, but the yeah, this is
this
this is Gaza. This is what now you know why they don't want like
capital, whether it be the
what do you call it?
military-industrial complex.
Reporters
or
in
any
here, like
number
they
of
weren't even
different
allowed to take this
industries.
photo. It was one from one of the
You inevitably get to
planes.
this
Like,
point where you're like,
what
well,
kind of
America's just
person
kinda
do
doing
you
it
have to
because I guess
be
they're bullied by Israel, I guess
to
the
like do
pervasive
that
influence of
willingly
AIPAC and
to
all these,
people?
all these other instruments of
I
all
don't
these
get it.
instruments of influence
Like I was
that
telling
Israel
my wife
utilizes
earlier
on
today, it's like I
American
feel
soil.
like
And then the
I
question
feel like I've
goes,
been kicked into an
okay, why is
alternate
America
timeline. Like
letting
I
that
don't
happen?
feel like this is
You know?
normal
Why is
or
America not
natural
letting
what's
that
going
happen
on
for
in the world
Saudi
today.
Arabia? Why is America not letting that happen for China?
Like
Why
I'm
is America
40
not
years
letting that
old,
happen for
and
fucking
this is like
France?
I've never in my life
Right?
experienced
Yes,
something like
of
this.
course
I
Marshall Sharma
I
is
hear
not a
60 and
Marxist. That's why
70-year-olds
I'm
being
saying,
like,
I think this is
never
a
experienced something like
significant
this.
weakness in
It's
an
scary.
otherwise very influential and very intelligent person's assessment of the dynamic between the United States of America and Israel. I know his background, and I think this is what leads to people engaging in conspiracy. Okay, this is what leads this kind of sentiment leads this kind of analysis leads people into believing that there's got to be another explanation for it then, and that's how you arrive at, oh, it's like Jewish mind control, is Jewish blackmail operations, it's
Blind eye, the media
Jewish
turns
media
it.
control. Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy because like even today, not
That's
today
it.
specifically. I haven't heard it, but I want to say it was like yesterday or the day before. There was an interview on CNN. Wolf Blitzer, if you know who that is.
You consider
He was
yourself a journalist?
interviewing.
No.
I think he was interviewing a former Army like lieutenant colonel who was working with that mercenary group that was distributing aid in Palestine, and he quit because they were just like what they were doing. Like even him, like he went to like Iraq and Afghanistan, and he's like what I saw the Taliban and Al Qaeda do is nothing compared to what the IDF is doing, and he quit.
Why is nobody?
And he was on an interview with Wolf
America to
Blitzer on
do this?
CNN, and he's talking about all the
Why is it
suffering and
that,
stuff that's going on to the
American
Palestinians, how they're
politicians are
being
completely
like
at
children.
odds
Like
with the
he had given
American
food
public
to
on
like
this?
a child, and then within like 20 minutes, the IDF shot into the crowd and killed the child that he had just been interacting with. Like that's gonna mess you up, you know? And he gets done telling a story, and Wolf Blitzer says something to the effect of like how much responsibility does Hamas have? Like, okay, dude, like
by your logic, every single
like
war is good for America's interest.
right now,
war
none.
equals money
I don't
weapons.
no, none.
Yes.
Because they could have.
No, that's exactly what. Yes.
Like they don't even want the hostages back. They're bombing the buildings
Yes.
with the hostages in it. They don't care.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Like right now, none. I don't I'm not putting any of what's going
Wars
on
are
right now
not
on
meant
Hamas
to
at
be
all. So like,
won.
if someone says, "Oh,
They're
what
just
about
meant
Hamas?
to
What about
continue.
Hamas?" Like, you're still
Yes.
hearing it 2 years in. Like, I just want to be like, "No, go fuck yourself, dude."
What?
Like, they could have stopped 2 years ago.
20 years in Vietnam, 20 years in Afghanistan. Why do you think it took that long?
Shit, I forgot what I was buying.
Then helping Israel can only
This is what a
possibly help
conversation
America
does. The
regardless
whole
of
thing
any
is,
blowback.
where have they ever? Yeah.
That's the assessment.
I
Yes,
hear why
you're
haven't they
arriving
left?
at my
Yeah. Oh,
conclusion.
dude, that's so
That is
frustrating
the
because like
assessment being made by American politicians.
they deflect the
That is
blame.
the assessment by the American
They
State Department. Now
they do stuff like this,
there is some
and then they're like,
disagreement
"Oh
there,
well, why won't
as we
Egypt
saw
and
clearly
Syria
in the
take them
aftermath of
in?" You
October
know,
7th
like,
when many American State
like
Department officials
motherfucker, you
resigned.
shouldn't be
They
blowing them up,
resigned
so they
because
have to go there.
thought
First of all,
Israel was going
second of
too
all, if they
far,
do let them
and
in,
regardless of our interest
then
in maintaining the war economy,
what'll happen is it's giving Israel the
would
permission structure to
basically
continue to
end
take land
itself.
more than they have been already.
Israel would make
Although
it
I
so
think
that
they're
they would no longer be as useful to
you see what they're doing now,
America's
so
strategic
I
interests in
don't.
the region, given
That's why
how
they're using
violent
starvation.
they are. In a
What'd
way
you do
where,
if it
like,
was your house,
everyone
your
can
mom's
see
house,
it.
your grandpa's land?
And that is also true. And
Oh,
it would
like yeah,
take
when
a
you
long
ask them that.
time
Yeah, it's
for
like
their, for
so.
that to
At no
bear
point
fruit,
in any of
that
this would I
envy, that
ever
animosity,
condone
that
the act of
resentment
like
that
you know,
many
like any
people,
terrorist acts, like killing
have
civilians.
towards
Like
the state of Israel. It will
even
take a
even if
while
the
for it to
person
bear
used to
fruit.
be in the military, like the most of
In an
Israelis were,
incredibly short period of time, you have
they're not
seen
active combatants. So,
attitudes
and that is a
swing
violation of
wildly in
international
the
law. So that's
opposite
not something that I would
direction.
ever condone, ever, for any group.
America,
But then,
it
if you
was
look
not even a
at it,
question in
like
the
zoom
United
out,
States of America on whether or not we support Israel.
if you were living
Until these past
in an
couple of years.
occupied land where you or your family, there's like
But the
there's
US's
always like an
actions can
amputee in your
directly strengthen
family,
support
like
for insurgent groups like Hezbollah
children
and
are shot in the
Ansarullah.
legs.
You can always say it's in America's interest by
You
claiming,
know,
oh, this is
they're
good
kidnapped in the middle of the
more money
night and
spent
put
on
in
defense,
prison
but
with
it's
no
actually better
trial.
for America that
There's like a
Hezbollah and Houthis have
99%
more
conviction
support.
rate against Palestinians. So like,
I'm a little bit confused by what
if you're
you're
living
saying.
in that environment
The point is,
and you're
action by Israel is
continuously
supported
like
by the US,
moved,
weakening
like
the US ally,
your
and
homes are
strengthening the
taken
enemy,
and you're
Hezbollah. My point
pushed
is that
out,
this
or
directly
these
hurts
settlements,
America's
like
interests.
after
What?
60
Hezbollah
years,
is
like
America's
2
enemy.
generations, what? Like
Brother, Hezbollah
logically
wouldn't
speaking,
exist if
what do you
America and
expect
Israel
is going to
was not
happen? You
meddling
know,
in the events,
eventually people are going to fight
interfering
back.
in,
Like
the politics of Lebanon.
And as soon as you
Or
say
maybe it would
something like
exist
that
as
to
like
somebody
a-
who's like
as a
really deep into it,
sectarian
like, oh, that's
faction that
anti-Semitic,
defends, like,
anti-Semitic.
Shias
Like, no, go
inside
fuck
of
yourself, dude. It's
Lebanon.
logical. Like,
At best.
that's what I'm glad to see is like they've been using this. They tied like the Jewish religion to Israel. So like anytime you
That's my
criticize
point.
Israel,
America helping Israel in the
they
2006
like
war
the
strengthened
years of
support for
propaganda,
Hezbollah.
like, oh, that's
Yeah,
anti-Semitic. Like,
marginal.
no, the
It's
fuck it's not.
negligible.
Now
It
like
doesn't matter.
it's so bad that like people don't care, and like I am happy to
As
see
long
that.
as Hezbollah- as long as Lebanon
the
doesn't have
anti-Semitism
anti-aircraft
cudgel
defenses because they
is
are,
no longer
again,
effective.
in a joint security partnership with the United States of America where it's not allowed for them to have anti-aircraft defenses. One must ask the question why. As long as Lebanon does not have a standing military and like true independence from American empire, then Hezbollah is
Like
meaningless.
you can understand why someone or
Hezbollah as
or a
as
group of people
military
do
force
something without
is
condoning it.
engaging in guerrilla
And
warfare.
for years,
That's why they're
propaganda,
considered
Israeli
terrorist
propaganda
groups in the
made
same
that
way Hamas
unacceptable
is.
to do.
These guys have nothing in comparison to what Israel has, in comparison to what America has. It's ultimately inconsequential.
Like all they had to do was
for
just
the
like,
United States of America.
you know,
that
they kick them
exist.
out in the 40s, right? Fucked up. And
To
of course, there's
varying
going to be
degrees, obviously,
resistance
like,
to
'cause
that.
Iran is
But after
certainly
this
more
much time,
consequential.
if they had adopted a
But it would
different
be
strategy
tremendously
other
costly
than
for the
oppression,
United States of America to go to war with Iran.
then
That's a
we
calculation
wouldn't
that
be
they do
here,
make,
even though they had kicked them
certainly.
out in the 40s.
And
You know,
as it stands, clearly,
but no, they just kept
we're
on
not
oppressing
there
and
yet.
oppressing and oppressing and oppressing and abusing and
Seems as though America does not have the bandwidth to continue.
like hell, like
You're describing
our
what those in power
country
think is in
had to
America's
pay a
interest,
little
not
bit of
making
extra
normative reason.
tax,
Yeah, I'm not saying
and
this is
we
good
had
for
a
America,
revolution.
obviously.
Like They've been oppressed for 60 years. Like,
This is how
what do you
they
expect?
Make this calculation. This is how the State Department makes this calculation.
The Middle East so peaceful in a long period of time. And he understood full well that this is in our interest. Well, if you compare the world, on October 6th, 2023 with the world that exists in the Middle East today. We are much worse off today. This is not in our interest.
Yeah, like people have fought, people have started resistance groups, what peaceful and violent and non-violent resistance groups for much less than what the Palestinians have gone through for the last
When you say it's a genocide, what do you mean?
80 years. No, 80? Just about, no, well, we'll start in the 60s because that's when like they really started leaning into it.
Tries to destroy
yeah, so 60 years.
Either all or a substantial portion of another group, another ethnic or
Little known fact, the first terrorist act in the Middle East was perpetuated by a Jewish extremist group.
I think that that's
they
the
don't
definition
tell you that
of
one very often.
Of genocide.
They blew up, it was a false flag little operation. They had blown up a hotel. I can't remember the name of the hotel, but
description.
Yeah.
And lots of people and organizations agree with.
What is this? Hassani, speaking from the POV of America as a state, not American foreign policy via American military-industrial complex and political nexus. He's speaking from an academic understanding of what state is and what its interests are to secure security.
Like I have absolutely nothing against any religion. It's the actions.
Yeah, no, I get
it's the actions that
I understand.
That I look at.
I understand what you're saying. Mearsheimer's assessment is like the state's function, which encompasses
time to make my journey.
The lives, bettering the welfare
Finally got to 150K.
of the average American citizen. Okay.
Time to make my little
I don't believe that
migration or whatever you call it
functions in that way ever. I don't think that the American state has
gives me time to sit here and watch.
Way, which is why
yeah, and the environments in this game are like really good.
The American state is also not a perfectly rational entity to begin with.
Especially considering the production of this game started in the like mid 2000s.
I get that the assessment is,
you know,
and
actually,
I already factored
it might have been like
into
late 2000s, but regardless.
Analysis, I already factored that into my.
I think they're using the newest Unreal Engine for the development of the Kenshi 2.
That is not the reality. The American state has never put the interests of American citizens and their welfare against the interests of capital. They've always defended the interests of capital every single time. And therefore, when he says, "Oh, this is going against the interests of America,"
yeah, my dude's so fast.
Interest, especially when he's analyzing foreign policy,
some of the
it ends up.
What is it? The roving groups that'll just randomly attack you. They're like called hungry bandits. Typically, the leader of that group will have like
Israel's
specific shoes. Here, I'll show you.
American politics.
It's these little shoes. It actually increases the athletic effect by 1.10 times, but that'll take you. See, like his run speed is 28, so you're cruising. But even then, those freaking beak things, you still can't outrun them. Like you legitimately have to have like cybernetic legs to outrun them. They scared me. I tried it once. Like in all the times I played this game, I went into their territory once, and I never tried it again after that. Like, nope. There's nothing I know of that I need that badly.
It was a nuclear weapon. No, they did firebomb. Come on, dude.
I probably will one of these times when I actually stick with the game longer than a couple weeks.
The firebombing campaigns over Japan was far more costly in terms of overall lives for Japan and Japanese society
never catch me.
than even the fucking atom bombs were.
See ya.
That's how deadly the firebombing campaigns were.
Oh crap.
Anyway,
Wrong turn.
I don't know if, I mean, he said it's not, you wouldn't call that genocidal. Sure, I guess if we're going to be super strict with the legal designation, fair, I guess. That's a fair assessment to make. The intention there wasn't to like eradicate Japanese soil of Japanese citizens. The intention was to punish the entirety of the Japanese civil society for the crimes of Imperial Japan.
It's like taking the direct route. Yeah, do it once, never go there again. Yeah, there's no fast travel in this game.
It was still
does
very
not
much
exist.
A crime against humanity for sure. But again, it's complicated considering that, yes, Japan was literally doing an unironic genocide to the Chinese and Koreans at that time. So
there's another mod in this, like people always
but as
complaining about
far
the
as,
path
like,
that people take,
America's,
your guys take. There's like
military goals.
there's a mod that like
and
improves
otherwise,
their
like bombing campaign.
pathing
I
decisions.
would say that the Korean War is closer.
They don't
to
get
a
turned around as
genocide,
much.
Than the bombing of the fire bombings, or even the atom bomb of the atom bombing.
These guys
of
are fighting
Japan.
something. They'll probably be okay. Ah, yeah, just hunger bandits. All right.
German civilians as well.
Millions.
Yeah. For purposes of ending the war. We wanted to end the war. And if you look at how we treated the Japanese and how we treated the Germans once the war ended, it was very clear that we were not bent on genocide. This is not to excuse what we did against Japan and Germany. And I do believe we murdered, I would use the word murdered, large numbers or millions of Japanese and Germans together. But in the case of what's going on in Gaza, right, what's happening here is that the Israelis are systematically trying to destroy the Palestinians as a national group. Right? They're targeting them as Palestinians, and they're trying to destroy Palestinian national identity in addition to murdering huge numbers of Palestinians.
And I mean, it's not just a rage reflex. This is a strategy. Of course, 2.5 years later, almost 3 years later. What is the strategy? What's the goal of this?
My view on this is that the Israelis have long been interested in expelling the Palestinian population from Greater Israel. If you look at Greater Israel, this includes the Israel that was created in 1948 and the occupied, plus the occupied territories. This is the West Bank.
Post-67.
Post-67. West Bank and Gaza. So West
Can't remember if I need those or not.
West Bank, Gaza, and what we call Green Line Israel. That's Greater Israel. Inside Greater Israel, there are about 7.3 million Jews and about 7.3 million Palestinians. And from the get-go, going back to the early days
All right, got a little bit left over.
Zionism,
Grab one of these guys.
the views of people like David Ben-Gurion,
I can afford to.
they believed that you needed a Jewish state that was about 80% Jewish and 20% Palestinian. In an ideal world, you would get rid of all the Palestinians. But the least bad alternative is 80-20. But you actually have a situation in Greater Israel where you have 50-50. So October 7th happens, and what the Israelis see is an excellent opportunity for ethnic cleansing. And they make this clear. In other words, it's an excellent opportunity to go to war.
Oh yeah, and
drive
all these regions have different environments too. So for example, this Deadlands area I'm in is acid rain. So if you actually send one of your human people in here, you'll see their health bar like slowly tick down.
What basis are you making?
As long as they're in this acid rain.
A huge amount of
there's one area, I forget where it is.
Okay, now I'm back.
I think it's this Venge area right here. There's like some huge laser that'll just randomly strike the ground and like start tearing a path across the land.
He's cooking with gas. He's 100% correct.
In the Israeli press, they have been perfectly willing to make this argument loudly and clearly. The issue of genocide, which I'll get to in a second, is a different issue. I'm separating ethnic cleansing from genocide.
Why are you going through the water, dude?
So what happens after October
idiot
7th
robot.
is that the Israelis see an opportunity to drive the Palestinians out of Gaza. And you want to remember that you had massive ethnic cleansing in 1948 when the state is created. Virtually all of those people in Gaza are descendants of the ethnic cleansing of 1948.
We're kicked out of another place
and sent to Gaza.
I like how this douche nozzle Tucker Carlson all of a sudden cares about what's happening in Gaza. Guarantee if he were still on Fox News, he'd be doing the "what about Hamas" thing. Guaranteed.
So this is hardly surprising at all. And in fact, if you go back and read the literature on the creation of Israel, this is all thoroughly documented. Ethnic cleansing was a subject that the Zionists talked about from the get-go, and they talked about extensively, because there was no way they could create a greater Israel without doing massive ethnic cleansing. You want to remember that when the Zionists come to Israel
38,
starting in the late 1800s,
yeah, Griffin, yeah, that's
early 1900s,
yep.
they're remarkably few
Although,
Jews
what sucks is
in
like,
Palestine.
I hate it when,
And those Jews are not
you know, the
Zionists.
saying like a
Zionists are the
broken
Jews who
clock
come
is
from Europe.
right twice.
And they understand that they're moving into a territory.
He had that interview
that's
with
filled
Ted Cruz a few weeks ago. That was legitimately a good journalistic interview. But again, it was his criticism of AIPAC. Like, dude, like, where was this for the last, like, 15, 20 years you've been on Fox News, man? Like,
massive ethnic cleansing. And the answer
because
is
it wasn't good. Like, I hate giving somebody that I despise credit for doing something correctly when you know that they had, because like it makes you more angry now because you know that they had the capability of doing it before, and they didn't.
An opportunity to do ethnic cleansing. You know, it belies.
So it wasn't really a land without people for a people without land.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And David Ben-Gurion, Vladimir Jabotinsky, all these key Zionist leaders understood that full well.
Yeah, that's true.
And they understood.
Although Jon Stewart made him look dumb. I don't know if you remember watching that, the Crossfire with Jon Stewart, when Tucker still wore his cute little bow ties.
They did not blame the Palestinians.
But I think that's more. I think that's more demonstrates more of how smart Jon Stewart is instead of how dumb Tucker is.
That they were stealing their land, and they fully understood that it made perfect sense for the Palestinians to resist, which of course they did. But anyway, just to fast forward,
even in contemporary Israeli society, plenty of current and former Israeli officials.
I would even say he's got like sociopathic traits, because like I don't know how anyone in these media environments, mostly right-wing media, have the capability of being so unempathetic on a consistent basis. Like, it doesn't feel natural to me. Like, even if you're just grifting, at some point after a certain amount of time, it's going to take a toll on you, you know? But like, you see them 5, 10 years later, nothing. They're still spitting the same hate. So there's got to be some level of sociopathy in there. Has to be.
Is that the Israelis see an excellent opportunity to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians?
I mean, yeah, everything Israel does is anti-Semitic because Israel as a state has declared itself.
Oh, what really gets me is like when someone's like, yeah, but Israel's our closest ally in the region. They're the only democratic ally in the region. Well, like, no, first of all,
so yes, Israel is
calling him democratic. Like, you must be pretty flexible because that's a stretch. Like, they kind of have the appearance of a parliamentary system, but the dude's been in power for like, I want to say like 16 out of the last 20 years. So there's that. Also, when people try to say that they're an ally, I use the analogy of like, let's say you got a buddy, right? You've been friends for a while. He's kind of a douchebag, but nothing like super major. But every once in a while, like on a consistent basis, maybe like once a month, you'll go out to the bar or something, and he will antagonize like groups of dudes, like on a racial basis. And
Muslims in the Western
he just
world
keeps getting into
like,
fights.
love ISIS,
Like not every single time, but consistently, you go out with him, and he's getting into fights, and then because of that, you're getting into fights, and maybe you two are good fighters and you win. But is that really an ally? Like somebody that like
ISIS is awesome.
like drags you into those fights on a consistent basis? Like that doesn't sound like the definition of an ally to me.
The American media was saying, no, all of ISIS is actually all of Islam. That's
like,
what Islam is all about.
The whole like AIPAC lobby and stuff.
Lock up every Muslim we possibly can.
I blame part of the degrading of our democracy on them. Because like they have infiltrated like both the Republicans and the Democrats. Into completely capitulating, where, you know, even Nancy Pelosi made some kind of statement where she was like, even if the Capitol's in ruins, we'll still send support to Israel. Like,
Israeli Jews.
what the hell? Like,
this is the Israeli
that's
state's
freaking
own
treason.
designation.
Like,
I always
putting
have to
the
repeat that because people
well-being
get
of another
mad and
country
people
like
get sad
above
and
your
people
own.
get scared because they don't understand that
When you
Israel
know that
makes
the other
this
one's like trying to
separation.
harm you,
This just means Jew and non-Jew.
It's just like
there are a fuck ton of his
I don't even
Arab
like. It's
Jews
hard
living
for
in
me to put
Israel.
into words
They're
how
just
ridiculous
designated by the state as Jews.
it is.
Why? Because it's a fucking ethno state. It is a Jewish supremacist ethno state. That is why. Just so you understand. Okay. We'll always have that conversation if you want to.
Oh, I should have gone for the walls
Armenians
first.
are
I completely
categorized as
forgot.
Arabs by the state.
Wait, no, I was.
Because Armenians are Christian.
Oh.
So.
Oh. I should be able to build my base soon.
Anyway.
But I gotta upgrade my turrets. Cause those Holy Nation dudes, they have like super strong like armor. Like
As
even
I
if you
was
hit
saying, to
them
what extent
like
are you
with
personally troubled or not
the
troubled by the
harpoons,
reports
they
of
still
famine and
take like
suffering?
3 or 4 hits.
Not at all troubled.
They'll break
amongst
down your
Israeli
gate
Jews is
in a matter of seconds.
55.6%.
They don't play around.
Not so troubled is
What's cool is there's like a
23.4%.
bunch of different options for starting in this game. There's like the normal start, which is what I chose here, where they just like one dude, they put you in the middle of the town and like, oh, go have fun. But there's like a very hard start, or I think it said impossible, where you're bleeding out, you're missing a limb, and you're just in the middle of a desert, and you have to try to survive. So I never
Note that
had
the
the
majorities believe the idea of
cojones to
making
try that.
substantial efforts to avoid causing unnecessary suffering to Palestinians in Gaza, and believe the idea of reporting to the extent of Palestinian civilian casualties in Gaza.
Oh, why is he hurt? That's weird.
Do you think these are massage
actually taking hits.
accurate or due to propaganda?
Ow.
No, they're not massage,
Yeah, even though
bro.
this is
What
my
are you
range
talking
dude, I
about?
still allow him to
Literally
get into
look at
like
any,
melee
man on the
fights.
street interview in Israel, and you will very
So he
quickly
does get
realize
hit
that
to
this
build
is
up his
not
toughness.
actually, this polling has been consistent.
Because otherwise you'll have a dude with like,
non-stop
you know,
since the
super high
beginning.
crossbows, but he takes one hit and he's down, and next thing you know you're bleeding out.
It is
Or
due to
oh, you can
propaganda.
actually
It's due
be
to the fact that Israel
there
is
are
a
roaming
Nazi country.
groups of slavers.
Okay?
If they find
This
unconscious
is
people on the
what
ground, they'll shackle
happens
you up and carry
when
you off to a
you
slave camp.
Basically, when you basically design a society around expulsion and death and destruction of the out group, okay, the in group will never in a million years feel
What the
sad
hell? Man, still going?
about
We're fighting now.
the out group being destroyed. A vast majority of Israeli Jews, 79%, say they are not so troubled or not troubled at all by the reports of famine and suffering among the Palestinian population in Gaza. Good for them. They learned the lesson of October 7. Yes, totally. The lesson Israelis should draw from October 7 is to ignore Palestinian suffering. Genius.
Oh, that's another thing that's disgusting is when you see like what percentage of the
really interesting about
can you save
this
your guy if he gets sold? Yeah.
is this
So
number.
you can still control him.
Among those who responded
But
to
the
the
thing
poll,
is like you're in a slave camp and you got
0.8% of
shackles
Jews in
on.
Israel
So
said they
if they
don't
see that you've
know
broken out of your shackles, they'll beat
to
the
what
crap out of you
extent
and throw
are
you in
they
a cage.
personally troubled or not troubled at all by
And
the
there's like
reports
it's
of
like
famine
a
and
bunch
suffering
of
among the
guards.
Palestinian population in
So
Gaza.
you still control him.
Which means they all know what
But
the
you
fuck
have
is going
to
on.
either like fight your way out or sneak your way
Okay.
out. There's lock picking, there's sneaking,
They know what's going
and of
on.
course the more you do it, the better you get at it.
And 79%
That's actually one of the
them
starts. It's like you
like
start
it.
with 2 characters, you control 2, and you start in a slave camp. Looking for the boss. Looking for the boss. Man, where's the boss? So many dead bodies.
Israel's public
Oh, what's
broadcasters
cool? There's
befuddled as to why German football suddenly drew a line at
there's like
Israeli
all these
football alert
dogs,
saying Gaza
the
should be
bone
wiped
dogs.
out,
They'll roam
seeing
around.
as it was such a
Sometimes in
pro-Israel
groups.
institution before.
And if there's dead bodies, they'll just start like chomping on the
That's
bodies
so
and eating
funny.
them. Freaking hilarious.
That is
And if it's a
fucking
puppy,
hilarious. How
like
did
they actually
German
grow with
football, which is
age too,
associated with
or they
supporting
age up.
Israel, shift from
The puppy
for
bone
Hirsch
dogs,
Goldberg Poland
they'll
to
grab like
giving up on Sean
like a dismembered
Weissman?
limb and they'll start flinging it around the map. It's pretty entertaining.
Dude,
like
when you
just the
got
small little things in
Germany
this game are
being like,
just
"Come
make it
on,
worth it.
dude. Don't say Gaza should be wiped out. That's like, how do you not recognize that? Well, you don't recognize that when you are completely fucking echo chambered and everyone outside of your echo chamber is
So
conveniently
let's see. Oh man,
Hamas
okay.
or anti-Semitic.
Okay, I didn't find the guy. All right.
Fucking
Well,
thought-terminating
I am
cycle
going to have
you could ever
to
have.
call it a day here because my wife's going to be home any minute, and we got to leave in like 30 minutes to go to see Superman. But
especially because
I will tell you,
is
the next few weeks I'll be on here consistently.
And real historic violence that you can point
But
to.
if you want, on my on the title page of my stream, there's a link to my Discord. I do have a voice channel on there that I can drag people into if you want to like actually chat.
It's so
if you so choose, but
unimaginably
until
successful.
then,
It is
get my
wiped the
game
collective
save. But
consciousness
I
of
appreciate
so
you
many
joining,
Israelis
man.
At this point.
Appreciate the
It's
conversation.
Just, their brains are fried with hatred, maximalist, genocidal hatred towards all Arabs.
Okay, so this is an opportunity.
Yeah, man. I hope you give it. I hope you have time to give it a shot.
way to do it is to
Be
turn the
prepared to
IDF,
die
Israeli
a
military,
lot.
loose and let them tear the place apart.
I will say that.
idea is that
Don't
would
be
just drive the
surprised if you are
Palestinians
killed by
out.
goats. And yes, goats.
that the
A pack of
Israelis
goats will
face
absolutely
is
wreck your
the
soul.
Palestinians don't leave. Both the Egyptians
All right, man.
and the
Till next
Jordanians,
time. Appreciate it.
which are the two
Catch you later.
countries that the Israelis would like to drive the Palestinians into, make it, unequivocally clear that that's not going to happen.
That's Jordan is just a giant refugee camp already.
It already is.
From all these other wars that have been inspired for the same reason. So, I mean, I think Jordan is what percentage